Chapter 537. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was helplessly looking at the bracelet in his hand, the bracelet actually emitted a slight fluctuation. This fluctuation was different from the elemental energy fluctuation that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with previously. This kind of fluctuation was so still that it could be detected. Or rather, this was a real fluctuation, a kind of flickering that was similar to breathing, a kind of fluctuation that could be transmitted. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He was really a god, to be able to think of anything and everything would come to him. But immediately, he realized that it was already late at night and midnight was about to arrive. It was the time when he was about to fall asleep. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. If I don't wear the bracelet, will I still be able to fall asleep? Once this thought appeared, it was like a seed that had touched water, unable to be stopped. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua bit his lips and placed the bracelet in front of him, together with a small ring. Then he took out 2 small elemental stones from his pocket and sat with his eyes focused on his nose and his nose focused on his heart, cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. At first, the bracelet placed on the ground didn't have any movements, but when midnight came, that faint fluctuation suddenly became stronger, like a fishing net enveloping Zhang Xiaohua within. And Zhang Xiaohua, who was cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra, immediately began to flicker. The frequency of the fluctuation was similar to the fluctuation on the bracelet. At the same time, endless starlight shone from the night sky, no different from Zhang Xiaohua's usual cultivation. The only difference was that in the instant when the starlight shone, the bracelet on the ground suddenly disappeared. When the bracelet reappeared, it was tightly attached to Zhang Xiaohua's left arm, as if it had never been removed at all. And the small ring that was originally beside the bracelet was still there, without the slightest change. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and saw the sunlight shining into the room. His heart skipped a beat, and when he hurriedly looked at the ground, there was nothing there. His heart couldn't help but thump. He touched it with his right hand. Only then did he relax. But, immediately he frowned. I remember clearly taking it off yesterday. It wasn't on my left arm. Then he rubbed his chin, deep in thought. After a while, his brows relaxed and he raised his eyes to look at the small ring on the ground. Reaching out, he picked it up and looked left and right, then looked left and right. Even so, he felt that it was impossible to put it on his right arm, and this small ring didn't seem to shrink by itself. But, looking at his finger, it seemed to fit. It was quite suitable. Zhang Xiaohua, wearing it on his left hand. And wearing it on the left hand, it was quite suitable. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua raised his middle finger and looked left and right. The more he looked, the more it looked like a treasure. To wear, it was better to wear it. After dealing with the 2 things, Zhang Xiaohua floated up and put away the jade ingots placed around the praying mat and the courtyard. Cough cough, it was the ingot-shaped jade talisman that Zhang Xiaohua had refined. Only then did he walk out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Tianmu Peak was worthy of being one of the 19 peaks of Chuanxiang cult. The morning of Tianmu Peak was exceptionally beautiful. The green bamboo swayed, the green grass rose and fell, and the gentle breeze from the peak was incomparably fresh. The courtyard of Tuodan Hall was very close to the valley. It didn't take long to reach the edge of the mountain. Looking at the trees in the valley, and then looking at the distant white clouds and the dancing white cranes, it was almost as if he was in the realm of immortals. However, when Zhang Xiaohua looked at the towering peak above his head, he couldn't help but be a little expectant. How magnificent would the scenery above the sea of clouds be? Looking at the distant east where the sun was slowly rising, Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. 2 indistinct flames were quietly surging in his eyes. They seemed to be the reflection of the morning sun, but also seemed to be the real flame. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his mouth. His stomach slightly deflated, and a little bit of fire-like essence came out and was directly sucked into his body. The flame in his eyes became clearer. In the mountain wind, on the peak of the mountain, Zhang Xiaohua smoothly finished practicing the Fist of the North Star. Only then did he leisurely return to the courtyard. It was still early. Presumably, even if Chen Fengxiao were to come, it would be late in the morning. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua sat upright in the courtyard and began to comprehend the heavenly Tao. On the way to the aroma cult, Zhang Xiaohua had been diligently practicing the cultivation concealment incantation of God Traction. Now she had mastered it. In the process of entering the aroma cult, no one noticed anything unusual. Presumably, it was very useful. Zhang Xiaohua had been using this incantation since it didn't consume much vital energy. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended more than 10 rabbit talismans in the Mud Pill Palace. However, she still couldn't finish them in one go. She could only move forward step by step. Now, there was one more rooster talisman in the Mud Pill Palace. This was a talisman that could devour black gas. Needless to say, it was an extremely powerful talisman. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little dizzy after comprehending only one talisman. She didn't dare to go deeper. It should be because her cultivation wasn't high enough. She had to wait until her cultivation was higher. Then she could slowly start. The heavenly Tao was boundless. Zhang Xiaohua had only slightly comprehended it. Time flew by and unknowingly, it was late in the morning. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes and looked at the sun in the sky. She couldn't help but frown. Did I guess wrongly? Did Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong have some changes last night? Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have sensed something, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He stood up and walked to the door of the small courtyard. In the distance, wasn't Chen Fengxiao walking over with a middle-aged man in a white robe? When they got closer, Zhang Xiaohua went forward and cupped her hands. Headmaster Chen, I've been waiting for a long time. Chen Fengxiao smiled and returned the greeting. It's not that I didn't want to come. I wanted to visit you early in the morning and have a good chat with you. However, I couldn't come alone. I had to wait for an important person. As he spoke, he pointed and introduced, Come, Brother Ren. This is the think tank of our grass division. His surname is Chiu and his name is Wei Cheng. Don't be fooled by his name. Everything he does is successful. Zhang Xiaohua immediately bowed. Greetings, Senior Chiu. Chiu Wei Cheng went forward and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. Brother Ren, don't be so courteous. Although it's the first time we've met, I've heard from Headmaster about what you did in the dining hall last night. It's really satisfying. Chen Fengxiao smiled. Junior Chiu wasn't at Tianmu Peak last night. I was waiting for him to come back and tell him about what happened. That's why I came to have a good chat with you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. That's exactly what I wanted. Then he looked at the small courtyard behind him and said, Headmaster Chen, I just came to this courtyard last night. I didn't plan to use it. There's a lot of dust inside and it's not suitable for guests. Chen Fengxiao slapped his forehead and blamed himself. Look at my head. I was so happy for little brother's arrival that I forgot about this matter. I presume little brother didn't have a good rest last night. I apologize to little brother here. After he finished, he bowed deeply. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to let him bow and hurriedly supported him. Chen Fengxiao used all his strength and couldn't lower his head. She was slightly surprised and quickly got up. Chiu Wei Cheng saw everything clearly. When he came back early in the morning, he was pulled aside by Chen Fengxiao and told him everything that happened last night. Chiu Wei Cheng didn't care too much about it. After all, Cheng Shi was just a disciple with a little reputation in the Dan department. Ma Su was even worse. It wasn't that impressive to be able to deal with them. He thought that Chen Fengxiao was just coveting this kid's golden leaf. Now that he saw Chen Fengxiao's actions, it wasn't hypocritical at all. It was even more sincere than true feelings. He couldn't help but ask, could it be that Headmaster Chen really values this young disciple? What's the background of this disciple? I've already sent people back to Bayou Peak to find out. I think there'll be news in the afternoon. Let's wait and see. Chiu Wei Cheng smiled and said, Headmaster Chen has a lot of things to do. I'm the one handling these trivial matters. It's no wonder he forgot. When we return, I'll ask them to come over. It won't take more than a moment to clean it up. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, It's not Headmaster Chen's fault. I was reckless last night. I just wanted to find a quiet place. This place is quiet, but not many people live here. Anyway, I won't be staying here for long. There's no need to clean it up. Not only Chiu Wei Cheng, but Chen Fengxiao was also stunned. He asked curiously, if you don't live here, where do you want to live? Don't tell me you want to go back to Bayou Peak? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, Since the hall has assigned me to Tianmu Peak, I naturally want to stay here. But isn't this place too far from the herb farm? It's very inconvenient to stay here. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and laughed. After a while, Chiu Wei Cheng said, Little brother, you don't have to worry about the planting. Headmaster Chen will arrange it. You can just stay here with peace of mind. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Tianmu Peak was under the influence of Chen Fengxiao and Wuzhou ruins. As long as she was useful to them, who would care if she was planting herbs or sleeping? Following this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sea of clouds above her head. She pointed to the mountain peak that she could not see and asked, "Headmaster Chen, do we have a herb farm at the mountain peak?" Chen Fengxiao naturally raised his head and answered in confusion, "Of course we do. The environment at the mountain peak is good and the herbs grow well. A few especially precious herbs can only grow at the mountain peak." Wei Cheng looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Little brother, what do you mean?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I have always liked peace and quiet. I don't like to be disturbed. If I can find a place at the mountain peak where I can live and plant herbs, wouldn't that be like a celestial life?" Chen Fengxiao and Wei Cheng looked at each other awkwardly and thought to themselves, "Little brother, we are not hall masters. You don't have to pretend in front of us. All the disciples who come to Tianmu Peak want to find a comfortable place to stay and live a carefree life. No one wants to do the tiring work of planting herbs. You, on the other hand, are good. We are giving you the leisure that others want and envy, but you still want to go to the mountain to plant herbs. Cough cough. It's the peak of Tianmu Peak. That is a place that no one wants to go. Just a round trip would take half a day. Recommend me." Chapter 538. Chen Fengxiao and Wei Cheng couldn't understand Zhang Xiaohua's true intentions. Just like how Valley Head Nye couldn't understand why Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stay in the alchemy room and not the loft, Chen Fengxiao and Wei Cheng couldn't say anything and just casually said, "These matters are easy to settle. Isn't it just a matter of a sentence? Now is the time for our grass division to turn the tables. As long as this matter is settled, everything can be discussed." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua sat down on the grass beside the cliff and smiled. "Since this is the case, I will listen to your instructions." When Chen Fengxiao and Wei Cheng saw this, they laughed and sat on the floor. They said, "I like how straightforward you are. Since you mentioned it, let's listen to Senior Qiu's explanation." Wei Cheng looked at Chen Fengxiao and said, "Brother Ren should know that Tianmu Peak is different from other peaks. It is jointly managed by the two divisions of our Pill Expanding Hall, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division. Even though we belong to the same Pill Expanding Hall, we are not brothers of the same division, and it is inevitable that there will be disagreements. Furthermore, the Pill Expanding Hall doesn't particularly care about our Tianmu Peak, and they would throw those who are difficult to discipline, rebellious, or those who aren't very promising to Tianmu Peak." As time passed, the Alchemy Division and the Grass Division were constantly in conflict. After Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong stood out from their respective divisions, they slowly restrained the various brothers and gradually became harmonious. However, Brother Ren should know that there are all kinds of birds in the forest, not to mention the many brothers in Tianmu Peak. There will be conflicts every day. Even though these conflicts are temporarily suppressed, if they are not vented after a long time, it will inevitably lead to a bigger disaster. Furthermore, our Pill Expanding Hall brothers don't have much to do on a daily basis. Farming, refining pills and living a peaceful life on Tianmu Peak is difficult to satisfy the brothers' growing needs for entertainment. Thus, Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong represented the various brothers and started a gambling fight. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood and smiled. "So this gambling fight isn't just because of my rashness last night. I was thinking of apologizing to Headmaster Chen today for causing so much trouble for him." Chen Fengxiao waved his hand. "Brother Ren's matter is just a good catalyst. Even without this catalyst, the gambling fight would still continue." Wei Cheng smiled and looked at the two and said, "It's just a normal gambling fight. It can say that in all the previous fights, the Alchemy Division was suppressed." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why is that?" "Yesterday, I saw that although the people of the Pill Division are strong, they are not much stronger than our Grass Division. It's just that our brothers are a little less unyielding. Furthermore, I feel that Headmaster Chen's martial arts should be stronger than that Wu Dalong's." Wei Cheng smiled and said, "Brother Ren, as I can't win, head, is, but is to be, is to 2, to fight 2 to 3. Oh right, Brother Ren only saw 2 normal people in the dining hall. The Alchemy Division's 10 great Vajras and the Grass Division's 6 great Luohans don't eat in the dining hall. Hee, with our status, how can we squeeze with them?" Zhang Xiaohua was enlightened. There's a special class everywhere, even Tianmu Peak. Different statuses have different treatment. Chen Fengxiao smiled and added, "The key is that the Alchemy Division's medical apprentices specialize in planting herbs. They have nothing to do with martial arts. While the Alchemy Division's inner strength needs to be tested. At the very least they need to have some strength. Hence, the Grass Division's foundation is weak and we don't have enough reserves. Even our 6 great Luohans were recruited from other peaks with great effort. Now that Brother Ren has joined us, I think Headmaster Chen won't have to worry about manpower anymore." Xueqi smiled and said, "All right, Brother Ren, let me ask you in more detail. How many opponents like Cheng Shi can you handle?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and asked, "Last night, Headmaster Chen said that Cheng Shi was the weakest of the 10 great Vajras. If it's like him, I can handle 3. "What? 3? Chen Fengxiao and Xueqi looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. "Brother Ren, last night was an accident. Cheng Shi didn't think that you would really make a move, so he didn't take any precautions. If it was a real battle, it wouldn't be so easy to get close to him. Although Cheng Shi is the weakest of the 10 great Vajras, he still experienced many battles and can't be underestimated." Zhang Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. With such an opponent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to take care of 10 of them. He thought for a while and said hesitantly, "Oh, since Headmaster Chen said so, I feel that I won't lose even if I manage to take on 3 of them." "Oh right. Will there be a one-on-one battle?" Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "Unless there's a special request, there definitely won't be." Xueqi looked at Chen Fengxiao and asked, "Since Brother Ren can take on 3 Cheng Shi without losing, then your martial arts must be very high. It should be comparable to Headmaster Chen." Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, "If I were to take on 3 Cheng Shi, I might lose. Junior Qiu thinks too highly of me." Then he thought for a while and said, "Since little Brother Ren's martial arts are so high, then we have to change our plans slightly." Xueqi nodded and turned his head to ask, "Brother Ren, there's something I have to ask you." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior Qiu, what's the matter? Brother Ren's martial arts are so high and you're so young. Why did you come to the fragrant religion to be a medicine boy?" "Oh, right. Brother Ren seems to have been chosen by the Rejuvenation Valley. You should have some relationship with Valley Head Nye? I've already told Brother Ren about this. When we came here just now, we had already sent people back to Baiyu Peak." As Xueqi spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Chen Fengxiao. Before Zhang Xiaohua came to Tianmu Peak, Yang Yao had already told him that Chen Fengxiao had a lot of opinions about the Rejuvenation Valley and warned him to be careful. Now that Xueqi asked about this, he must want to tell him everything. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and said to Chen Fengxiao, "Before I answer your question, I would like to ask Headmaster Chen, why do you hate the Rejuvenation Valley so much? Is it because you were bullied in the Rejuvenation Valley that year? Based on my understanding of Valley Head Nye, he may not know about this." Xueqi was shocked. Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the pill expanding hall yesterday and came to Tianmu Peak last night. He actually knew so much about Chen Fengxiao's hatred of the Rejuvenation Valley. There must be a reason behind this. To put it bluntly, it was a conspiracy. Chen Fengxiao snorted and said, "In your mouth he's Valley Head Nye, but in my mouth he's ignorant Nye." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he snorted and narrowed his eyes. He said coldly, "Headmaster Chen, no matter how Valley Head Nye treats you, that's your business. How you talk about him or scold him elsewhere is also your business. But Valley Head Nye treats me well. If you speak rudely in front of me, then it's my business. I don't need to listen anymore." Chen Fengxiao was taken aback. This was truly the first time in many years that someone had spoken in such a manner in front of him. Moreover, it was the Valley Master of Rejuvenation Valley whom he hated the most. His expression involuntarily changed and his eyes turned cold as he stared at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of him and did not retreat. She only looked at him indifferently without any expression in her eyes. When Xueqi saw this, he secretly complained in his heart. Zhang Xiaohua's background was unknown. Perhaps it was a trap waiting for Chen Fengxiao to step into it. Even if Zhang Xiaohua did not have any ill intentions, yes, that was all the more reason not to have internal strife. Therefore, Xueqi hurriedly tried to smooth things over. But at this moment, Chen Fengxiao's expression changed and he laughed loudly. "Little brother, you're very kind. This is the first time someone has spoken well of Rejuvenation Valley in front of me. No matter, I feel that the enmity between me and Rejuvenation Valley is worth befriending based on little brother's magnanimity. Chen Fengxiao's words had already changed Rejuvenation Valley from Nye Fengxiao. Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood and said with a smile, "Headkeeper Chen is also a straightforward person. I wonder why you haven't been able to let go of Rejuvenation Valley after all these years?" When Chen Fengxiao heard this, he raised his head to look at the boundless sea of clouds in the sky and said, "Although many years have passed and you've understood many things, how can you let go so easily? The matter of being bullied at Rejuvenation Valley is only a small part of it." Then he slowly said, "When I was young, I was not a medicine boy at Rejuvenation Valley. My mother and I lived in a mountain village far away from Worry City. Although our family was poor, it was very warm. When I was 6 years old, I met Rejuvenation Valley, who went to the mountain village to look for talented medicine boys. At that time, Commander Nye was still very young. When he saw me, he thought that my talent was very good and could be sent to the Church of Spreading Fragrance as a medicine boy. However, I was unwilling to leave my mother and did not agree to go to Rejuvenation Valley with him. Thus, Commander Nye deceived my mother and told her of many good prospects. He was even willing to bring my mother to Rejuvenation Valley to learn the art of medicinal herbs with me. How could my mother know so much? She only wanted me to have a good future. When she heard Commander Nye's extravagant words, she agreed to come with me to Rejuvenation Valley. Later, I became familiar with the other medicine boys at Rejuvenation Valley. I knew that as long as I went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, I would not be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Naturally, I did not agree and was unwilling to leave my mother. When my mother heard that I might not be able to return, she was also hesitant. However, at that time, Commander Nye deceived us. If we went to the Church of Spreading Fragrance, as long as we did well and practiced martial arts, we would be able to return to Rejuvenation Valley. Although my mother was still reluctant, she didn't want me to lose this good opportunity to stand out. So, she nodded and agreed. Moreover, she severely punished me. She made me kneel in the courtyard and reflect on my mistakes. She didn't want me to have any bad thoughts anymore. Thus, I did my best to learn about medicinal herbs and wanted to perform well in the Church of Spreading Fragrance. However, when I arrived at the pill hole, I realized how difficult it was to leave the Church of Spreading Fragrance. From then on, I was never able to see my mother, even once. Please give me a monthly vote and a recommendation vote. Chapter 539. In the beginning, Chen Fengxiao spoke tirelessly, as if he was talking about something unrelated to others. But in the end, when he talked about her mother, he did not hide his feelings. There was a look in his eyes that made it difficult to look back on the past. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart ached. She thought of her mother, who was far away in the Guozhuang house. Even if she successfully found her second brother, it would still be 2 years before she could leave the cult of fragrance. She did not know how worried her mother would be. Chen Fengxiao continued, "I was young at that time and believed the promise of the Rejuvenation Valley. I thought that with my intelligence and diligence, I could quickly leave the cult of fragrance. Sigh, I was so stupid. I knew that there were not tens of thousands of medicine apprentices who left the Rejuvenation Valley, but who could return to the Rejuvenation Valley? I only thought that in this world, as long as you had the ability, everything would be fine. Who knew that not everyone in this world was born equal? I only knew that I had to first become an outer disciple to qualify for the assessment. As long as I passed the assessment, I would have the right to roam the Jianghu. So I farmed and practiced martial arts. But how could I know that martial arts were practiced from a young age? No matter how hard I worked, I could not catch up to the standard of an outer disciple. Moreover, I was homesick and my martial arts were not great. I wanted to pass the assessment. Who knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for every disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall? In the end, Zhang Xiaohua did not know what to feel when she heard this. Valley Head Nye of the Rejuvenation Valley was really good to her. It was all thanks to Valley Head Nye that she was able to enter the cult of fragrance. But after all, no one was perfect. After hearing Chen Fengxiao's experience, Valley Head Nye did not do the right thing. Of course, from another perspective, to be able to become a medicine apprentice in the cult of fragrance, not only did she not have to worry about food and water, but she could also practice martial arts. For an orphan and a widow, it was an extremely bright future. Sigh, Chen Fengxiao did not want this future. He only wanted to be with his mother. This kind of lawsuit, Who could say for sure? When Xueqi saw that Chen Fengxiao had finished speaking, he asked, Brother Ren, since Headmaster Chen has already explained the reason, shouldn't you say something too? Zhang Xiaohua didn't pay attention to him. She only asked softly. Then there was no news of Nyongqin after that? Chen Fengxiao smiled bitterly. What news could there be? At first, I was still young and didn't carry much weight, so Yang Yao didn't pay any attention to me. I begged him countless times, wanting to know a little bit about my mother, but he didn't agree. He only said that it was the sect's rules and he didn't dare to go against them. Later on, when I gained some reputation, I failed to become an outer disciple and refused to be disciplined by the hall, so I was sent to Tianmu Peak. Only then did that guy start to pay attention to me. He only brought me one piece of news, and that was about my mother. Sigh. News that she died of depression. Sigh. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua didn't need Chen Fengxiao to say it. Otherwise, Chen Fengxiao wouldn't have vented his anger on Rejuvenation Valley. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, To be honest, since Headmaster Chen didn't treat me as an outsider and told me the whole story, I naturally can't hide anything. Actually, Valley Head Nye and I aren't relatives. I only have some friendship with his daughter, Nye Qianyu. Of course, this friendship isn't what it looks like on the surface. You may have the opportunity to know about this tonight. What I need to say again is that I really won't get involved in the feud between Headmaster Chen and Rejuvenation Valley. I don't have the right to do so. I only came to the incense religion to learn more about alchemy and planting. Moreover, I have the same thoughts as Headmaster Chen in the past. I don't plan to stay in the incense religion forever. I will also walk the same path as Headmaster Chen in the past. Zhang Xiaohua came to the incense religion under the guise of Rejuvenation Valley's prospective son-in-law. Presumably, Yang Yao wanted to report to the hall master of Pill Expansion Hall. Chen Fengxiao had a certain amount of influence in the Pill Expansion Hall, so he should be able to find out a thing or two. She didn't need to hide it, but she wasn't a real son-in-law after all. She couldn't deny it either. She could only vaguely explain and express her attitude that she wouldn't get involved in the feud between Rejuvenation Valley and Chen Fengxiao. As for Zhang Xiaohua wanting to enter the outer sect and pass the test to return to Jianghu, that was something she would do in the future. She definitely couldn't hide it from others. Moreover, if Chen Fengxiao could break through the outer sect and return to Jianghu, why couldn't she, Zhang Xiaohua, do the same? Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua made it clear. On the one hand, she wanted to tell Chen Fengxiao that she was just a passerby of the Pill Expansion Hall. She had no interest in his Tianmu Peak and didn't want to replace him to manage the grass division. She just wanted to farm peacefully and he didn't need to worry about her. On the other hand, she wanted to tell Chen Fengxiao about her background and win his favor. She wanted to ask him for advice on breaking through the outer sect in the future. She even wanted to make use of Chen Fengxiao's influence to help her find her second brother. When Chen Fengxiao and Xueqi heard this short sentence, they were shocked. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't explicitly state her relationship with Valley Head Nye, but since she pointed out Nye Qianyu, it was most likely related to love. They were all experienced people. How could they not know? What surprised them the most was that Zhang Xiaohua didn't hide it from them and told them her purpose in coming to the incense religion. It wasn't that there weren't people in Jianghu who wanted to go to a higher-level sect to study and practice, but there were absolutely no people who wanted to come to the incense religion. This was a path of no return. However, they immediately understood the mystery. Since it was Valley Head Nye's request, based on the relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the incense religion, they might be able to make an exception. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was so young that she could compete with Chen Fengxiao. Others didn't know the strength of an outer sect disciple, but Chen Fengxiao was very clear. His martial arts were comparable to an ordinary outer sect disciple. If she was given a few more years to pass the outer sect examination and roam Jianghu, she would definitely be able to do it. Comparisons are odious. Chen Fengxiao and Xueqi looked at each other and laughed bitterly. Chen Feng smiled and stared at Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, then said sincerely, "Little brother, since you said so, then I'll also tell you. Last night, I thought about a lot of things and wanted to set you up. On the way here with junior brother Qiu, we were discussing how to deal with our relationship. Since little brother is so sincere, then I can't refuse. If little brother needs anything from me in the future, just say the word, and I will do my best to help." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and cupped his hands. "Then I will thank Head Chen first. In the future, There will definitely be many things that I will need your help with. Chen Fengxiao waved his hand. We are all brothers, don't be so polite. Only Qiu Wei Cheng frowned slightly. He looked at Chen Fengxiao and immediately put on a smile. That's right, Brother Ren. In the future, if there is anything that you need, our Tianmu Peaks Grass Department, Pill Department will be your support. Pill Department? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Qiu Wei Cheng smiled. Brother Ren, you are weird. Actually, there is a lot of friction between the Pill Department and the Grass Department. But after all, they both belong to the Pill Expanding Hall. Regardless of whether it is Wu Dalong, the 10 Vajras of the Pill Department or the 6 Great Luohan of the Grass Department, they are all good brothers who failed to break into the outer sect under Head Chen's guidance. Okay. Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, You make it sound like I am a hero. However, I am defeated by the outer sect disciples and cannot be compared to Lu Lihong. In the future, it will depend on little brother's performance. Lu Lihong? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. This was the second time he heard this name. He opened his mouth and was about to ask when Qiu Wei Cheng interrupted. Head Chen is right. The new generation will replace the old. In the future, it will depend on little brother Ren. Chen Fengxiao smiled and nodded. Forget it, let's talk about serious matters. Junior Qiu, tell little brother about the current strength of the Pill Department and Grass Department so that he will know. Qiu Wei Cheng nodded in agreement. He cleared his throat and said, The battle between the Grass Department and the Pill Department is usually attended by Head Chen, Wu Dalong, the 10 Vajras and the 6 Great Luohan. Because the Grass Department is not strong enough, sometimes we have to let the Grass Department disciples with average martial arts participate. Actually, just by looking at the number of people, we can see that the Grass Department is at a disadvantage. However, among the 18 people, only Head Chen's martial arts are better than theirs. The rest are of the same level. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, If there are only 7 rounds, we should be able to gain the upper hand. Qiu Wei Cheng looked at Zhang Xiaohua unhappily and said, If little brother Ren can think of it, the Pill Department will naturally be able to think of it too. However, in this battle between the Pill Department and the Grass Department, there has to be a winner in every round. Our brothers from the Grass Department were invited by Head Chen from other peaks. Furthermore, to be honest, their level of martial arts is not very good. The best of them is only around the middle level of the Pill Department. Therefore, in every battle, the Pill Department wins the most and we lose the most. Therefore, the pockets of our brothers from the Grass Department are empty. We don't even have any pills. Even when we eat in the dining hall, we can't stand straight. Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, If little brother Ren didn't go to the dining hall yesterday, you wouldn't have been bullied by Cheng Shi from the Pill Department. No one from the Grass Department stood up for you. Qiu Wei Cheng continued. The good thing is that the number of people participating in the battle is fixed. However, the order of the battles is kept a secret. It is only announced before the start of each battle. Therefore, there are times when our disciples can win a few rounds. Zhang Xiaohua understood. It was because of this that the Grass Department was able to hold on, that the battle was interesting. Therefore, she asked, Then for the battle this afternoon, what is Head Chen's plan? Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, Isn't it because we want to see little brother Ren's level of martial arts? Only then can we make a decision and give the Pill Department a surprise. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, This is my first time here. I will listen to Head Chen's instructions. Everything can be discussed. Recommend me. Chapter 540. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chen Fengxiao was elated. He nodded and said, Since you have said so, I will not decline. Please come closer. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and listened to Chen Fengxiao explain the arrangements in a low voice. After hearing Chen Fengxiao's arrangements, Zhang Xiaohua had a strange look on her face. She asked curiously, Head Chen, your arrangements are indeed marvelous, but yesterday Wu Dalong, without waiting for Chen Fengxiao to speak, Qiu Wei Cheng interrupted. Head Chen, everyone says that I am the strategist of the Grass Division of Tianmu Peak. Only today did I know that you are the real brains of the Grass Division. The flattery brought Chen Fengxiao out of his gloominess and a smile appeared on his face. Qiu Wei Cheng saw that Zhang Xiaohua still did not quite understand. He smiled and said, Little brother, think about it. Yesterday in the dining hall, although all the conflicts were caused by little brother, And Wu Dalong from the Dan department also pointed the spearhead of the bet at little brother. Have you thought about it? If you were to fight against 10 of the Dan department's 10 great Vajras one by one, would you be willing? That is a tag team battle. Not to mention whether you are the strongest opponents, you would be exhausted to death. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and disagreed. That may not be the case. Each of these 10 people is worth 50 taels of gold. I can't wait for them to fight me together. Qiu Wei-cheng continued. Brother Ren is a disciple of the Grass Division and has entrusted Head Chen to arrange everything. Isn't this raising Brother Ren's matter to the Grass Division? Since it is a battle between the Grass Division and the Pill Division, Head Chen's arrangement is reasonable. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua understood and gave a thumbs up. Head Chen is indeed amazing. I believe that Wu Dalong is racking his brains on who will fight in the afternoon. No, Chen Fengxiao shook his head and laughed. That is not racking his brains, that is being overwrought. Zhang Xiaohua and Qiu Wei-cheng heard and laughed. Yes, that's right. Usually, when the pill department and the grass department fought, the stakes were always pills. Although these things were hard currency, the pill department was in charge of refining pills. Wouldn't everyone have some pills in their hands? Even though he had won some herbs from the grass division, they were only materials for refining pills, so they weren't that attractive. But this time, the prize for the bet was actually a golden leaf. Not to mention going up on stage, just listening to it was enough to make him drool to the ground. When the 10 great guardian deities heard that the gambling match was going to start this afternoon and that Zhang Xiaohua was going to fight, they all came to Wu Dalong's hall early in the morning to fight for the opportunity to be the first to fight. Cheng Shi opened his mouth and complained. Dalong, please give me a chance. You didn't see how miserable I was yesterday. Oh right, my mouth is still swollen. The 50 taels of gold that I received was taken back by that brat. If you don't let me go up on stage and teach that brat a lesson, how can I swallow this? Wu Dalong was helpless. He stared at Cheng Shi for a long time and said, Weren't you beaten up badly enough yesterday? Why are you still thinking of getting beaten up today? Since you weren't a match for them yesterday, won't you be beaten up today? If you lost yesterday, then so be it. But today, you are representing the pill department. Can you do it? Cheng Shi patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Dang. Yesterday was just an accident. I didn't expect that brat to dare to hit me. Those people from the grass department have always been bowing and scraping in the dining hall. Who knew that since we are going to fight today, I will do my best. I will definitely win glory for the pill department. Before he finished speaking, a person walked in and pulled him aside. He mocked. How is your martial arts? Why don't I know? If you can succeed, I will naturally have a better chance of beating that brat. Won't I have more confidence if I go up on stage? Don't you think so, Dalong? When Cheng Shi saw the person who came, he didn't dare to refute. He only said, Oh, Brother Jiu is here? Didn't you go down the mountain yesterday? Why are you back so early today? Brother Jiu saw Cheng Shi and said with a smile, Last night, I heard the news that you were beaten up. Which of the 10 great guardian deities of the pill department isn't a person who can do whatever he wants on Tianmu Peak? A brat from the grass department actually dared to touch a tiger's butt. How can Brother Jiu not stand up for you? Just you wait and see how I deal with him. Cheng Shi's face was bitter. Didn't he come early in the morning to block the door of Wuzhou ruins so that he could get the spot to go up on stage without anyone knowing? Since Brother Jiu who went out had returned, there was no need to talk about the others. He could only turn his head and say, Dang, since Brother Jiu is willing to stand up for me, then I won't dare to snatch this opportunity from Brother Jiu. But I was injured yesterday. The golden leaves that Brother Jiu obtained. Can you consider giving me some? Before Wu Dalong could say anything, another voice came from outside the door. Brother Jiu, you're wrong. Since it's a gambling fight, the prize should belong to the person who goes up on stage. As for your injuries, you can use elixirs to make up for them. The three of them raised their heads. The person who came in was Brother Jiu of the 10 great guardian deities. Brother Jiu looked at Brother Jiu and Cheng Shi, cupped his hands and said, You two brothers are really early. I thought I was the first to come. When the two of them saw him come in, they naturally knew what was going on. They returned the greeting in a bad mood. Brother Jiu said to Wuzhou ruins, Dalong, the person for the gambling fight with that brat from the grass division hasn't been decided yet. If the two of them go up, How can it be safer than if I go up? You should let me go up. Looking at Brother Jiu who rushed over, Wu Zhou Ruin's face was expressionless. He said weakly, forget it. Don't argue for now. Let's discuss again when your brothers are here. Sure enough, not long after, the 10 great guardian deities of the Pill Division, who usually only appeared at noon, all appeared in the hall. The 10 of them looked at each other and chuckled. They didn't say anything else. They found chairs and sat down, quietly waiting for Wu Zhou Ruins to speak. Just as Chen Fengxiao said, Wu Zhou Ruins was indeed in a terrible fix. If they let Cheng Shi go up on stage, although it would be justified, this guy didn't have the slightest bit of confidence. The possibility of him being kicked out was higher. However, if they let the boss who had the greatest confidence go up on stage, the other 8 great guardian deities would also be dissatisfied. Sigh, nonsense. That was 50 taels of gold. It wasn't an ordinary elixir. Looking at the 10 great guardian deities sitting in 2 rows below him, then looking at the desire in their eyes and the enmity in their eyes, Wu Zhou Ruin smiled bitterly. This Jin Zi is really a bastard. After thinking for a moment, Wu Zhou Ruins couldn't think of a good idea. It was obvious that whoever went up would offend the others. He could only clear his throat and say, Brothers, I know why everyone is here today. There's no need to say anything. I can't tell who's going up and who's not. Let's do the same as before. Let's draw lots. Everyone looked at each other. The boss stood up first and said, Dalong, we used to draw lots. This is too unoriginal. Moreover, this kid from the grass division actually dared to slap our pill division on the face on his first day here. We must regain our face. In this first round, we must show our imposing manner, show our might, show our spirit. Haha. Therefore I think that we must send someone who we have absolute confidence in. Only then can we let that kid know the power of our pill division. What do you think? Before Wu Zhou Ruins could say anything, the second brother beside him was dissatisfied. He jumped out and said, Don't worry, big brother. Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Let second brother do this. I'm also very confident. Really, I've practiced a few special skills these few days. It's just nice to let that kid see how powerful I am. The boss smiled and said, Second brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you. This first round concerns the face of our pill division. Why don't you show me your special skills first? Then we'll talk about going up on stage. How could second brother back down? He rolled up his sleeves and said, Then let Dalong see who's the most suitable. Seeing that the 2 of them were about to fight, Wu Zhoushu shouted, Sit down. I haven't finished speaking. What's the matter? Isn't it just 50 taels of gold? Look at all of you. You only have gold in your eyes. Don't you have brothers? Hee. The 2 of them laughed and sat down. Third brother and the others also wanted to speak. Wu Zhoushu quickly raised his hand and said, Stop, all of you stop. Let me finish. Everyone could only sit down. Wu Zhoushu said, I know that everyone wants to contribute to our pill division. But after all, this first round is very important. I've already chosen someone who has absolute confidence in. Hearing this, the boss puffed out his chest and said, Then let's do as Dalong says. I'll definitely support Dalong. Everyone shushed him. Wu Zhoushu said again, But since everyone wants to be the first to go on stage, and our pill division is very democratic, I've decided to draw lots for the first round. Seeing that everyone was about to speak again, he quickly waved his hand and said, But for this drawing of lots, we'll take the first round. We'll talk about the other 9 rounds separately. Everyone was stunned. Then they muttered in their hearts, What's the difference between this and taking all 10 rounds together? Seeing that no one spoke, Wu Zhoushu smiled and said, Since everyone doesn't object, then it's decided. However, there's one more thing. The first round's prize is 50 taels of gold. I know that some of us don't have enough elixirs. If it's a normal day, our pill division can help pay for it. But not today. If anyone doesn't have enough elixirs, say it now. Don't lose when the time comes and you can't take it out. A few of the 10 people were dumbfounded. In the past, they had the support of the pill division. Even if they didn't have enough elixirs, they could still go on stage. Today. But after a long while, no one withdrew. Wu Zhoushu could only say, Cheng Shi, you go and prepare the drawing of lots. Not long after, Cheng Shi brought the rolled-up paper and said, Dalong, there's only one with ink in it. Whoever draws it will get it. Okay. Wu Zhou took the paper and counted it carefully. He frowned and asked, "Why did you only draw 10 lots?" Chapter 541. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Cheng Shi counted left and right and said, "Delang, isn't it just 10 people?" Wu Zhou smiled and said, "Since there are only 10 lots, that's good. Since old man had already fought with the grass division kid yesterday, let me have this chance. Furthermore, you were the one who drew the lots. If you continue to draw the lots, it will be hard to avoid suspicion. You can just stand aside and watch." When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. No wonder the drawing of lots this time was different from the previous times. There was actually this layer of reason. When Cheng Shi heard this, he was very dissatisfied and muttered, "Delang, you are competing with the people for benefits. This is not what a superior person would do." Wu Zhou smiled embarrassedly and said embarrassedly, "The landlord doesn't have any extra food." Bang! With a few sounds, everyone fell from their chairs. Before they fell, they all had the same thought. Luckily I came to find him. Otherwise, the most suitable candidate would have been taken by him alone. Not to mention that the people of the Pill Division were fighting until their heads were broken and bleeding because they were the first to fight against Zhang Xiaohua. Beside the cliff of Tianmu Peak, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Weicheng chatted with Zhang Xiaohua for a while. Then, Chen Fengxiao gave Qiu Weicheng a look. Qiu Weicheng knew that the headmaster had something private to say to Zhang Xiaohua. He smiled and said, "I've talked with Brother Ren for half a day and also sat on the grass for half a day. Headmaster Chen, please accompany Brother Ren while I call the brothers over to clean up this small courtyard. No matter what Brother Ren thinks, he should still stay in this small courtyard for the next few days of the battle." After he finished speaking, he stood up and cupped his hands and left. After Qiu Weicheng had walked far away, Chen Feng smiled and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He asked hesitantly, "Little brother, although you did not explicitly state your relationship with Rejuvenation Valley, but based on your martial arts and what you said yesterday, that you seem to know how to refine pills, I know that your relationship with Rejuvenation Valley must be very close. I believe what little brother said just now, that you will not care about my grudge with Rejuvenation Valley. However, I still want to ask, does little brother really know how to refine pills?" Zhang Xiaohua thought he wanted to ask about her relationship with Rejuvenation Valley, but he suddenly changed the topic and asked if she knew how to refine pills. Connecting it to Chen Fengxiao's expression when he heard that she knew how to refine pills yesterday, she couldn't help but start. She asked curiously, "Is the art of refining pills very rare? Our Tianmu Peak has so many disciples from the pill department. Don't they all know how to concoct pills?" "They all know how to refine pills?" Chen Feng sneered. "You think too highly of this group of disciples." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Aren't the disciples of the pill department supposed to refine pills? How can they not be? Chen Fengxiao looked at the white clouds in the distance and said disappointedly, "If they refine pills like Rejuvenation Valley, then some of them can be considered to know how to refine pills." "You've also seen Rejuvenation Valley's pill refining room?" Chen Fengxiao was even more surprised than her. "You're a medicine boy chosen by Rejuvenation Valley, but you don't even know this? Although the medicine boys of Rejuvenation Valley don't need to refine pills, they must know the steps of refining pills. However, they don't teach the specifics of how to do it. Thus, they must be in Rejuvenation Valley's pill refining room to observe pill refining." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and didn't explain. Chen Fengxiao didn't pursue the matter and continued, "Anyway, I was filled with longing for pill refining back then. I thought that I could learn pill refining after coming to the Cult of Fragrance. Unfortunately, I only found out after coming here that only the disciples of the pill department in the Cult of Fragrance can come into contact with pill refining. We of the grass department can only grow medicinal herbs. We can't even enter the pill refining room." "You can't even enter the pill refining room?" Zhang Xiaohua almost cried out. "Yes, that's right. Every disciple of the Cult of Fragrance has their own duties and is forbidden from secretly learning other disciples' things." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Tianmu Peak is Headmaster Chen's territory. I don't believe that Headmaster Chen hasn't even been to the pill refining room of the pill department." Chen Fengxiao didn't hide his smile and nodded. "That was my original plan. I wanted to secretly learn from the pill refining room of the pill department. However, when I saw the refining methods of the pill department's consecrators, I no longer wanted to learn pill refining from the disciples of the pill department." Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. She was already on the alert. Let's talk about the pill refining methods of the pill department first. Not all of the disciples of the pill department on Tianmu Peak refine pills. Some clean and classify medicinal herbs. Some refine pills. Only a small portion of them refine pills. Clean medicinal herbs? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua understood a little. The pill department of the pill spreading hall seemed to have similar refining methods to the Rejuvenation Valley. That's right. Only a small portion of the disciples refine pills. Moreover, their refining methods are the same as the Rejuvenation Valleys. In addition to these disciples, there are several pill spreading halls consecrators. They were either eliminated from the inner sex pill refining selection, or they were too old to be qualified for the inner sex pill refining. Thus, they came to the pill spreading hall to enjoy their remaining years. However, their refining methods are beyond the reach of the Rejuvenation Valley. It is said to be the legendary true refining of pills. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought, it seems that the cult of fragrance is indeed powerful. I only learned the method of imitating vital qi from the Alliance of Righteous Sex after learning the method of enchanting finger from the Alliance of Righteous Sex. Presumably, the cult of fragrance also has this method. It's just that these consecrators don't accept disciples. I only saw it from afar and realized how shallow the refining methods of the pill department are. Thus I gave up the idea of learning. Zhang Xiaohua asked, then the hard currency in the pill department is, naturally, it's the pills refined by the consecrators. How can the pills refined by the pill department be used for circulation? Moreover, these consecrators are free and unfettered on Tianmu Peak. If they don't have a good relationship with us, they may not be as comfortable as they are now. Thus, they are willing to turn a blind eye. Alas, although these consecrators are more powerful than the disciples of the pill department, their refining rate is still very low. They can't be compared to the inner sex refining. I heard that the inner sex refining rate is already 60%. Refining rate? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He had seen this term in the jade slip before, but he had never understood it. Now that he heard it, he couldn't help but ask. And that's right. The refining rate of the pill department's consecrators is usually 30%. It's far from being comparable to the inner sect disciples. Thus, we don't dare to cut off the flow. Oh right, little brother, what's the refining rate? Chen Fengxiao didn't suspect anything and asked casually. Oh, it's only 10 to 20%. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to say too much. Since the refining rate was low, he could just continue. Chen Fengxiao's eyes flashed with surprise. He said it's already not bad. Very good, very good. Zhang Xiaohua was startled. Only now did he understand that Chen Fengxiao was testing him. He couldn't help but smile and say, Headmaster Chen has good intentions. How do you know that I can refine pills like the consecrators of the pill department? Ha ha ha, Chen Fengxiao seemed to be very happy. He said, last night, little brother said that you can refine pills. I've been thinking about it. Rejuvenation Valley's Nie Shuai has been trying to understand the secrets of the ancient refining method for decades. This guy is extremely intelligent and won't give up until he achieves his goal. He must have already caused some trouble. Moreover, little brother's martial arts is exactly what the ancient refining method requires. Thus I took the risk to try. Zhang Xiaohua secretly cursed. He only said, Headmaster Chen has seen through me. I only said that I can use water to refine pills. Who knew that Headmaster Chen has discerning eyes? I can't hide it from you. Haha, Chen Fengxiao smiled slyly and said, this is our grass department's secret. Remember, little brother, you must not tell anyone else. Otherwise, there will be trouble that you can't imagine. Zhang Xiaohua thought. What kind of trouble can there be? It's just letting the upper echelons of the pill hall know, and moving me from Tianmu Peak to Baiyu Peak. You won't be able to get any benefits. However, if I go to Baiyu Peak, won't I become the focus of everyone's attention? Not to mention that I have to refine pills for the pill hall every day. I can't even fill my own pockets. Who has the patience to work for them? Furthermore, at that time, won't I be watched closely? Even if I want to look for second brother, it won't be possible. Since you want to keep it a secret and keep me at Tianmu Peak, don't you know that I also want to keep it a secret and use Tianmu Peak as a cover? Aren't we thinking of the same thing? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm most afraid of trouble. Headmaster Chen, Please bear with me. Chen Fengxiao smiled and nodded. Little brother, don't worry. Since you want to stay at Tianmu Peak, I will do my best to satisfy your request. I won't let you regret your choice today. As they were talking, Xueqi brought over 10 strong disciples and gave them some instructions. He then let them go to the small courtyard and walk to the cliff. He cupped his hands and said, Little brother, there's nothing important in the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Just some gold leaves. Nothing else. Ha ha ha, Chen Fengxiao and Xueqi both laughed and said, These gold leaves will cause a lot of trouble. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, How would I know that someone would take my bag? If there's anyone to blame, it's Cheng Shi. Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, Little brother, don't be too nervous. With me here at Tianmu Peak, they won't dare to do anything ugly. At most, they'll use a bet to lure you to lose the gold leaves to them. Then I'm relieved. Just this bet, I'll take the gold leaves. Even if there are more in the future, just the pills will be enough. Ha! Chen Fengxiao smiled and looked at Xueqi and said, Okay, the matter has been explained clearly. Little brother, you should prepare. Although you don't have to fight in the afternoon, you should rest well and put on a show for them. Xueqi cupped his hands and said, Then we'll take our leave. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, After the two of you leave, I'll stay here and watch the clouds rise and fall. Chen Fengxiao and Xueqi walked very far away. Xueqi turned back and looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was already out of sight. He frowned and said, Headmaster Chen, why is this guy not being honest? You've already told him the truth. Why is he still hiding it? Is there something fishy going on? Chen Fengxiao also laughed coldly and said, Since he's come to our Tianmu Peak, even if he's a strong dragon, we'll turn him into a loach. No matter what his background is, he's just a relative of that old man Nye. From his tone, he's probably in cahoots with that old man Nye's daughter. Haha, we've dealt with more than 1 or 2 people from Rejuvenation Valley. Today, we've finally caught a big fish. Please vote, vote, vote. If you want to know what's going to happen, please go to www.chidian.com and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 542. Xueqi smacked his lips and laughed. Yes, head leader Chen, this is a few hundred taels of gold leaves. Even I am envious of it. Humph, Chen Feng laughed coldly. Gold leaves are just pleasing to the eye, but what use do they have in the incense order? Even if I give you all the gold leaves, will you be able to sleep at night? This. Xueqi did not know how to answer, but he was still unwilling. This is hard to say. If I did not know, then so be it. But now that I know, I can't get a share of it. Does head leader Chen not want to get a share? Chen Feng laughed and waved his hand. We are all brothers of the grass division. How do you expect me to do it? Let's see the news from the pill-spreading hall first. Also, let's see how this guy's martial arts are. It seems that head leader Chen does not believe this guy's words. Believe? That's strange. Chen Feng laughed and curled his lips. He is just a young man in his teens, and not from any famous sect. Who knows better than me what the people of Rejuvenation Valley are like? Even that old man Nye may not be my match. How can he be my match? I can only fend off 2 Cheng Shi, but he can deal with 3. He's really bragging without fear of losing his teeth. You are wise, head leader. However, since he is able to deal with 2 Cheng Shis, he can be considered as one of the top few in our Tianmu Peak. Therefore he is still useful. Let him stay here for a while. After a long time, we will find out more about him. Alright, let's do as head leader says. Let's discuss the order of the battle. Well, actually, there's nothing much to say. The pill department will definitely send De Jin Gang to fight. Let's just do as we discussed when we came here. I want to see how good he is. Anyway, we'll arrange 3 gambling fights for this guy. This way, we can cover Wu Dalong's mouth. Head leader, aren't 3 battles too many? Even you can only fight 3 rounds at most. Normally, 2 rounds are enough. Chen Feng laughed and waved his hand. No problem. Didn't that guy say he can handle 3 Cheng Shi? 3 battles are just right. Then which match should we bet on? Do you even need to ask? Of course, I'm betting on this guy for the first round. I don't have any confidence in the other 2 rounds, so don't bet. Let the brothers play. Oh, I know. The 2 of them slowly walked into the courtyard as they talked. As they walked further and further away, a head suddenly appeared under a tree. He looked at them from afar and was a little confused. Which match? What do you mean? Zhang Xiaohua returned to the side of the cliff and gazed at the misty mountain range. She couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Chen Fengxiao looks very straightforward on the surface, as if he's very concerned about me, but he's still secretly on his guard. He even has some intentions of controlling me. Isn't it just concocting pills? I'll just concoct pills for you. Why would I be afraid of you? Not to mention the 3 of you, even if all of you came, wouldn't this young master still move a few more times? I'd like to see what powerful means you have that can surprise me. Not long after, a few disciples who were cleaning up the courtyard came over and asked her to check. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about it and waved her hand to let them go. The dozen or so disciples didn't feel unhappy. Their eyes were full of envy when they looked at those people, as if their treatment made them jealous. Returning to the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the courtyard under the warm sunlight. Immersed in the pleasure of comprehending the way of heaven, it was only at this moment that she felt that her life hadn't been lost in vain. In the blink of an eye, the sun had already risen. Sitting in the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She released her divine sense and saw Bai Huan walking over from outside the bamboo forest. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and got up to return to the house. She sat on the chair and waited for the arrival of this senior brother Bai. Not long after, she heard Bai Huan shouting outside. "Junior brother Ren, are you in the courtyard?" Zhang Xiaohua said loudly. "Yes, senior brother Bai. Come in, why are you so polite?" Bai Huan entered the courtyard and said, "Junior brother, you don't know. In the morning, Headmaster Chan had already announced to the brothers of the grass division that if you don't agree, you can't enter this small courtyard. I don't want to be polite with you, but I can't not listen to Headmaster's arrangements." Zhang Xiaohua raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I see. Then I'll have to trouble you to shout before you come in." "It's nothing," Bai Huan said, looking around. "Junior brother, I don't want to criticize you, but what's so good about this place? It's so far away from anywhere. Why don't you move back and live with us?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "It's just a temporary residence. Let's talk about it later." "That's right. I knew Headmaster wouldn't leave you here. This place is quiet during the day, but at night, it's..." Then, he moved closer to Zhang Xiaohua's ear and said, "I also know that you're here for the safety of the Golden Leaf. After this battle, I'm sure no one will have any ideas about the Golden Leaf anymore, right?" How would I know that? Maybe there will be more people?" "Ahem, junior brother Ren, let's not talk too much. Headmaster asked me to call you. The battle is about to start and they're waiting for you. All right, you still have to bring this bag with you." After saying that, he looked at the big bag on the table with great envy. Zhang Xiaohua knew that this big bag was Chen Fengxiao's bait. How could she not take it? So she walked to the front, picked it up and said, "Senior brother Bai, please lead the way." The place of the battle seemed not to be in the yard. Bai Huan led Zhang Xiaohua to walk along the mountain road outside the yard. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of something and could not help asking, "Senior brother Bai, I have something to ask." Bai Huan asked curiously, "What's the matter? You wanted to ask yesterday. Just say it." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I want to ask Senior brother Bai, what is the meaning of the elixir success rate?" Bai Huan asked curiously. "The elixir success rate is used by the elixir department to refine elixirs. How do you know it?" Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, "In the morning, Headmaster said that the elixir success rate of several executives of the elixir department was extremely high. I didn't quite understand and didn't dare to ask more. Senior brother Bai, you've been in our pill expanding hall for many years, so you naturally know it." "Of course, there's nothing in this pill expanding hall that I don't know," Bai Huan said proudly. As the name suggests, the elixir success rate is the probability of refining elixirs successfully. Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to know and asked curiously, "Is there a time when refining elixirs is unsuccessful?" Of course, the most important thing in refining elixirs is to control the temperature of the furnace. If you're not careful, all the herbs in the furnace will turn into ashes. Moreover, the time of adding the herbs and the proportion of the mixture will also affect the refining of the elixir. Many times, the elixir produced will have no effect or very poor effect, which is also a failure. Oh, I see. Zhang Xiaohua looked thoughtful and said to herself, it turns out that the executives of the pill expanding hall only have a 50% chance of success when refining elixirs. I haven't failed yet. Zhang Xiaohua's little tail was raised quietly again. Then, what about the disciples of our elixir department? Their elixir success rate? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously again. Humph, Bai Huan snorted and said, they don't have any elixir success rate. Look at their arrogant faces. They think that only the elixir department can refine elixirs in the whole pill expanding hall. They just boil the elixirs. Even I can do it. Who can't? That's right. I didn't like them when I came to the dining room yesterday. They all had their noses in the air. Our brothers of the grass department are more low-key. They are the real capable ones. Zhang Xiaohua's little flattery made Bai Huan feel very comfortable. She increasingly felt that this little junior brother was pleasing to the eye. As expected, the place of the gambling fight was not in the yard, but on another vast lawn. At this moment, hundreds of people were sitting on the lawn. They were divided into two groups and surrounded the open space in the middle. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua appeared, the whole messy place immediately became silent. Hundreds of pairs of eyes stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua. Ahem, no, they were staring at the huge bag in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously wrapped her arms around the bag and held it in her arms. At this time, everyone reluctantly moved their eyes away and whispered to each other in an instant. Bai Huan familiarly led Zhang Xiaohua to the left side of the open space. There were already a few people who looked very strong sitting on the ground casually. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they didn't get up. Bai Huan had to take Zhang Xiaohua to them and introduce them to Zhang Xiaohua one by one. They were the 6 great ahets of the grass department. Those people looked at Zhang Xiaohua and nodded slightly. Zhang Xiaohua also snorted a few times and just nodded like them. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, several so-called ahets frowned slightly and expressed their dissatisfaction. Seeing this, Bai Huan panicked and quietly poked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care and just pretended not to see it. Bai Huan had no choice but to point to the few people in the front row and introduce them one by one. They were the 10 great guardian warriors of the pill department. Among them, Cheng Shi was half squatting there with gritted teeth. He was holding a huge dog's tail grass in his hand and biting it fiercely, as if he could vent the anger in his chest by doing so. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and was about to ask Bai Huan when she saw Chen Fengxiao, Qiu Weiqing and Wu Zhouxu in the distance accompanying 5 hale and hearty old men with white hair and beards walking over. Seeing them appear, the disciples who were sitting casually on the ground all stood up and stood there in an orderly manner to welcome their arrival. These are the 5 consecrators of our pill-spreading hall on Tianmu Peak. They have all been in the inner sanctum before and can be considered the most respected people on Tianmu Peak. All the gambling fights are decided by them. Bai Huan moved closer to Zhang Xiaohua and whispered in her ear. The 5 consecrators, accompanied by Chen Fengxiao and the other 2, walked to the 5 tables on the empty ground. They did not stand on ceremony and sat down skillfully. A few disciples had already served them fragrant tea. Then, Chen Fengxiao clasped his hands at the 5 consecrators and nodded at the Wuzhou ruins. He said loudly, "Brothers from the Grass Division and Pill Division, please take a seat. The battle officially begins." Chapter 543. When the disciples below the stage heard the announcement, they all jumped up and cheered loudly as if they'd been injected with chicken blood. Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting at the front, jumped from the excitement and was instantly drowned in the sea of cheers. Looking at the disciples around her in a very terrifying manner, Zhang Xiaohua sighed inwardly. "AI, people with no aspirations are truly pitiful. It's just a simple gambling fight and they're already so happy. If there's a cheerleading squad," before she could form her thoughts, she saw a dozen or so disciples dressed in martial attire scurry out from the shadows. Some were empty-handed, some were holding swords, some were holding sabers, and a few were holding wooden sticks that were as tall as eyebrows. When they walked to different positions in the open space, they cupped their hands in salute to the surroundings. They were like entertainers in the Jianghu, performing a routine that looked impressive but was useless. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's train of thought stopped and her mouth almost couldn't close. This gambling fight was a bit too gaudy. However, when she saw the acrobatic disciples, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the entertainer she'd saved in Lu Town called Xueqi. This person seemed to know a bit about pills and had given her a shabby pill recipe that seemed to be recorded on silk. What was its name again? At that time, she'd only just come into contact with the art of pill refinement and didn't know the meaning behind it. She'd long forgotten the name of the pill and just casually tossed it into her clothes. Later, when she received the money pouch, she threw it into the space and didn't pay attention to it anymore. Now that she'd made some small progress in pill refinement, she should take it out and have a look when she had time. Perhaps there would be an unexpected surprise. That's right, this Chu Zhigao seemed to live in Dragon Mountain. She'd never heard of this place before. She'd forgotten to ask Nie Qianyu when she was in Rejuvenation Valley. Otherwise, if she had time, she could pay a visit. Perhaps there would be some opportunity. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's hand couldn't help but touch the money pouch in her clothes. Not long after, the performers bowed and left the stage. The audience cheered again, but this cheering caused Zhang Xiaohua to look at them with disdain. Sigh, why don't you read more books about medicinal herbs when you have nothing better to do? It's good to have some self-restraint. Wasting your youth here for no reason. It's so sad. At this moment, Wu Zhoushu gestured with his hands and raised his voice. All right, the highly anticipated battle between the Pill Division and the Grass Division of Tianmu Peak will now officially begin. Everyone, I believe everyone already knew this morning. Oh, perhaps many of the senior and junior brothers already received the news last night. This battle will not be the same as usual. Why do I say so? To be specific, there are two differences. First, the brothers of the Grass Division have new blood. Just yesterday, yes, to be specific last night, the Grass Division gained a new fierce general. He is Ren Xiaoyao. Come, junior brother Ren. Please rise and let the disciples admire your might. After he finished speaking, he gestured towards Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely helpless. This young master wants to keep a low profile. With your introduction, I still have to lower my head. Also admire. Why does this phrase sound so awkward? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and bowed to the surrounding disciples. Immediately, the Grass Division people cheered, while the Pill Division people booed. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua sit down, Wu Zhoushu said again. Yesterday when junior brother Ren came, he had a good fight with our Pill Division's Cheng Shi. Of course, we are all hot-blooded men. We pay attention to the principle of no discord, no concord. Last night, although our Pill Division's Cheng Shi suffered a small loss at the hands of junior brother Ren, Cheng Shi has already told me in private. He said that junior brother Ren is a good brother, a true man. At the side, Cheng Shi had a toothache expression as he muttered in his heart. De Lang is too good at deceiving people. When did I open my heart to him? When did I reach such a noble state? Good. The Grass Division and Pill Division disciples cheered. No one knew why the Pill Division disciples were cheering. Were they cheering for Zhang Xiaohua for teaching Cheng Shi a lesson? Wu Zhoushu liked this kind of atmosphere very much. He straightened his 5-foot-tall body and took half a step forward. Yesterday, junior apprentice brother Ran said that he would let whoever let him eat vegetables eat vegetables. Whoever took his gold, he would let them have their gold back. I agree with this sentence wholeheartedly. Cheng Shi offended junior apprentice brother Ran yesterday. There is nothing to say. Bring it over. As he said this, he waved his hand at the disciples of the pill department. A disciple held a tray with a few jade bottles on it and handed it to Wu Zhoushu. Wu Zhoushu took it and showed it to everyone. He said, "Here is a bottle of blood replenishing pill, blood coagulating pill, small bone strengthening pill, and small bone congealing pill." Small bone congealing pill? Zhang Xiaohua was startled and thought. This name sounds very familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the pill recipe that Chu Zhigao gave her earlier? She was just wondering what kind of pill it was. Now that she heard it, it was really a coincidence. However, this was the small bone congealing pill. According to alchemy practice, it should be a replica of the bone congealing pill. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was frowning, Chen Feng, who was at the side, asked with a smile. "Wudong, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Wu Zhoushu seemed to have known that he would ask this question. He smiled and said, "Does Head Chen think that these 4 bottles of pills are not worth enough?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded. "That's right. Yesterday, my Grass Division's junior brother Ran asked for 50 taels of gold." Wah! Everyone below the stage was in an uproar. Although they had heard about the amount of gold yesterday, no one believed it. Some said it was only 5 taels of gold, while others said it was 50 taels of silver. In short, everyone felt that the 50 taels of gold was just a rumor. Now that they heard Head Chen and Wu Dalong talk about it face to face, they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Wu Zhouxiu was not surprised. He held up the plate with his left hand and said to everyone, "Junior brothers, look at this plate of mine. There are 5 bottles on it. That is to say, there is still a bottle of pills." What kind of pill is that? It can actually be compared to a few dozen taels of gold? That's right. Those 4 bottles of pills, if estimated, are worth at most 10 taels of gold. I can't guess. When will our pill division be able to refine such a valuable pill? Chen Feng frowned. He was only an expert in medicinal herbs and only knew about pills. He really couldn't guess what Wu Dalong was selling in his gourd. He could only smile and say, "Dalong, don't keep us in suspense. Let me see a pill worth a few dozen taels of gold." Wu Zhouxiu smiled proudly and said, "This last bottle contains our fragrance division's famous Yuhuandan pill." Pfft! Before Chen Feng could say anything, the consecrators sitting behind the table spat out the tea in their mouths. A few of them even stood up in surprise while coughing and said, "Dalong, where did you get the Yuhuandan pill?" Someone pointed at Wu Zhouxiu and scolded, "You prodigal Dalong. This Yuhuandan pill is a sacred medicine for inner disciples to heal their injuries. How can it be exchanged with gold? How can you lose it to someone else?" Chen Feng's face also showed a strange expression, a rare look of greed in his eyes. Seeing everyone like this, Wu Zhouxiu became even more arrogant and said loudly, "Consecrators, brothers, please don't be impatient. Let me finish. If it was the real Yuhuandan pill, I wouldn't be willing to take it out even if you gave me 100 taels of gold. Although this is a Yuhuandan pill, it's a wasted pill refined by an inner sect elder." Oh, I see. When the consecrators heard this, they sat down once again. They were all cursing in their hearts. "This scoundrel is bad. You should have said earlier that it's a cripple. You've even spat on your clothes. How uncultured." Chen Feng squinted his eyes and listened to Wu Zhouxiu. Although this pill is wasted, it was refined by an inner sect elder after all. The herbs used are all full-grown and have sufficient healing effects. Even the herbs used are worth a few dozen taels of gold, right? Then he said to Chen Feng with a smile, "Head Chen, do you think these 5 bottles of pills are worth 50 taels of gold?" Chen Feng nodded and said, "Dalong's explanation means that even the 5 consecrators agree. I naturally have no objections." Wu Zhouxiu smiled. "That's good. Come, let's invite Junior Brother Ran to come on stage and take away all these pills, lest you say that the disciples of the Dan department don't keep their words." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Chen Feng, who nodded with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua went on stage and took all 5 bottles of pills. She put them in her arms and said, "Dalong is indeed a man of his word. The brothers of the Dan department are good brothers. Let's end yesterday's matter here." "Don't." Wu Zhouxiu quickly stopped her. "Junior Brother Ren, this is just the beginning. It's too early to say that it's over." Chen Feng smiled and said, "Junior Brother Ren, you go down first. You'll know when you go on stage." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to herself, "This guy still wants to set a trap for Dalong at this time." Then she nodded and walked down. From the stage to the stage, Zhang Xiaohua felt countless gazes were like sharp swords, piercing into the jade bottle in her arms. Nonsense, this was the Yuhuandan pill. Although it was a waste, it was still a treasure. After Zhang Xiaohua left the stage, Wu Zhouxiu said again, "That was the first difference. Next, I'll talk about the second difference. That is, in this gambling fight, the prize for the participants of the Dan department and the Grass department is 50 taels of gold. It can only be more, not less." Wow! Cheers and surprised voices filled the stage again. The gambling fight between the Dan department and the Grass department of the Tianmu Peak had been going on for a long time. Usually, the prize was just a few pills, and sometimes even some herbs. It was just for entertainment. Now that they heard Wu Zhouxiu's words, how could they not be excited? It was as if everyone could see the dazzling 50 taels of gold in front of their eyes. Chen Feng and Qiu Wei Cheng stood beside Wu Zhouxiu without any change in expression. It should have been discussed yesterday. The 5 consecrators beside them also frowned and looked at each other, not knowing if they should speak. At this time, the 5-feet-tall Wu Zhouxiu coughed a few times, cleared his throat and said, "All right, I'll stop talking about the 2 changes. Next, I'll talk about the 4 great disciplines and the 9 precautions." Chen Feng smiled bitterly. Chapter 544. Wu Zhouxiu's speech was like an old granny's foot-binding cloth, smelly and long, until all the disciples in the field were drowsy, and the 5 consecrators on the field were dozing off. Only then did he end. Wu Zhouxiu said, "All right, my speech ends here, the rest of the time will be handed over to Headmaster Chen." Immediately, the drowsy disciples below the field were energized. The 5 consecrators on the field immediately raised their heads, and clapped at the same time, making Zhang Xiaohua confused. Weren't these people all asleep just now? Why were they still listening? Chen Fengxiao listened and said loudly, "Thank you Wu Dalong for your brilliant speech, explaining the importance and necessity of this gambling fight in detail. As for me, I don't plan to say much, but on initiative and initiative, I would like to add 2 points." Instantly, the disciples below the field returned to their drowsy state. The consecrators on the field also returned to their dozing state. Zhang Xiaohua also looked down, and started to comprehend the rabbit talisman in her Naiwen palace. Not knowing how long had passed, Chen Fengxiao said, "All right, I will stop here. I wish this gambling fight a perfect, smooth, high-quality, high-value ending." All right. Everyone in the field returned to their lively and energetic state. Oh my, Zhang Xiaohua understood this time. These people were already used to it. Following that, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu looked at each other, and their eyes shrunk. They took out a brocade pouch, walked to one of the 5 consecrators, and handed the brocade pouch to that person. That old consecrator also stood up solemnly, and stretched out his hand to receive it. Then, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu left the field, and returned to the grass department and Dan department respectively. At this time, a disciple walked over from the side, holding a sealed box in his hand, and placed it on the table in front of the consecrator. The consecrator carefully placed the brocade pouch into the box, looked around, and laughed loudly. "The order of these 10 matches has been decided. Please place your bets." Bet. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, Chen Fengxiao had already sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua. He said in a low voice, "The prize of the gambling fight is taken out by the 2 participants. Whoever wins will naturally get the prize of the other. However, the disciples outside the field won't get any benefits. Therefore they have to open a bet for them to take out their elixirs and choose which side to support. If the side they support loses, they won't get their elixirs back. If they win, they can get the elixirs of those who lose." Zhang Xiaohua understood a little, but she immediately asked curiously, "Boss Chen, there are so many people here. Won't it be troublesome to place a bet? Moreover, if I bet that the grass division will win, I will only bet 1 elixir, and the others bet that the pill division will win, everyone will also bet 1 elixir. After the winner is decided, how will the elixirs be divided?" Chen Fengxiao pointed at the many disciples who were running around with cloth bags, paper, and brushes, and said, "Look, these are the disciples who are preparing to record and accept the elixirs. They are all very familiar with this, so there's no need to go through too much trouble. According to what Brother Ren said, if you win, you will win all of the other people's elixirs. However, if you lose, your elixir will be divided equally among the others. As for how to divide equally, we have a set of methods that have been used for a long time, and everyone is very convinced." Zhang Xiaohua understood that the eyes of the crowd were as sharp as snow. If she was the only one who bet to win, she would definitely lose, and the other people's investment would definitely result in very little results. At this time, looking at the many people who were running down the field, she quickly reached the end of the list of disciples. Presumably, they had finished counting the bets. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked softly, "But before the list of names for the battle is announced, we don't know who will be fighting who. How can we choose the contestant that we like?" Chen Fengxiao shrugged and said, "If it's not the grass division, then it's the pill division. There are only these 2 choices. It's up to the heavens." Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that this was the only way. If they knew who would be fighting, they would know the level of their martial arts. How could anyone bet that they would definitely lose? Sure enough, after a disciple collected the detailed records of everyone's bets, he directly brought it to the field. Among the 5 consecrated elders, the leftmost one also picked up a small wooden box from the ground and solemnly kept the records. After closing the lid, he took out a lock from his chest and carefully locked it before placing it on the table. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Headmaster Chen, are these 5 old consecrated elders not going to bet? Chen Fengxiao looked at the 5 solemn old consecrated elders on the stage and said with a smile, they are the judges of the battle. Naturally, they can't affect the fairness of the battle because of their likes and dislikes. So they, although they want to participate, they can't be allowed to. Of course, they will take a cut for every battle. Do you think they will work for free? Zhang Xiaohua also chuckled and didn't say anything. Who would like to work for free? When all the preparations were in place, the entire field was silent. Everyone looked at the consecrated elder in the middle. Chen Fengxiao said in a low voice, this consecrated elder's surname is Lei. He is the oldest among the 5 consecrated elders. His alchemy skills are also the best. So, our pill department and grass department unanimously elected him to be the main judge. Consecrator Lei took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and solemnly opened the small box in front of him. He picked up a brocade pouch and took out a slip of paper. After looking at it, he read aloud, Dan Division's first disciple is Yao Ping. At this moment, a tall and sturdy person was picked out from the pill department's disciples. He walked into the field and walked a few steps as if he was demonstrating his power. He shook the muscles on his arms and then cast a provocative look in Zhang Xiaohua's direction. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even look at him. This look was like casting pearls before swine. Zhang Xiaohua turned and asked Chen Fengxiao, Leader, who is this simple-minded muscular man? Chen Fengxiao looked at the pill department's rising momentum and then looked at Yao Ping who was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. He smiled and said, this guy is the number 2 of the 10 great guardian deities. He has some skills. If you go against him you have to be careful. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and frowned. Leader, I suddenly thought of something. The pill department's 10 great guardian deities and our grass department's 6 great arhats, are they ranked based on martial arts or age? Of course it's based on martial arts. Qiu Weicheng did not wait for Chen Fengxiao to open his mouth and continued. This Yao Ping used to be the eldest of the 9 great guardian deities. However, Zhou Shuming came and fought with him for 300 moves before Zhou Shuming defeated him and took the title of great guardian deity. Yao Ping had to settle for 2nd place, and the other 8 deities were all ranked behind. Haha, only that Chang Shi, who was originally called Honest, is worthy of his name. He is the 10th. Chen Fengxiao chuckled. Our 6 great arhats are the same? Yes, most of them were poached from the other peaks of Tianmu Peak. They are all characters who are not willing to submit to others. How can they not compete? Little brother, now that you've come, you have the strength to fight for the title of Great Arhat. Look, about 1 zhang to your left, the short and shrewd one is our grass division's Great Arhat, Lu Fengmeng. When he heard about your arrival, he didn't sleep well last night, afraid that you would challenge him. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he released his spiritual awareness and saw that Lu Fengmeng was looking at the stage. From time to time, the corner of his eyes slanted in his direction, as if he was observing him. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, what's the point of arguing about the title of Great Arhat? Little brother has just arrived at Tianmu Peak, so you don't know much. Although our Chuan Xiang order is not in Jianghu, but the benefits of our disciples cannot be lacking. Although ordinary things like gold and silver have no use here, but pills and other things cannot be lacking. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be too busy? Tianmu Peak's ordinary disciples have the same treatment as ordinary disciples, but the Dan department's King Kong and Grass department's Arhat naturally have different treatment. Moreover, according to the ranking, the treatment is very different. If Lu Fengming's title of Great Arhat is taken by you, his daily expenses and pills will be much less. Do you think he won't argue with you? Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said to Qiu Weicheng, Senior Qiu, I have a message for you to pass to Lu Fengmeng. Is it a challenge? Junior brother Ren, if it is so, after this battle, let the head arrange it for you. With your martial arts, the title of Great Arhat will be yours. Yes, little brother. If you didn't tell me this morning, I was afraid that you would drive me away. Chen Feng said half-jokingly. It's not like that. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, I want Senior Qiu to tell Lu Fengmeng that I will not fight with him for the title of Great Arhat. Even if it is any other Arhat, I will not fight for it. Why is that? Qiu Weicheng did not understand. Chen Feng smiled and said confidently, Is it because little brother disdains it? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, It's not because I disdain it. The specific reason, I think you will know after a while. Chen Feng smiled and looked at Qiu Wei Cheng. Both of them did not understand. At this time, Yao Ping of the Dan department had shown off enough. He stood on the empty ground and did not move. He got into a stance and quietly waited for his opponent to enter the arena. Lei Gongfeng saw that the atmosphere of the arena had been adjusted. He then stood up unhurriedly and opened the sealed box. He took out another brocade bag and took out a piece of paper. But when he saw the name written on it, he could not help but turn pale with fright. He immediately raised his head and looked at Chen Feng, who was below the arena. Chen Feng seemed to know about this situation. He met Lei Gongfeng's gaze and nodded slightly. After receiving Chen Feng's confirmation, Lei Gongfeng secretly sighed. He raised his head and looked at Wu Zhouxiu, who was looking at him with a strange gaze. Thus, he cleared his throat and said loudly, The first disciple of the grass department to fight is Lu Quan. What? Lu Quan? How can it be Lu Quan? Only the sixth of the 6 arhats, Lu Quan, who is the weakest in the grass department. Not only Wu Zhouxiu and Yao Ping, even the disciples of the Dan department and grass department were holed up and shouting, Vote for me. Come, there are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 545. When they heard that the first one to go on stage was not the popular figure of the grass division, Zhang Xiaohua, the whole place was in an uproar. The most important thing was that the disciples who had bet on the grass division were making a big fuss. Wasn't this cheating them? The second King Kong of the pill division, Lu Fengmeng, versus the 6th arhat of the grass division, Lu Quan. How could the grass division possibly win? Wu Zhouxiu also had a strange expression on his face. He walked up to the stage and asked loudly, Leader Chen, shouldn't you give our pill division, oh no, give all of our disciples an explanation? Chen Fengxiao was not afraid at all. He walked up to the stage and said with a smile, Dalong, your request is too simple. Even if you didn't say it, I would have come up to explain. Then he raised his voice and said, I have discussed with Dalong yesterday to let our grass division's Ren Xiaoyao go on stage. However, this is a bet between our pill division and the grass division. When we arrange for junior brother Ren to go on stage, we have to consider the overall effect and not just junior brother Ren's own interests. Dalong, please rest assured that junior brother Ren will definitely go on stage. The conditions that I have promised you will definitely be fulfilled. But, Wu Zhouxiu said, but for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. Yes, the grass division had agreed to let Ren Xiaoyao go on stage. However, the order of the battle wasn't like his own wishful thinking. Any battle would be fine. He remembered that when he told Chen Fengxiao about it, he didn't specify which battle it was. Then, Chen Feng smiled and faced the disciples of the pill and grass divisions. He cupped his hands and said, Brothers, I'm sure everyone knows that the strength of the grass division is much weaker than that of the pill division. There's no need to hide this. Junior brother Ren's participation will definitely allow the strength of the grass division to grow wings. The order of the battle has always been particular. I'm sure everyone knows this. Therefore, we've arranged for junior brother Ren to fight in the next round or the next round. Moreover, most importantly, our junior brother Ren will participate 3 times. Each time, the prize will be 50 taels of gold. This is the agreement between me and Wu Dalong, and it is also the agreement between junior brother Ren and the pill department. We will definitely fulfill the agreement. I believe, and you all must also believe, that with junior brother Ren's participation, the most important battle on Tianmu Peak will be even more attractive and interesting. Don't you think so? Nonsense. Since the leader of the grass division had spoken, how could the disciples of the grass division not raise their hands in agreement? Immediately, everyone cheered, Great! Exciting! We want exciting! When the disciples of the pill department saw that Wu Zhouxiu didn't say anything, and then thought about the more exciting battles in the future, they were all eager to give it a try. After everyone had quieted down, Chen Feng turned his head and asked Consecrator Lei, Old Consecrator Lei, may I ask if this arrangement violates the rules of the previous battle? Consecrator Lei nodded and said, Of course not. There are also 10 pieces of paper in the silk pouch. It's no different from before. Then, Chen Feng smiled and asked Wu Zhouxiu, What do you think, Dalong? What could Wu Zhouxiu say? Although he gritted his teeth in hatred, Chen Feng's words were reasonable and his actions were reasonable. He could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Fortunately, he didn't draw lots in the morning. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face. Wu Zhouxiu expressionlessly flicked his sleeves and retreated from the arena, sitting down casually. Chen Fengxiao also walked back to his original position. He waved his hand and a short and agile man on his right flashed out from the crowd with a whoosh and jumped straight onto the field. It was the sixth Ahut of the grass sect, Lu Quan. Chen Feng walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and said, "Little brother, I let you go up 3 times without your consent. You don't have any complaints in your heart, do you?" Complaints? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "You still have the nerve to say that. The one that the pill department wants to challenge is me, not the 6 great guardian deities of the grass division. You guys interfered for no reason and let me earn less pills. Of course I have complaints." However, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Of course not. Yesterday, little brother was the representative of the first master. How can I say irresponsible words now?" Chen Feng was very happy when he heard this and said, "Actually, Wu Dalong is just coveting little brother's golden leaves. He already gave little brother some pills just now. When little brother goes up later, as long as he wins the first round, even if he loses the next 2 rounds, it will still be a draw. I also thought of this, so I agreed to Wu Dalong's suggestion. This was also something that happened in the afternoon, so I didn't have time to inform little brother." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, It's fine. It's just 3 rounds. If it really can't be done, I'll admit defeat." Actually, he had already calculated in his heart. 3 rounds meant that he could win 150 taels of gold. It wasn't a small amount. It was equivalent to the salary of a manservant in the Huanxi Manor for many years. However, he immediately thought of a question. "First master, does this wager have to be taken out in advance for every battle?" Chen Feng pointed at the 2 people who were already fighting and said, "There's no need. Look at these 2 people. They're both going up first. After the battle, they'll hand over the wager. If there's any unfairness or if they refuse to hand over the wager, then we'll find the 5 judges to judge. Also, First Master, you've racked your brains to arrange the order of battle. Is there anything to say about whether the pill division or the grass division wins?" Chen Feng smiled and nodded, "That's right. Our Tianmu Peak's pill division and grass division have always been competing. We've set the rules a long time ago. If the grass division and grass division each win 5 rounds, then no one will have to give the other any wager. But if the grass division wins 6 rounds and the pill division wins 4, then the pill division will have to give the grass division 20% of the wager. If the grass division wins 7 rounds and the pill division wins 3, then the pill division will have to give the grass division 40% of the wager. And so on and so forth until the grass division has to give the grass division all the wager. They've calculated it this way. This amount isn't small." Then, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Lu Quan, who was already on the verge of collapsing, and said, "Looks like the grass division has lost quite a lot in the past." Chen Feng smiled and nodded, "That's right. We don't have enough manpower and our martial arts are generally weaker than the pill divisions. Even if we use some strategies, we're always at a disadvantage." Then he smiled and said, "However, even though the wager in the past was not small, it's much smaller compared to this time. 10 battles, 50 taels of gold for each round. 20% is 100 taels of gold. Little brother, as long as you can win 2 rounds, the grass division will win back all the pills we've lost in the past." Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. He had originally thought that his little abacus was already quite good, but compared to Chen Fengxiao, it was really quite lacking. Of course, true knowledge comes from practice. If I haven't reached the height of the first master, how can I plan so many things and plan so meticulously? Zhang Xiaohua comforted himself. While they were talking, the battle in the arena had basically come to an end. The 2 of them were opponents who had fought for many years. The difference in their martial arts was obvious. Even though they were all from the same sect and couldn't casually use heavy blows, this short period of time was enough for Yao Ping to defeat Lu Quan. Yao Ping could be seen using the barbaric move White Crane drawing its wings, and cleverly adding a sweeping kick to flip Lu Quan to the ground. Then, he kicked him out of the arena. However, Yao Ping, who had won, wasn't very satisfied. Not only did he have an unfair advantage in the battle with Lu Quan, the wager of 50 taels of gold would definitely be greatly reduced. Not to mention that he wouldn't be able to get the golden leaf in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. He wouldn't even be able to get the ruined Yuhuandan pill either. He really dirted his good luck this morning. Yao Ping looked unhappily at the expressionless faces outside the arena and waved his fist provocatively. Only then did he leave the arena helplessly. Perhaps he could only think about it next time. But, would it still be 50 taels of gold next time? Seeing that the battle had ended, Consecrated Lei stood up and loudly announced, "The first battle, Yao Ping of the Pill Division wins." Then, he rushed into the arena and said, "The second battle is about to begin. Disciples, please place your bets." Just as he finished speaking, many disciples who were recording the battle entered the arena. This time, the disciples were very hesitant. They weren't as enthusiastic as before. Of course, there were still many rich disciples who chose to place their bets. After all the procedures were completed, Consecrated Lei took out the brocade pouch from the box. He took out a piece of paper and read, "The Grass Division's candidate for the second battle is Si Huinan." Then from Chen Fengxiao's right-hand side, a slightly fat man jumped into the arena. Instantly, the Pill Division's Wu Zhouxu's face turned pale. He stared at Chen Fengxiao in a daze and pretended to gnash his teeth. Zhang Xiaohua was about to ask when Consecrated Lei took out another piece of paper and shouted, "The Pill Division's candidate for the second battle is Su Anong." Instantly, the Pill Division's disciples were in an uproar. The Grass Division's disciples were excited. Qiu Wei Cheng explained in a low voice, "Brother Ren, this Si Huinan is our Grass Division's 4th Arhat. Su Endong is the Pill Division's 9th Arhat. Ha ha ha, Si Huinan's martial arts is slightly higher than Su Ondong's. In the previous 10 battles, Si Huinan won 7 of them. The first master's foresight is really amazing. He had already guessed that if Brother Ren were to fight, you would definitely not be able to fight in the second battle. We would definitely send the weakest Lu Quan to make up the numbers. They would then send Su Endong, who is just enough to win against Lu Quan. Not only would he win the battle, he would also save his energy." Thus, the first master did the opposite and sent Si Huinan, who just won against Su Endong. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and thought to himself, "All of the pill department's arrangements were based on the fact that I was the first to appear. The grass department knew about the pill department's arrangements, so they fainted and let Lu Quan appear first, completely messing up the pill department's plans. This is what they call the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Sure enough, with Chen Fengxiao's confidence and Wu Zhouxu's unwillingness, the two of them fought for almost the time it took to eat a meal before the Grass Division won. Thank you. Calm. Chapter 546. It wasn't until Si Huinan barely defeated Su Endong that Zhang Xiaohua had a better understanding of the martial arts of the Grass Division. Si Huinan was ranked 4th in the Grass Division. He was only slightly stronger than Su Endong, who was ranked 9th in the Dan Division. In other words, any one of the top 5 of the 10 great guardian deities could easily tie or win against an opponent from the Grass Division. It could be seen how weak the Grass Division was on Tianmu Peak. It could also be understood why Chen Fengxiao was pleasantly surprised when he saw that his skills were not bad. It could also be understood why he protected him in every possible way in the dining hall and even offended Wu Dalong from the Dan Division. Soon, the third battle also began with Lei Gongfeng's loud voice. This battle was even more shocking. The Dan Division sent out the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming. As for the Grass Division, it was still not Zhang Xiaohua. Instead, it was Chen Fengxiao, the head Chen, who surprised everyone. Hearing the names of the two people, Wu Dalong from the Dan Division almost foamed at the mouth. He cried out weakly, "Head Chen, how can you be so shameless? You actually want to compete with the people?" Chen Fengxiao had already expected that Wu Zhouxu would ask such a question. He shrugged helplessly and said innocently, "There's no other way. Dalong, you also know that a clever housewife can't cook without rice. There are only so many people in the Grass Division. If I don't rush to the front, how can I let my brothers rush to the front? At the crucial moment, I still have to let them see the power of an example. Furthermore, Junior apprentice Brother Ren came all the way to our Tianmu Peak and must be exhausted. We can't possibly let him fight right from the start. That would make it seem as if I, as the first master, am not sympathetic towards my brother. Therefore, I can only fight this round." Wu Zhouxiu was speechless. Although the grass tribe had always been suppressed by the Dan tribe, why was there still the existence of this bet? One of the key factors was that Chen Fengxiao was the #1 expert of the Tianmu Peak. Even the 10 great Vajras were not his opponent. Even Wu Zhouxiu was slightly inferior to Chen Fengxiao. Therefore the great Vajra Zhou Shuming, who was enough to shock all the arhats of the grass tribe, was destined to die just like that. The outcome of this battle was already decided even without the need for a duel. The people on Tianmu Peak did not have much interest in watching the duel, but only Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to carefully observe the fists, kicks, and internal energy of these two famous figures on Tianmu Peak. By the time Chen Fengxiao defeated Zhou Shuming, she had already gained a deep understanding of their martial arts. That's all. Of course, this was understandable. After all, they were both people who had failed to become outer disciples. Even if they had practiced martial arts for many years, how could they enter the eyes of a chi practitioner of the immortal path like Zhang Xiaohua? The next two duels were also boring. Under Chen Fengxiao's reasonable arrangements, the grass tribe's Wu Zicheng, who was ranked 5th, lost to the Dan tribe's Zhou Peng, who was ranked 3rd. The other duel was Great Arhat Lu Fengmeng, who defeated the Dan tribe's Wang Yanhai, who was ranked 4th. The difference in strength between these two duels was rather large. It did not take long for the victor to be decided. Consecrated Lei announced loudly, "This afternoon's duel will end here. We will continue tomorrow. Heads, please come over and seal the records." The disciples of the Dan tribe and the grass tribe all stood up. Chen Fengxiao, who had a proud face, and Wu Zhouxiu, who had a dispirited face, walked forward. They each took out a small and exquisite lock from their bosoms and locked the box in front of Consecrated Lei. The 5 consecrated elders of the Judgment Division took all the records and left first. After they left, the disciples dispersed. However, the expressions of the disciples of the two tribes were very similar to their heads. Some were full of interest and chatted cheerfully, as if they had just passed an extraordinary afternoon. On the other hand, the other side was listless. Even if they were whispering to each other, their voices were low. They had lost their drive. After the normal disciples had all left, Wu Zhouxiu brought the 10 great arhats to Chen Fengxiao. He smiled bitterly and said, "Head Chen, you have played me so badly. In this afternoon, there were 5 duels, and you actually lost to junior brother Ran in one. I don't even know what to say to you." Chen Fengxiao also brought Qiu Wei Chang, Zhang Xiaohua, and the 6 great arhats to welcome him. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win. Thank you for letting me win. Wu Dalong, has your Dan tribe not won enough against our grass tribe? It wasn't easy for us to vent our anger, and you're so unhappy?" Wu Zhouxiu shook his head and said, "If my Dan tribe's martial arts were not as good as your grass tribe's, then so be it. But it just so happened that your grass tribe took advantage of us." Without waiting for Wu Zhouxiu to finish, Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "Duh, you're wrong. The best strategy is the best strategy. As long as the strategy is right, a weak army can also defeat a strong general." "Forget it. I haven't seen you say this before. You only said it when junior brother Ren came. However, the stakes of these 10 duels are really too big. You've really gotten it. To Dalong, it's just a drop in the ocean, isn't it? Hee, it's not even the end yet. Headchin, are you so confident? There are still 5 duels tomorrow. My Dan tribe still has 5 brothers who have not fought yet. The outcome is still unknown." Wu Zhouxiu retorted without holding back. Chen Fengxiao waved his hand indifferently. "The name list has already been given to Consecrated Lei. Neither you nor I can change it. Let's wait for tomorrow's duel." "Well said. Let's go. Junior brothers, we may be opponents on the duel, but we're still brothers off the duel. Let's go and have a few drinks?" "Sure, that's exactly what I was thinking. Junior brother Ran has just arrived and hasn't met all of you senior brothers yet. This is a good opportunity." "Drink?" Zhang Xiaohua's head hurt when she heard this. What was so good about that? It was unbearably spicy and smelled bad. She really wasn't interested. Zhang Xiaohua tugged on Chen Fengxiao's sleeve and bowed to the others. "Senior brothers, it's my first time here, so I should toast to all of you. However, I'm still young and haven't drunk yet. I really don't like it. Moreover, the senior brothers of the Dan tribe must also know that the Great Master and Dalong have arranged 3 duels for me tomorrow. Each duel has a prize of 50 taels of gold. Do you think I won't feel burdened? Therefore, I won't accompany you. I'll go back early to rest and recover my energy. I'll seek advice from my senior brothers tomorrow. Moreover, I'll be living on Tianmu Peak in the future. We'll be together every day and there'll be plenty of opportunities to drink. When I grow up, I'll properly toast all of you senior brothers. How about that? Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao slapped his forehead and looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He explained to Wu Zhouxiu, Daleng, we were in a hurry yesterday and didn't make it clear. Junior brother Ran is a medicine boy selected by Rejuvenation Valley. Don't look at his adult figure. He's still young. If he doesn't drink, then there's no need to force him. Zhang Xiaohua's reason was sufficient. Chen Fengxiao also defended her from the side. The people of the Dan tribe naturally couldn't force her. Thus, they let Qiu Weicheng send Zhang Xiaohua back. The others went to have fun. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard and didn't waste any time. She threw her bundle on the bed and took out a straw cattail hassock. She sat cross-legged and took out the medicinal pills that she had obtained from the Dan tribe in the afternoon. She carefully examined them. When she opened the corks of the 4 bottles of medicinal pills, a strong medicinal fragrance assailed her nostrils. With one sniff, she knew that they were top-notch medicinal pills. Unfortunately, when this smell landed in Zhang Xiaohua's nose, she had already labeled these medicinal pills as inferior. Zhang Xiaohua had refined the blood-replenishing pill before. She had only smelled it slightly before putting it down. Zhang Xiaohua had never heard of the blood coagulation pill and the small bone strengthening pill. But after smelling the medicinal fragrance, she roughly knew what medicinal herbs were used to refine them. However, they were also ordinary medicinal pills, so she put them down. Only the small bone strengthening pill, because it was a replica of the bone strengthening pill, Zhang Xiaohua took a special look at it. However, just from looking at this medicinal pill, it didn't seem to be much different from the small bone strengthening pill. They were both medicinal pills used to treat bone injuries. As for the useless Yuhuandan pill, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even have the interest to open the bottle. She still had a bottle of the real Yuhuandan pill in her purse. How could she look at this useless medicinal pill? Moreover, this medicinal pill was useless. Even if she wanted to refine it, it would take a lot of effort. Not to mention that she didn't have the prescription of the Yuhuandan pill. After checking today's harvest, Zhang Xiaohua took out the purse. The first thing she needed to do was to put all the valuable golden leaves in the bag into the space. Of course, this was Nie Qianyu's kind intention. She couldn't ignore it. Then, she put the 5 bottles of medicinal pills together with the clothes and medicinal pills sent by Nie Qianyu in the bag again. Anyway, there were medicinal pills worth 50 taels of gold. Presumably, the golden leaves didn't need to show up in the future. After tidying up the golden leaves, Zhang Xiaohua took out the pill formula that he had long forgotten and left in the corner of his coin pouch. The prescription that Chu Zhigao gave to Zhang Xiaohua was very thin. It recorded a few prescriptions. The one at the very front was the prescription for the bone-strengthening pill. Inside, it recorded the few main ingredients and supplementary ingredients needed for the bone-strengthening pill, as well as the detailed steps to refine it. However, the name of the medicinal herbs was the name of an ancient medicinal herb. The steps to refine it were also close to the method of refining immortal pills. It must have been learned from the jade slips by the ancestors of the Dragon Mountain. Looking at the familiar refining method, Zhang Xiaohua understood that no matter what, the lineage of the Dragon Mountain would not be able to refine the real bone-strengthening pill. It was no wonder that Chu Zhigao couldn't figure out the contents of the prescription and had to give it to her as a favor. In the prescription, the effects of the bone-strengthening pill were described to be a little exaggerated. However, thinking about the medicinal paste that Chu Zhigao improved based on the prescription and the fact that the fragrant religion actually refined the imitation small bone-strengthening pill based on the prescription, she knew that the prescription wasn't false. If the real bone-strengthening pill could be refined, it might not be any worse than the Yuhuandan pill. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if she could find the medicinal herbs needed to refine the bone-strengthening pill on Tianmu Peak. She could only memorize the prescription first and think about it when she found the right medicinal herbs in the future. Putting away the prescription, Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and began to cultivate. When the sky had turned dark and the moon had risen, Zhang Xiaohua's mind suddenly moved. She released her divine sense. Sure enough, outside the bamboo forest, she saw 2 people whispering about something. Please give me a monthly vote, a recommendation vote. Chapter 547. Under the faint starlight, Zhang Xiaohua could see clearly that it was Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu. The two were talking about something, and occasionally Wu Zhouxiu would gesticulate, as if he was objecting to something. Zhang Xiaohua was very curious. These two were not talking in their own territory. Why did they run to the side of the bamboo forest? If it was a man and a woman she could understand, but these two men? Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine. Not long after, the two seemed to have reached some agreement. Wu Zhouxiu cupped his hands and turned to leave. Chen Fengxiao looked at Wu Zhouxiu's back and did not move. Only when Wu Zhouxiu was far away did he turn and walk towards Zhang Xiaohua's small courtyard. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly see the slight smile on Chen Fengxiao's face. Retracting her divine sense, not long after, she heard the sound of Chen Fengxiao knocking on the door. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and pretended to be surprised. Smiling, she said, "Leader Chen, aren't you drinking with them? Why did you leave so early?" Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "That group of brats, when they start drinking, they don't know where to start. How can they leave so early? I was just thinking about little brother's fight tomorrow, so I specially came to take a look." "Leader, thank you for your concern. It's nothing much. After watching the brothers fight today, I have more or less confidence." Chen Fengxiao's eyes lit up. "You're too kind. Little brother is now carrying the heavy responsibility of our grass division. If I don't show more concern, what will I do?" "That's right. After hearing little brother say that you have more confidence, how confident are you in tomorrow's fight?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't even need to think before he asked. "Shouldn't I be the one asking first, master, this question?" Chen Fengxiao was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Little brother is really smart. You immediately saw the subtleties. Haha, although our grass division will be able to wash away our shame this time, of course at the very least, we will be able to win 20%. But this 20% is comparable to the earnings of the previous 10 fights. This is all thanks to little brother." Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips in amusement and said, "Don't. I can't contribute much. It's all first master's planning. I haven't even gone up to the stage, and you've already defeated Wu Dalong." "Heh," Chen Fengxiao did not hide his pride and said, "That was also because of little brother's deterrence yesterday. So, I still want to ask little brother about the situation. Don't let our grass division benefit, and let's not benefit." Zhang Xiaohua did not think much of it. He was no longer the young and inexperienced youth who had just left the Gua Manor a few years ago. It was not as if he had never shown his martial arts before. Chen Fengxiao's words were only to express his concern for him. As for whether he would be able to gain any benefits or not, it was actually not something he was concerned about. And it could also be said that Chen Fengxiao had already estimated the areas where Zhang Xiaohua would be able to gain benefits. In the fight this afternoon, Wu Zhou ruins had fallen into Chen Fengxiao's trap. He had sent out all the elites that he had confidence in. Those that could fight tomorrow, or those that could compete with Zhang Xiaohua, were not many. Under these circumstances, Chen Fengxiao did not believe that Zhang Xiaohua did not have some confidence. Zhang Xiaohua then said, "Headmaster Chen has arranged the plan so carefully. If little brother does not benefit from it, then it is little brother's own matter. I will not blame headmaster in my heart." Chen Fengxiao heard this and hurriedly waved his hand. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua had misunderstood his intentions. He said, "Actually, with little brother's martial arts, even if you fought this afternoon according to Wu Dalong's plan, you would still be able to win. I don't dare to say anything else, but I have some confidence in my ability to judge people. I also have other plans for this arrangement." Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback. He frowned and said, "I ask for headmaster's advice." Chen Fengxiao thought for a while, then said tirelessly, "When I was young, my mother told me a story. A long, long time ago, there was a fool who did not know anything. He could not even distinguish copper coins from silver. Whenever someone threw a copper coin or a piece of silver, he only knew how to pick up the copper coin and never look at the silver. Thus, many people took pleasure in this and threw copper coins to him in front of others." Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. He smiled and said, "This child is really stupid. If it were me, I would have already put the silver in my bosom." Yes, the people in the village all said so, and they all enjoyed playing this game with him. It was not until this child grew up and suddenly disappeared from this village. Then, a few years later, he achieved great things in another village and returned to the village. Only then did the villagers realize that it was not that child who was stupid, but them. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Why is that?" As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but suck in a breath of cold air and said, "So that's why." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's quick reaction, Chen Fengxiao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. However, he immediately concealed it and said with a smile, "That's right. If that child was more like an ordinary person and could distinguish copper coins from silver, who would throw copper coins to him day after day to play with? If he picked up the silver in one go, how could he accumulate copper coins in the future?" "Headmaster Chen, you mean?" Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood Chen Fengxiao's meaning. "I think little brother already knows what I mean. Why don't I arrange for little brother to be the first to fight against the experts of the pill department? On one hand, I want to disrupt Wu Dalong's subordinates and win his elixirs. On the other hand, I don't want little brother to reveal his true strength at the beginning. I know little brother will have no problem taking down first and second King Kong, but what about after that? Not only will the battle lose a lot of suspense, but little brother will also lose a lot of benefits." "Headmaster Chen, little brother does not understand what you mean. Concealing one's strength can naturally conceal one's strength and catch them off guard. However, the battle only seals the order. Others will not know who is fighting. What does this have to do with strength?" Chen Fengxiao said with a smile, "This is just a method of battle. Our Tianmu Peak has other methods of battle for the grass department and pill department to choose from. For example, we can name names and so on. However, our grass department has always been at a disadvantage, so we do not dare to casually agree to these methods." Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood and said to himself, "Wow, Headmaster Chen is indeed the headmaster. He thinks so far ahead. However, I have never planned to waste time on this battle. Why would I care about concealing one's strength?" Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Headmaster. Little brother has never complained about Headmaster." Chen Fengxiao shook his head and said, "Little brother still does not understand what I mean. Isn't it concealing one's strength? What I mean to say is, don't you have 3 matches tomorrow? I've already asked Wu Dalong about it. Although he didn't want to say anything, I can tell from his expression that the opponents in these 3 matches aren't very skilled. What I want to say is, little brother, don't go up and knock out the opponent's teeth. You should at least let the crowd watch the show and let the opponent feel that you're a little stronger than him, or that your martial arts are on par with his and you're just lucky." "Fainting, Headmaster. This seems to be quite difficult." Chen Fengxiao smiled slyly and said, "Don't worry and do as I say. You will naturally know the benefits in the future." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought and thought to himself, "Anyway, it's fine as long as I don't lose. This is an elixir worth 50 taels of gold. I don't want to throw it away." After a moment of silence, Chen Fengxiao coughed and said, "Little brother, this place is a little simple and crude. Are you used to it?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Headmaster is joking. I just slept last night. It's not that I am not used to it." Chen Fengxiao smiled awkwardly and said, "Actually, I came to find little brother so late because I have something to ask you." Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "What is so important? You could have just sent Senior Bai or Senior Qiu over. Why did you have to come personally?" "It's like this, little brother. I heard that you told Qiu Wei Cheng to tell Lu Feng and the others that you will not fight for the title of Arhat with them. I know that this is little brother's noble character and unquestionable integrity. But little brother, are you not going to participate in such battles in the future?" "Of course I will. Why don't you participate?" Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback and blurted out, thinking to himself, "Nonsense, if you can get benefits without any effort, why wouldn't you participate? Although there may not be so much in the future, but flies are also meat. If I don't even pick up the copper coins, then I am an idiot." When Chen Fengxiao heard this, his face lit up and he said happily, "Since little brother has replied like this, then my heart is at ease. To be honest, when you said that you are not going to fight for the title of Arhat, I thought that you were not interested in these battles. Just like those old consecrators, they are obviously greedy and want to fight, but because of their face, they are not willing to put down their status. They can only be the judges and watch us eat the meat while they drink the soup. Looks like little brother is not one to fish for fame." Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Headmaster also does not have the title of Arhat. Aren't you also participating in the battles?" When he heard this, Chen Fengxiao's face changed slightly. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he hurriedly said, "Io, little brother's analogy is not quite right. Headmaster, don't worry. When this battle is over, I will go to the top of Tianmu Peak to find a secluded medicine field and concentrate on growing medicine. I will definitely not get involved in any of the matters of the grass division." "Oh, that's right, this battle you can arrange it. When the time comes, just call me. I will definitely not decline." When he heard this, Chen Fengxiao's face softened a little. He laughed and said, "Little brother, if you can help me, I will be more than happy. Why not let you be the second master? How about it?" "Don't, this famous title should be left to others." "That's right, I think senior brother Qiu is very suitable." Qiu Wei Cheng. Chen Fengxiao was stunned and said, "Little brother's suggestion is not bad. If one day junior brother Qiu becomes the second master, I will let him thank you personally." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and did not say much. He was just joking. Who was the headmaster had nothing to do with him. After that, Chen Fengxiao kept his smile and said seriously, "Little brother, I came over so late because I have an important matter to discuss with you. Come." Chapter 548. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua almost scolded him. "You've been dawdling for an entire night. You've said comforting words and given me a picture. So it's just a prelude. Sigh, headmaster, do you have to be like this? Do you know that my time is very precious? Who knows how many mysteries of the heavenly Tao I've comprehended with just one rise and fall." However, the mature Zhang Xiaohua still smiled and said, "Looks like it's a very important matter. Headmaster Chen, just say it. Although I've only been at Tianmu Peak for a day, your peerless leadership skills have already won me over. As long as headmaster has something that doesn't make things difficult for you, I'm willing to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire for you." A sea of fire is not a problem. There's the fire escape technique. But a mountain of swords doesn't seem right. We have to find the gold escape technique first. Just listen to me first. Zhang Xiaohua muttered secretly. Chen Fengxiao looked a little embarrassed. He rubbed his hands and said, "Actually, it's not that difficult. It's just that. It's a little hard to say." Looking at Chen Feng's bashful expression, Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly moved a few inches away as if nothing had happened and said seriously, "This is not First Master's usual style. If you stomp your feet on Tianmu Peak, the entire peak will tremble. What's wrong with saying it out loud?" Chen Fengxiao thought for a while and said, "Sigh, this is really embarrassing." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Then, she suddenly understood and said softly, "Why? Headmaster Chen, did you find Wu Dalong of the pill department an eyesore? Do you want me to teach him a lesson?" "Boss, I can't bring myself to say this, and it's quite embarrassing. However, it's normal. Their pill division has been suppressing our grass division for such a long time, and it's all because of you. Although this is a little difficult, and I might not be able to do it well, as long as boss asks, I'll definitely do it." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's resolute action, Chen Fengxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Stop, stop, stop. Little brother, what are you thinking? I'm only here to ask you to give me that Yuhuandan pill." Zhang Xiaohua was really stunned this time. Yuhuandan pill? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, Chen Fengxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother, I knew it. Little brother, just pretend I didn't say that." "Don't, boss, what are you doing? Isn't it just a ruined pill?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he immediately put on a righteous appearance and patted his chest. Besides, this junior brother came to Tianmu Peak and caused trouble for the First Master, causing the First Master to worry endlessly. There will be a lot of things to do in the future. Although the First Master's request is somewhat difficult for this junior brother also needs this pill. But since the First Master has spoken, how can this junior brother let his words fall? Not to mention a ruined pill, even if it's the real Yuhuandan pill. Why can't I give it to Headmaster Chen? Oh right, how does Headmaster Chen plan to let me sell this pill? Chen Fengxiao was smiling as he listened to Zhang Xiaohua's flattery. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua changed the topic and brought up how to sell the pill. He couldn't think straight and was stunned. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew that things weren't good. She had flattered him too much. What if Chen Fengxiao didn't give a good price? Fortunately, Chen Fengxiao immediately realized and thought, this guy is realistic. However, he's from Rejuvenation Valley after all. How would he know the wonders of this Yuhuandan pill? Even if it's ruined, it's still a treasure. Therefore, Chen Fengxiao asked, then what do you think will make you sell this pill, little brother? This, Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself. How could she know what Chen Fengxiao saw in this broken pill? She also didn't know what use this Yuhuandan pill had in the incense cult. She could only cup her hands and say, Headmaster, don't make things difficult for me. Just tell me what you think. As long as it's reasonable, I will definitely agree. She emphasized the word reasonable and believed that Chen Fengxiao would understand. Little brother, to be honest, our Tianmu Peaks grass division has been struggling these past few years. I don't have any particularly rare pills here. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's expression change slightly, Chen Fengxiao immediately explained, however, don't worry, little brother. I can still take out something worth 50 taels of gold. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said generously, look at what the headmaster is saying. Even if you can't take out something of equivalent value, how can I not agree if you ask? It's good that little brother is in such a good mood. As the headmaster, how can I take advantage of little brother? It's just that Wu Dalong suddenly took out this jade rejuvenation pill in the afternoon, which caught me off guard. So, I took advantage of the fact that the banquet hasn't ended yet to inform you. I haven't prepared the specific pill yet. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled and asked in confusion. If the Yuhuandan pill is so important, why would Wu Dalong take it out as a prize? Moreover, it's not a prize for the battle, but a reward for me. Headmaster, don't you think this is strange? Chen Fengxiao nodded and said, that's right. Chen Fengxiao also nodded and said, that's right. To tell you the truth, Wu Dalong also came out of the banquet just now. He also came to look for you. I asked him about it on the way here, and he also said that it was for this jade rejuvenation pill. But no matter how I asked him, since he valued it so much, why did he take it out as a prize? He just wouldn't tell me. However, judging from his remorseful look, he must have used this jade rejuvenation pill as bait to force you to take out the golden leaf as the prize. I see. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand. He was too smart for his own good. He thought he could win the Yuhuandan pill back in the first round, but he fell into Head's trap. He could only wait until tomorrow to win the Yuhuandan pill back. However, he obviously wasn't confident tomorrow, so he thought of coming to discuss with me tonight? Chen Fengxiao nodded and said, I think so. However, little brother, don't worry. I've already sent him away. Since the Yuhuandan pill has fallen into the hands of the grass division, we naturally have the right to speak. How could he have the right to speak? Zhang Xiaohua also nodded. She understood the argument between the two in the bamboo forest earlier. Chen Fengxiao continued, blood replenishing pill, blood coagulation pill, small bone congealing pill, and small bone strengthening pill. Each bottle is worth 10 taels of gold. One Yuhuandan pill is worth 40 taels of gold. Little brother, I have 15 bottles of pills that are similar to the ones mentioned above. I'll use them to exchange for your Yuhuandan pill. What do you think? Oh, of course, if little brother agrees, you can keep the Yuhuandan pill first. Tomorrow morning, I'll bring those pills over to you. Hearing this condition, Zhang Xiaohua was greatly disappointed. She frowned and said, Head's condition is so good. How can little brother not agree? But why don't you use gold to exchange for it? Cheng Shi and the others don't have it. Don't tell me you don't have it too? I don't have it. Chen Fengxiao didn't leave any room for negotiation. He said, gold and silver are basically useless in the fragrance division. Only the hall leaders have the channels to obtain them. I'm just a small steward. How can I have it? If I had it, Wu Dalong would have it even more. He wouldn't have taken out this Yuhuandan pill. But, what use do I have for so many broken pills? Zhang Xiaohua secretly muttered. Then her eyes lit up. She said with a smile, Head, I have a suggestion. I wonder if you'd like to hear it. Chen Fengxiao was quite interested. He asked, little brother, quickly say it. Head, as you can see, I have some pills in my bag. Today, Wu Dalong also lost some. If you give more than 10 bottles of pills, won't it be too much? To be honest, I don't need them. Why don't you see if you have any 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? What do you think about exchanging them? 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. When Chen Fengxiao heard this, he almost stood up in fright. He said in his heart, "It's easy for you to say that. 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs, you dare to say that?" Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, Chen Fengxiao said with a bitter smile, "Little brother, you're new here and don't know. Although our grass department specializes in growing medicinal herbs, but we only grow ordinary ones. Even if there are some rare herbs, we have a record of them. How can you and I get our hands on them? Not to mention 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs. Even 100-year-old ones are rare. So it's like this." Zhang Xiaohua blinked and said, "Our Tianmu peak doesn't have any, but the 19 peaks of the fragrance division are so big. Who can guarantee that there aren't hundreds and thousands of years old medicinal herbs? Maybe one of the senior brothers has such a medicinal herb?" Chen Fengxiao shook his head and said, "Although the fragrance division is vast, there are also many wild medicinal herbs. There are even many places that are rarely visited. Maybe there are medicinal herbs that little brother is talking about. However, our grass department brothers' martial arts are weak and their lightness skills are even worse. Even the outer disciples can't easily enter those places, let alone our brothers of the Pill Expanding Hall." "Those places?" Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. He really wanted to ask where it was from, but then Chen Feng smiled and said tentatively, "Little brother, if you can give me an age limit, for example, 50 to 60 years old, maybe I can look for it." "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaohua was happy in her heart, but still frowned and said, "If it's difficult for head, 50 to 60 years old medicinal herbs are also fine. However, do you think Wu Dalong of the pill department has 100-year-old medicinal herbs?" Chen Fengxiao listened with a displeased face. "Little brother is a brother of our grass department. How can you help an outsider?" "Of course not. Little brother was just curious and asked Wu Dalong if he had it. Since head has taken a fancy to this pill, of course I won't give it to Wu Dalong. Please don't worry about this." "Well, little brother, keep the Yuhuandan pill first. Remember, no matter who comes, don't sell it. Just tell them that you're keeping it for me. I'll go back and take a look at the medicinal herbs. I'll bring it over tomorrow." Thank you. Come to read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 549. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up. She said, "Boss, why are you being so courteous? Take your time searching. I'll keep the Yuhuandan pill for you." Chen Fengxiao cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, little brother. I'll take my leave now. I'll go back and search carefully. To be honest, I have quite a lot of medicinal herbs. Although I lost a lot to the pill department, it's still very little after so many years." After saying this, Chen Fengxiao stood up and turned to leave. However, he didn't forget to remind her, "Little brother, if anyone comes looking for you, don't give the Yuhuandan pill to them." Zhang Xiaohua was immediately unhappy when she heard this. She thought to herself, "Is my character that bad? I just promised you that I'll get the medicinal herbs tomorrow morning. How can I give it to someone else?" Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "Boss, please wait a moment." After saying this, she walked to the table next to her and opened up the bundle that she had packed. She took out the Yuhuandan pill that Chen Fengxiao was determined to get. She casually threw it to him and said, "If boss doesn't trust me, or if you're afraid that someone else will take it away, then you can take the pill first." Chen Fengxiao hurriedly caught the jade bottle that Zhang Xiaohua had thrown to him. He was very happy in his heart. This guy has finally been enlightened. I'll have a bright future in training him. However, he declined. "This isn't good, little brother. Even blood-related brothers settle accounts clearly. If you do this, you'll make things difficult for me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What kind of person is boss? If I don't trust you, then there won't be anyone on Tianmu Peak worth trusting." "Good, little brother. Well said. I'll remember your feelings." It was rare for Chen Fengxiao to be so happy that he even blurted out the name Chen. Presumably, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams tonight. Chen Fengxiao carefully tucked the jade bottle into his bosom, cupped his hands, and quickly walked out of the small courtyard. His footsteps were so light that they didn't seem to touch the ground at all. Behind him, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but shake her head. He really didn't feel that this ruined Yuhuandan pill was of any use. Otherwise, he would have taken a look at it back then. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Xiaohua sat down again and prepared to use the remaining time to work harder. But at this moment, a voice called out from outside the courtyard. Junior brother Ren, are you in the courtyard? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. It was almost midnight. Who would be screaming? When she looked with her divine sense, she saw two people standing outside the courtyard. One was senior brother Bai Huan, and the other was an old consecrator who made the ruling in the gambling arena during the day. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised at first, but then she muttered, "Is it because of this Yuhuandan pill again?" Therefore, she didn't dare to be negligent. As she walked out, she answered loudly, "Which senior brother is looking for me? Please come in for a chat." Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's response, Bai Huan led the old consecrator into the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly bowed. "Consecrator," Bai Huan explained, "Junior brother Ren, this is the old consecrator of our pill repository hall. His surname is Feng. He's very popular on Tianmu Peak and is best at guiding the younger generation." Zhang Xiaohua bowed again and said, "Consecrator Feng, how are you? If there's anything, just send someone to call for me. How can I let you come here personally?" Consecrator Feng had heard of Zhang Xiaohua's fierce behavior last night and was afraid that she wouldn't give him face. Now that he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was respectful and courteous like a well-educated and well-behaved child, he couldn't help but feel happy. Therefore, he supported her, stroked his beard and said, "Junior nephew Ren, although I'm considered an elder of the sect, I'm from the pill division and I'm from the grass division. We don't know each other well, so I don't dare to act rashly." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly invited Consecrator Feng into the room and sat down. Then she asked carefully, "May I know why Consecrator Feng is looking for me?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua went straight to the point, Consecrator Feng nodded secretly and glanced at Bai Huan. Bai Huan woke up and said, "Junior brother Ren, didn't Wu Dalong of the pill division compensate you with a Yuhuandan pill at the gambling arena earlier? Consecrator Feng is very interested in this pill and asked me to bring him here to ask you if you can transfer the pill to him." Then she glanced at Consecrator Feng and added, "He's willing to pay a high price and will definitely satisfy junior brother Ren." As expected, Zhang Xiaohua nodded secretly. However, she was also puzzled. Was there any secret about this Yuhuandan pill that she did not know? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "Although I've only met Consecrator Feng once, since senior brother Bai brought him here and he's a consecrator of the hall, there shouldn't be any problem with this matter. But," Consecrator Feng frowned and could not help but ask, "What?" But before Consecrator Feng arrived, Headmaster Chen took the pill away first. "This." Consecrator Feng was a little anxious and said, "How can it be so coincidental? I saw them drinking together, so I hurriedly called Marshal Nephew Bai over. Could it be that I was still a step too late?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I don't dare to deceive Consecrator Feng. Look." After speaking, she opened her bag and the pill inside was revealed. Although Consecrator Feng was a little embarrassed, he still took a closer look. The Yuhuandan pill was indeed not there. They came here rashly and Zhang Xiaohua definitely did not have the ability to foresee the future, so she would not have hidden it in advance. Consecrator Feng was already somewhat convinced. He then saw Zhang Xiaohua say, "If Consecrator Feng needs it urgently, you can chase after Headmaster Chen now. He also just left and may not have returned yet." Consecrator Feng's face was full of disappointment. He shook his head gently and said, "No, no, no. Sai, if I had known, I would have stopped you on the spot. All right, Marshal Nephew Ren, thank you very much. I'll take my leave." After speaking, he cupped his hands and walked out of the house without staying any longer. Bai Huan, who was sitting on the chair, also quickly stood up. She waved her hand at Zhang Xiaohua and chased after him. Nonsense. The bamboo forest outside was so gloomy. He did not dare to stay alone. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to send him off. When she reached the door, the two had already left the courtyard. Standing under the water-like moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. A defective Yuhuandan pill was enough to make them fight over it. What about the real Yuhuandan pill? Hee. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of smiles. She still had a few pills in her money pouch. Chen Fengxiao had been here, Bai Huan had been here, and Consecrator Feng had also been here. Presumably, The news that the Yuhuandan pill was no longer with her would soon spread throughout the entire Tianmu Peak. In the future, no one would come to trouble her. However, using the Yuhuandan pill to exchange for medicinal herbs reminded Zhang Xiaohua. Pills were hard currency on Tianmu Peak, but medicinal herbs were worthless. It should be very easy to exchange pills for medicinal herbs. Should she exchange all the pills she won tomorrow for medicinal herbs? It seemed that tomorrow's gambling fight was not a gambling fight, but a welcoming party for her by the pill department. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and roughly scanned her surroundings. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, she closed the courtyard door and set up a restriction. She then concentrated on practicing the Worry-Free Heart Sutra. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua had just finished practicing the Fist of the North Star, when she saw Chen Fengxiao walking over with a smile. Behind him was still Xueqi. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua walking over from the cliff, Chen Fengxiao laughed loudly and said, "Little brother, you are indeed a diligent person. I thought you had not woken up yet. Who knew that you had already practiced martial arts once?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The early bird gets the worm. This is what my mother told me when I was very young. I have been stupid since I was young, so I had to wake up earlier than others." Hearing this, Chen Fengxiao's expression was not happy. He said sadly, "Sigh, my mother also said this when I was young. It's just that. Haha, little brother is still young and has a lot of time. You must practice your martial arts well. When you travel the Jianghu in the future, you must remember to visit your mother more often." Seeing Chen Fengxiao reveal his true feelings, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Regardless of whether this person was good or bad, or whether his actions were right or wrong, at least when he talked about his mother, he was filial. This person had his redeeming qualities. Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "Leader, please don't blame me. I spoke inappropriately and made you think too much." Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite, little brother. Yesterday I made it clear that you are my brother. In front of your own brother, why do you care so much?" Then with a wave of his hand, Xueqi, who was behind him, passed a small bag to Zhang Xiaohua. Chen Fengxiao smiled and said, "Little brother, in this bag are the medicinal herbs that I promised you yesterday. Take a look. There is one iron bone grass that is almost 70 years old. The other herbs are not as good, but they are still around 30 years old." Iron bone grass. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and thought, "Isn't this the main ingredient of the bone solidifying pill?" Zhang Xiaohua took the bag and said, "Leader, you said that you were my brother and that there was no need to be so polite. Why are you being so polite? Didn't you say that there was only one herb yesterday? Why are there more herbs today?" "Little brother, you are wrong. This Yuhuandan pill is something that I have been coveting for a long time. Not to mention these herbs, even if there were more, I would be willing to take them out. I am taking advantage of little brother by doing this." "Oh right." Saying this, Chen Fengxiao took out a jade bottle from his chest and passed it to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "This is the blood replenishing pill. Perhaps it will be useful in today's battle. Take it." Zhang Xiaohua declined and said, "This thing has already been compensated by Wu Dalong yesterday. I also brought some from Rejuvenation Valley. Furthermore, you have already given me so many herbs. This is not necessary." Chen Fengxiao stuffed it into his hands and said with a smile, "Take it, take it. This way my heart will be at ease." Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to accept it. However, holding the warm jade bottle, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked, "That's right, leader, I have a question. Look, this jade bottle is originally made of jade, and this jade seems to be about the same as the golden leaf. Why did you casually give away this jade bottle that contains the pills and become flustered when you see the golden leaf? Isn't it a bit like buying the casket and returning the pearls? Please vote for me. Recommend me. Come and read more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading." Chapter 550. When Chen Feng heard this, he shook his head and said, "Little brother is right. I remember when I was a child outside, jade was very precious. It was no less valuable than gold. But little brother only saw one side of it and did not see the other side. Generally speaking, the rarer something is, the more precious it is. In this fragrant religion, there are countless jade stones, just like ordinary stones. Why would you care about it? Even if others see them as treasures, they are nothing but rubble in our eyes. Countless? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, how did Chuanxiang cult get so many jades? This. Chen Fengxiao pondered for a moment and said in a low voice, Chuanxiang cult has a special Shuyu hall that mines jades from Jiuhua Peak. It is said that in these thousands of years, there hasn't been much mining, but there is still an inexhaustible supply of jades. Tell me, in our eyes, can jades be compared to gold leaves? Oh, so that's how it is. Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. Presumably, there was a jade mine beneath 9 Radiance Peak. That was why it was able to provide an endless supply of jade for the incense cult to use. No matter how precious a jade was, it wouldn't be worth much and could only be used as a bottle. Oh right, Headmaster Chen, yesterday Feng. Zhang Xiaohua told Chen Fengxiao about Feng's visit last night. Chen Fengxiao nodded. Yes, Bai Huan already reported this to me last night. It's already the middle of the night, Chen Fengxiao chuckled, when he heard that I was the one who took it. He was afraid that he would violate my taboo by bringing Feng here. Do you think he would be so diligent? Qiu Wei Cheng also laughed. After Headmaster Chen knew about this, he immediately told me to spread the news of him taking the Yuhuandan pill. Junior brother Ren, don't worry. No one will disturb you in the future. Zhang Xiaohua thanked him. Headmaster is very considerate. Chen Fengxiao looked at the rising sun and said, Little brother, it's time for breakfast. Let's go. Don't let anyone send you food. Eat with me. Deliver food? Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and smiled bitterly. She had lived here for 2 days and had forgotten to eat. She had fasted for a long time and didn't want to eat. Bai Huan thought that Chen Fengxiao would arrange it for her, and Chen Fengxiao thought that Bai Huan would arrange it for her, so no one sent her food. Zhang Xiaohua followed Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng to the place where they were eating. It was an exquisite small hall. On a huge table, the 6 great arhats and the other managers of the cottage were already seated, quietly waiting for Headmaster Chen to come over. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua behind Chen Fengxiao, their eyes lit up and they stood up. Walking into the small hall, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng sat down. Zhang Xiaohua bowed to everyone and also found a place to sit. Just as he sat down, Lu Quan, who was beside him, came over and said in a low voice, Little brother, I was just about to look for you. But before the battle, if there was nothing urgent, I could not disturb you, so. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Senior Lu, what's the matter? Lu Quan raised his head and looked around. He lowered his voice and said, Junior brother Ren, that. Can you give me a small bone-solidifying elixir? Oh yes, I will not take it for free. I will give you herbs to exchange for it. Then, he smiled apologetically, I know this is not appropriate, but this small bone-solidifying elixir is useful to me. Since you were able to let the headmaster exchange herbs for elixirs yesterday, can you also give me some face? Zhang Xiaohua was happy, but his face was extremely awkward. He said, Senior Lu, you are putting me in a difficult position. This elixir can only be made by the offerings of the Dan department, and all of them have to be turned in. I only have 1 bottle of small bone-solidifying elixir in my hand now. If I use it up, I will have no more. Although the herbs are good, they are not elixirs after all. Difficult, haha, difficult. Lu Quan frowned. Little brother, your martial arts are high. This small bone-solidifying elixir may not be of use to you. Moreover, if you can exchange it with the headmaster, why can't you exchange it with me? This is the first time senior brother has spoken. Won't you carefully and seriously consider it? Zhang Xiaohua was still secretly happy. He only asked, then senior brother can't exchange it with other elixirs? Elixirs? If I have elixirs, why would I exchange it with you? The elixirs of our grass department have already been lost to the Dan department, and the elixirs of the Dan department are all in the hands of the 10 great guardian deities. Where do you want me to get elixirs? Zhang Xiaohua understood and also said in a low voice. All right, since this is the first time senior brother Lu has spoken, I can't let him lose face. However, senior brother, you must listen carefully. You must not tell anyone about this, otherwise. Lu Quan interrupted him in a low voice. How can I not know about this? I won't tell anyone, don't worry. After saying that, he carefully looked to the side. The others who were accompanying Chen Fengxiao and chatting had already pricked up their ears. Although they spoke softly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe that they didn't hear it. Moreover, looking at Lu Quan's appearance, Although he said that he wouldn't, who knew if he would turn around and tell anyone? Sure enough, after Zhang Xiaohua and the rest had finished their breakfast, just as they walked out of the small hall, Si Huinan pulled Zhang Xiaohua to one side sneakily. He also wanted to exchange herbs for elixirs, but what he wanted was the blood coagulation pill. Zhang Xiaohua sighed helplessly. Under Si Huinan's persuasion, she had no choice but to agree to his request. She used a 40-year-old blackwood fruit to exchange for a blood coagulation pill. This blackwood fruit was the other main ingredient in refining the bone coagulation pill. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua repeatedly reminded Si Huinan to not tell anyone about her exchange of elixirs. As for whether Si Huinan would say it or not, that would depend on his character. Or rather, it would depend on Zhang Xiaohua's character. Zhang Xiaohua had already been to the gambling arena yesterday, so she didn't need anyone to lead the way. When she took her bag and arrived at the arena, there were already many disciples sitting there. It was actually 30% more than yesterday. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She walked to Qiu Wei Cheng's side and asked him. After hearing about the gambling match between the grass and pill divisions yesterday, as well as the fact that he, a popular disciple, would definitely be on stage today, many disciples who usually didn't pay much attention to the gambling match became interested and came here early in the morning to fight for a seat. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. This person's curiosity was really strong. Not long later, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu accompanied the 5 consecrators into the arena. Old consecrator Lei placed the sealed box on the table. The two of them took out their keys and unlocked the box before returning to their respective sides. Old consecrator Lei looked at the crowd and smiled. Yesterday, Chen Fengxiao from the grass division gave us a very big surprise. I just don't know if Wu Zhouxiu from the pill division can reverse yesterday's decline? Disciples of the grass division and pill division, please place your bets. However, when old consecrator Lei said this bet, he lacked confidence. Everyone knew that yesterday, in order to seize the initiative and obtain the real object of 50 taels of gold, not only did the Dan division take out the Jade Rejuvenation Pill, they even sent out the 4 absolute main forces, the Great Vajra, the Second Vajra, the Third Vajra, and the Fourth Vajra. Although they obtained 2 victories, their opponents were only the 5th Arhat and the 6th Arhat. Today, the Dan division only had the 8th Arhat and the 10th Arhat, but the grass division still had the 2nd Arhat, the 3rd Arhat, and Zhang Xiaohua, this mysterious contestant whose martial arts level was unknown. The 3rd King Kong and 6th King Kong's martial arts were basically on par. They were slightly weaker than 5th King Kong. These 2 King Kong had a good chance of winning against the 5th King Kong. Since Zhang Xiaohua was able to beat 10th King Kong until his teeth fell out, his martial arts should be about the same as the 3rd King Kong. Therefore, the pill division's future was worrying. However, Chen Fengxiao's arrangement had some flaws. This morning, he actually let Zhang Xiaohua fight 3 times. This was something that had never happened since the beginning of the gambling fights on Tianmu Peak. It should be the only chance for the pill division to even things out. When the disciples below the arena heard the bets, they were also in a difficult position. The first round was most likely the mysterious grass division disciple. If he met 5th King Kong and 6th King Kong, there was still a chance of winning. If he met 10th King Kong and 8th King Kong. Not long after, the bets were placed. Old consecrator Lei smiled and took out a brocade bag. He shouted, "The 6th round, the grass division will fight Ren Xiaoyaob." The morale of the grass division disciples was greatly boosted. They all raised their arms and cheered. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and waved to the disciples behind him. He walked slowly into the arena. He didn't show off or say anything. He just stood there quietly. Old consecrator Lei was also stunned. He thought to himself, "This brat can keep his composure." Then, he took out another brocade bag. When he opened the note inside, he couldn't help but reveal a strange smile. Then, he held back his laughter and shouted, "The 6th round, the pill division will fight Cheng Shi." Not only was the pill division surprised, but the grass division also cried out. Why was Zhang Xiaohua famous? Wasn't it because he taught Cheng Shi a lesson? He knocked out Cheng Shi's teeth and even accepted the pill division representative's compensation worth 50 taels of gold. Now that the two of them met, was it because they were enemies? Or was it because they were once bitten by a snake, twice shy? Everyone was excited. There were also many people who secretly complained. They had bet on the pill division to win. When he heard his name being called, Cheng Shi stood up. Yesterday when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua did not appear in any of the matches, and that he had to appear in 3 matches, and he was the first match today, Cheng Shi knew that he would most likely meet Zhang Xiaohua. Thus, he was not surprised. He stood up confidently, picked up a Qi Mei staff from the ground, and entered the arena. Although swords and sabers weren't prohibited in Tianmu Peak's gambling matches, this was still a gambling match between Pill Division disciples. It wasn't good to be injured. Therefore, everyone wisely didn't bring any weapons. Cheng Shi's weapon was the Qi Mei cudgel. It was suitable for him to use it now. Cheng Shi held the Qi Mei cudgel and made a stance. He called out, "Junior brother Ren, we meet again." "Yes, I'm very honored to be able to experience senior brother Cheng's skills again. I've already experienced your punches and kicks. Today, I would like to ask junior brother Ren for advice on weapons. I hope junior brother will not be stingy." Cheng Shi squinted his eyes and said. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. "Then I'll have to disappoint senior brother Cheng. I don't know anything about weapons. It's better to fight barehanded." When the audience heard this, there was an uproar. "Please vote for me." Chapter 551. Everyone had seen carelessness before, but none of the disciples of the Grass Division and Pill Division had ever seen such carelessness before. In the previous battles, there were times when the great guardian deity of the Pill Division met the 6 arhats of the Grass Division, and there were times when he would be careless. However, he had never used his bare hands to fight against a weapon like this. Moreover, this was a battle with a stake of 50 taels of gold. Even the great guardian deity Zhou Shuming wouldn't dare to be so careless. When Cheng Shi heard this, a brilliant expression appeared on his face. Even though he had lost a few teeth after being beaten up by Zhang Xiaohua 2 nights ago, he was still one of the 10 great guardian deities. Cough cough. Even though he was at the bottom, he still had some unique skills, especially this staff technique. He had received guidance from an inner disciple in his early years, and had also devoted himself to practicing it for a period of time. Even Zhou Shuming of the pill department would praise it endlessly when he saw it. It was one of Cheng Shi's trump cards. When the name of the last battle was announced, his first reaction was that he would meet Zhang Xiaohua the next day. His second reaction was to seek revenge, and his third reaction was naturally to use the Qi Mei staff. That day, Cheng Shi had suffered a loss at the hands of Zhang Xiaohua. He had always felt that Zhang Xiaohua's hands and feet were only average. It was because he didn't take him seriously that Zhang Xiaohua's sneak attack succeeded. Of course, Cheng Shi also knew that his hands and feet were only average. Only with a staff would he have the confidence to get back the hatred from Zhang Xiaohua. Yes, and that 50 taels of gold. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua say that he wasn't good at using weapons, Cheng Shi felt as if he was dreaming. It was as if there were 50 taels of gold hanging above his head. He laughed and said, "Junior brother Ren, are you sure you don't want to use a weapon?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "Could it be that there is a rule in our Tianmu Peak that if you use a weapon, I must use a weapon? If that's the case, then I can only reluctantly find a weapon." Cheng Shi hurriedly waved his hands. "No, our Tianmu Peak's duels are quite humane. If you don't want to use it, others won't force you. However, junior brother Ren doesn't use a weapon, and I, as his senior brother, use a weapon instead. Wouldn't others say that I'm bullying him? Oh no, it should be bullying him? It's still not right." Seeing Cheng Shi so conflicted, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Then does senior apprentice brother Cheng not want to use weapons?" Cheng Shi tightened his grip on the Qi Mei staff and said nervously, "I did have such an idea, but since I'm going to fight with a strong opponent like junior brother Ren, I naturally have to use my most powerful move. Only then will I be worthy of you, junior brother Ren. Don't you think so? If I'm also empty-handed, I'll tell you later that I'm best at staff techniques. Even if you win, isn't it a little unfair?" These words were said very smoothly. Perhaps he had already thought of the wording last night. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and cupped her hands. "Then I thank senior apprentice brother Cheng for valuing me. Can we start now? Look, old consecrated Lei has been impatient for a long time. Of course, you took a weapon and still dawdled to explain to the other party that you're empty-handed. It seemed like you had no choice. How could the others not frown when they saw this?" Cheng Shi smiled awkwardly and twirled his staff in the air. He shouted, "Since that's the case, junior brother Ren, pay attention. I'm going to make my move." After he finished speaking, He raised his leg and pounced over, striking his staff at Cheng Shi's head. Sigh, senior apprentice brother Cheng, you've already taken advantage of the weapon, but you still won't let me make a few moves? You actually want to make the first move. Looking at your bearing, it's not something an expert should have. Zhang Xiaohua secretly criticized in her heart. Although she thought this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to test the results of her cultivation of the Big Dipper Divine Fist with the top of her head when she saw the Qi Mei staff smashing down with a whoosh. Therefore, she still released her divine sense. When the Qi Mei staff was about to finish its move, she dodged to the side and then grabbed with her hand, directly grabbing the head of the staff. When Cheng Shi saw this, he was secretly delighted. His hand shook and the staff flew out, striking towards Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Although the staff looked good, in the divine sense, it was flashy but not practical. Zhang Xiaohua slightly tilted her hand, grabbing the place where the Qi Mei staff was about to hit. But just as she was about to grab it, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly remembered what Chen Fengxiao said last night. She unconsciously smiled and said, loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Oh, or in other words, casting a long line to catch a big fish. Who doesn't know how to do that? Therefore, she clenched her hand and used her fist to hit the Qi Mei staff. She immediately retracted her hand with a painful expression on her face, as if she was really hit by the Qi Mei staff. She even sucked in a breath of cold air. That resemblance. Even Chen Fengxiao, who was watching the battle from the side, felt his heart tighten. He secretly said, oh no, this guy is too arrogant. He's going to suffer. Since even Chen Fengxiao was fooled, there was no need to say anything more about Cheng Shi. His heart was filled with joy. That staff of his danced with a whistling sound, sweeping horizontally towards Zhang Xiaohua's waist. Zhang Xiaohua retracted her hand into her sleeve. Like a sparrow hawk, she somersaulted and soared into the air. Once again, she evaded the attack. She stretched out her left fist and punched towards Cheng Shi's face. Cheng Shi's move did not stop. He quickly withdrew the Qi Mei staff and held it horizontally in front of his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua's left fist landed on the Qi Mei staff. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua's punch would have a force of 10,000 jin. Not to mention a wooden staff, even an iron staff would be smashed. Wouldn't Cheng Shi vomit blood and die? Since Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stab a pig's nose with scallions, of course she couldn't use her strength. She only knocked on the staff and immediately used the force to somersault backwards. After staggering a few steps, she steadied herself. Alarmed, she said, Senior Martial Brother Cheng, how can your martial arts be this high? Little brother was quite lucky the day before yesterday. Cheng Shi's face lit up, as if 50 taels of gold were shining. He shouted, haha, now you know how powerful I am. Why haven't you admitted defeat yet? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Don't. If I admit defeat now, I won't be able to see the elegant demeanor of your Dan Department's Jin Gang. It's better to give little brother a chance. Let me admire you a bit more. This brat was still teasing others at this time. However, the ecstatic Cheng Shi might not be able to hear the word admire in his words. Just look at how he swung the staff in a sweeping away 1,000 army posture. He did not give Zhang Xiaohua a chance to catch her breath. Zhang Xiaohua was also helpless. She could only restrain her temper and fight with him. She had to praise Zhang Xiaohua. This brat's martial arts had reached an extremely high level. He was no longer limited to using the fixed fist of the North Star, but just according to Cheng Shi's moves, she casually came up with a stance to deal with him. Every move was derived from the fist of the North Star. Only some angles and the height of some arms were not the same. He consciously knew that these moves were derived from the 108 moves, or it could be said that there were a total of 216 moves. But in the eyes of others, different moves were constantly appearing. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua's ethereal steps was slightly activated. Her whereabouts were erratic. Her fists and palms were also untraceable. Cheng Shi's Qi Mei cudgel danced like a dragon swinging its tail as it chased after Zhang Xiaohua, but it could not even touch the corner of Zhang Xiaohua's clothes. Some people whose martial arts were slightly higher, such as the 5 consecrators, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, seemed to have noticed something strange. Although they could not truly estimate Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts, but from Zhang Xiaohua's ordinary moves that could turn something rotten into something magical, they could already feel that Cheng Shi was definitely not her opponent. As for whether Zhang Xiaohua could win against the 8 Vajra and the others, they also did not know in their hearts. As the saying goes, Those who are closely involved cannot see clearly. Now, it could not be more appropriate to describe Cheng Shi. Seeing Cheng Shi's cudgel strike after strike, he always felt that he could knock down or force Zhang Xiaohua out of the circle. But Zhang Xiaohua was always like Xiaohua in the wind. No matter how strong or weak the wind was, he would always sway in the same posture, big or small, but he did not stick to the ground. Even if the wind was blowing to the point that it was about to break, but when the wind was weak, he would immediately stand up straight. Thus, Cheng Shi became more and more attentive, and used more and more strength. He had long put aside his gradually disordered inner breath and gradually long breaths. Under his single-minded focus, he took the initiative to attack. Zhang Xiaohua's unbearable strength, as he fought and retreated at the same time, the two people's battle group gradually moved to the side, gradually moving towards the Grass Division disciples. And the sound of the Qi Mei cudgel swinging out made the Grass Division disciples tremble in fear even from afar. And when Qiu Wei Cheng, who was standing in front of the disciples, saw Zhang Xiaohua coming back, the corners of his mouth curled up. He pulled Chen Fengxiao's sleeve and pointed at his feet. Chen Fengxiao immediately understood. He turned around to look at the disciples, and waved his hand. The dozens of disciples in the front row also had a face of joy. They bent their waists and carefully retreated to the back. When the back row rose into the air, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng brought the six great Luohan and moved back a lot, creating a large space in front of them. When the Pill Division disciples opposite them saw this, they all stuck out their middle fingers and gestured towards the Grass Division opposite them. Then they loudly cheered, hoping that Cheng Shi could hear them. Unfortunately, Cheng Shi had long taken the Pill Division disciples' reminders as encouragement. When he swung his cudgel at Zhang Xiaohua, he didn't even let them look towards the Pill Division. He swung his hair very confidently, and didn't even notice the problem of walking out of the arena. Nonsense, the Grass Division disciples were still some distance away. Moreover, wasn't Zhang Xiaohua in front of him? Even if he walked out of the arena, Zhang Xiaohua would be the one to do it first. What was he afraid of? Actually, even Chen Fengxiao and the rest were sweating. Zhang Xiaohua kept retreating, obviously wanting to drag Cheng Shi out of the arena. But there were no eyes behind him. How could he see the sidelines? If he accidentally crossed the line first, wouldn't that be self-defeating? At this time, even old consecrator Lei and the rest stood up and walked to the side of the table together, carefully anticipating the end of this battle. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and had long seen the sidelines carefully. When she was almost there, she reached out and grabbed the Qi Mei cudgel. Cheng Shi was secretly delighted and swung his cudgel again. Zhang Xiaohua raised her hand and hid it. She pretended to be in pain, and her other hand immediately reached out and grabbed the Qi Mei cudgel with both hands. With a little force, Cheng Shi couldn't help but rush forward. Zhang Xiaohua let go, and her hand went through the roots. Without looking back, she kicked that guy's butt. She didn't use much strength, but it was enough to make Cheng Shi take a few more steps forward. Vote for me. Come and read more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 552. Cheng Shi stood still and revealed a smile of success. He had used quite a bit of strength in that strike just now, and it had hit the back of Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Looking at his expression just now, he must have been seriously injured. Both of his hands were injured. Let's see how he's going to deal with it. Thinking of this, he turned around and brandished his staff to attack again. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua just stood there motionlessly with her hands tucked behind her back. Cheng Shi was surprised. The staff was already in the air. Could it be that she wasn't afraid? At this moment, old consecrator Lei shouted, "Stop! Cheng Shi of the Pill Division has already left the sidelines. Ran Xiaoyao of the Grass Division wins." What? Cheng Shi was immediately dumbfounded. That was 50 taels of gold. He should have paid Zhang Xiaohua 50 taels of gold earlier, but Wu Zhoushu had taken out a few bottles of pills and a Yuhuandan pill for him in order to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Originally, Wu Zhoushu didn't plan to let him participate in this competition, but Wu Zhoushu's calculations were not as good as God's plans. In the first round, he wasn't chosen. Thus, he wasn't sure which round he could truly catch Zhang Xiaohua in. Furthermore, the 10 great guardian deities unanimously objected to him competing with the people, so he gave up on participating. Of course, Cheng Shi's basic requirement for participating in the battle was that the pills worth 50 taels of gold must be taken out from his own pocket. The pill division wouldn't bear half a pill. Thinking that he had to take out a pill worth 50 taels of gold, and also didn't know why he lost the battle. This was clearly still far from the sidelines. Thus, Cheng Shi couldn't help but be distracted. The Qimei cudgel in his hand didn't stop because of old consecrator Lei's shout, and directly smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua stood with her hands crossed and looked at him quietly. Seeing that he didn't stop and that the strength of the cudgel was still sufficient, she couldn't help but frown slightly. At this moment, if she kicked it away or grabbed it with her hands, it would be effortless. But if she did so, her previous act would be wasted. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua exerted force on her feet and retreated a few steps. She accidentally tripped over her right foot and fell to the ground. Cheng Shi's Qimei cudgel also smashed onto the ground, injuring a patch of flowers and grass. Cheng Shi pitifully looked at Wu Zhouxiu, who had a look of disappointment on his face, as well as the many Pill Division disciples who had looks of pity on their faces. He felt as if he had been wronged. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw Wu Zhouxiu point at his feet, indicating for him to look carefully. Thus, Cheng Shi shut his mouth and looked left and right carefully. It didn't matter if he looked closely, but his lungs were about to explode from anger. Not far in front of him was a thin line. Wasn't that the sidelines of the battle arena? And the Grass Division disciples who were supposed to be sitting beside the thin line were now sitting far behind him. Their faces were solemn and extremely upright, but their eyes couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. "This you?" Cheng Shi looked at his feet and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. He really didn't know what to say. Zhang Xiaohua clasped his hands and said, "Senior brother Cheng's martial arts are really powerful. This Qimei staff technique is abnormally wondrous. I really am not a match for it, so I had to resort to trickery. I hope senior brother Cheng can understand." "Right, what is the name of this staff technique? I have never seen it before. Furthermore, senior brother Cheng's strength is boundless. When you use the staff technique, it is as if the Vajra of the 9 heavens has descended to the mortal world. It makes me feel as if I can't resist it." Zhang Xiaohua spoke as he walked. Cheng Shi was elated. "See, it's not that my martial arts are not good enough. People make mistakes. Horses stumble too. It's just that this fellow's evil plan succeeded this time. I'll deal with him next time." Cheng Shi's face was that of a senior brother. Junior brother Ren. A battle depends on real ability. You can survive for a while with petty tricks, but you can't survive for a lifetime. If you want to establish yourself on Tianmu Peak, you can't always be like this. You can't always be like this. Zhang Xiaohua bowed. "I understand." Cheng Shi took the opportunity to ask in a low voice, "Then, is the wager for the battle?" Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Senior brother Cheng, weren't you just lecturing me not to be sneaky? Since that's the case, we can't break the rules of the battle. As for the wager, I'll keep it for you. When you challenge me next time, I'll give it back to you. How about that? Won't senior brother Cheng have a clear conscience if you use your own ability to win it back?" When Cheng Shi heard that, he wished he could slap his own mouth. But thinking that he would be able to win it back next time, he could accept it in his heart. He pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You said it yourself. In a few days, I'll name you and challenge you. You must accept the challenge." Zhang Xiaohua's heart was already blooming with joy, but he still panicked and said, "All right, senior brother Cheng, don't worry. I'll definitely use my true ability. But you must show mercy." Cheng Shi snorted and waved his hand. He walked down, as if the winner of this battle was him. Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he watched Cheng Shi leave the arena. He walked towards the Grass Division disciples. At this time, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng had already returned to their original seats. They heard the conversation clearly. Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng both smiled and secretly gave Zhang Xiaohua a thumbs up. They thought, "This guy is really AI. I don't know if he's smart or cunning. He just won this battle and won the wager for this battle. Now he's eyeing the wager for the next battle." Not to mention that the two of them were resting. Old consecrator Lei opened the box again. For the 7th battle, the Grass Division had drawn another good lot. It was the 2nd Arhat heir Du Mu against the 6th guardian deity Zhang Su. According to the records, the martial arts of the Grass Division's Arhats were generally lower than that of the Dan Division's Arhats. but the Arhats who were ranked at the top were able to take on the Arhats ranked at the bottom. This air Dumu against Zhang Su was more likely to win than lose. When they were drinking last night, Pill Division's Wu Dalong had asked Grass Division's headmaster Chen several times about the order of today's battle formation. However, Chen Fengxiao had gritted his teeth and refused to say anything. When Wu Zhouxiu heard about the two people who would be fighting, he almost felt indignant that the heavens were unfair. If you say that they were unlucky, then they were unlucky, but they shouldn't be so unlucky. Moreover, the stakes were unprecedentedly high. Vomit blood. Vomit blood. Wu Zhouxiu only had this premonition. The gambling fight between Air Dumu and Zhang Su was the same as the previous few fights. It was extremely boring. Both of them were familiar with each other. Their martial arts moves, the habits of their moves, and the degree of their internal energy were explained clearly. It was just that in order to fight over this medicinal pill that was worth 50 taels of gold, both of them took out their trump card. After fighting for nearly the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, the winner was finally decided. Indeed, as everyone expected, Air Dumu obtained the final victory. At this point, not only was Air Dumu overjoyed because he obtained the wager of 50 taels of gold, even Chen Fengxiao, Qiu Wei Cheng and the other Grass Division disciples were overjoyed. Because, after the 7th battle, the Grass Division had already obtained 5 victories, while the Dan Division only had 2. The Grass Division definitely didn't need to take out a large portion of their already meager stock of pills to lose to the Dan Division. In 3 battles, if they could win 1 battle, they could obtain 20% of the 500 taels of gold. If they could win all of the battles, wouldn't that be 60%? That was a pill worth 300 taels of gold. Thinking about this, Chen Fengxiao had the urge to pinch his own thigh. On the other hand, Wu Zhouxiu's mouth was full of bitterness. The Dan Division still had 5, 7 and 8 warriors who hadn't fought yet. The Grass Division had 3 Arhats and Zhang Xiaohua who hadn't fought yet. Seeing how Zhang Xiaohua had defeated Cheng Shi, the 7 and 8 warriors were most likely not her opponent. In other words, the 5 Arhats could only win 1 battle. The remaining 2 battles would be lost if there were no accidents. Calculating, the Grass Division would probably lose 200 taels of gold worth of pills. Bitter. It was even more bitter than Coptis gold thread. The 8th battle officially began with old consecrator Lei's loud voice. However, Wu Zhouxiu's attention was no longer on the battle. Because in this battle, he had arranged for the 8-warrior Yu Yi to fight. He was most likely not a match for Zhang Xiaohua. But when he heard the name of the Grass Division's 3rd Arhat, Qian Zibi, hope rose from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Yu Yi wasn't a match for Qian Zibi. This was for sure. Yu Yi's martial arts were a level lower than Qian Zibi's. Even in his previous battle records, he had been completely defeated. But the remaining 2 battles were different. Firstly, Zhang Xiaohua had to fight 2 battles in a row. Her physical strength might not be enough. Secondly, Wu Zhouxiu was clear in his heart that he had sent out the 5th warrior Yi Chengliao for the 9th battle. He should be able to take down Zhang Xiaohua for sure. And after Zhang Xiaohua had fought with Yi Chengliao, she directly entered the 10th battle. Although it was the 7-warrior Qi Yuntian, Zhang Xiaohua was already exhausted. She might not necessarily lose. If it was calculated like this, the Dan Division would only lose 1 battle. The 20% stake was 100 taels of gold. And it was also acceptable. He could just treat it as if he had worked hard for the past few years for nothing and returned all the pills he had won from the Grass Division. As expected, the 8th battle ended very quickly. If it was before, Qian Zibi might have allowed Yu Yi to make 2 moves. The 2 of them could be friends for a while and let the surrounding disciples enjoy themselves. But today, it involved 50 taels of gold. Qian Zibi was afraid that he would fail miserably. After just 10 rounds, he showed a flaw. He grabbed Yu Yi's acupoint and threw him to the ground. Seeing this, Chen Fengxiao grabbed his sleeve and said softly, "Little brother, our Grass Division has already won a match. We've obtained 100 taels of gold. It's already made up for all the pills we've lost to the Pill Division over the past few years. You don't have to feel burdened. You've already won a match, so if you lose another match, we'll call it even. If you lose 2 more matches, just give all the pills you've lost to the Pill Division. Of course, our Grass Division can also take out these pills on your behalf. Little brother, you don't have to worry." Afterwards, Chen Fengxiao looked at Wu Zhouxiu opposite him. He wanted to say something but hesitated. He said softly, Also if we win too much, the Dan division's Wu Dalong. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she smiled and said, Boss arranged my last 2 battles together. I already understand what's going on. Don't worry. Chapter 553. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had already thought it through. If Chen Fengxiao wanted her to win 3 rounds, then today's battle order would definitely be the 1st, 3rd, and 5th round. In the middle of the 2 rounds, she would be able to rest a bit, adjust her Xueqi, and recover her strength. But Chen Fengxiao arranged for her to fight the 4th and 5th round together, which meant that he didn't plan on letting her win the last round. As for why Chen Fengxiao had such a plan, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat understood, but also somewhat didn't. However, right now, she was already standing in the arena, so she didn't have much time to think about this problem. In front of Zhang Xiaohua stood the Pill Division's 5th guardian deity, Yi Qingliao. The term guardian deity gave people the impression that it was a person with big shoulders and a round waist, with an appearance of infinite strength. However, Zhang Xiaohua had seen all of the 10 guardian deities, and only a few people could bear this title. For example, Cheng Shi, who was completely blasphemous to be called a guardian deity. Yi Qingliao was the one who was most worthy of this title among the 10 guardian deities. Standing in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he was almost a head taller than Zhang Xiaohua, and the muscles on his body bulged one by one. Just casually walking around the arena would make the ground tremble a bit. Seeing him, Zhang Xiaohua almost had the feeling of seeing a misty school's stone cow. When old consecrator Lei gave the order, Zhang Xiaohua bowed. Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao, please advise me, senior brother Yi. Seeing this, Yi Qingliao took 2 steps back for no reason. He looked at Ren Baqian suspiciously. Seeing that there was nothing unusual, he cupped his hands and said in a low and muffled voice, Well said, junior brother Ren, let's begin. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Senior brother Yi, why did you retreat just now? This little brother hasn't attacked yet. Hee, Dalong said that you're full of tricks, so I have to guard against you. In the previous round, I didn't see you give any gifts. This time, you suddenly did this to me, so of course I have to guard against you. OMG, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. My character isn't that bad, is it? Then he explained. Senior Martial Brother Yi is right. However, a few days ago, Senior Martial Brother Cheng provoked me and I didn't want to see him. This is our first time fighting, so of course I have to be polite before resorting to force. Yi Qingliao waved his hand and said, Don't talk about etiquette and weapons, hurry up and fight, you just have to hand over the 50 taels of gold leaf to me. After saying that, he shouted, Junior brother Ren, since you're not using a weapon, then this Yi will also fight you empty-handed. Be careful. After saying that, he waved his long arm, and that bowl-sized fist smashed towards Zhang Xiaohua's chest. Before the fist reached her body, the wind of the fist arrived first. Looking at the power of the fist, it was no less than Cheng Shi's Qi Mei cudgel. Zhang Xiaohua was the least afraid of fighting empty-handed, especially when it came to external martial arts. Therefore, she also took a step forward. Taking advantage of the fact that Yi Qingliao's arm had not straightened, and his whole body's strength had not reached 100%, she immediately clenched her right hand into a fist. With a whoop sound, she stepped forward and only used 40% of her strength. Seeing this, Yi Qingliao was overjoyed. He practiced external martial arts, and when he fought with other grass sect opponents, there were very few people who would fight him head-on. Now that Zhang Xiaohua came up and fought with him, how could he be happy? However, looking at Zhang Xiaohua's frail body, Yi Qingliao could only use 80% of his strength, so he quickly withdrew 20%. With a pung sound, the two people's fists collided. Yi Qingliao only felt his arm go slightly numb, and a huge force hit him. He couldn't help but tang back a few steps before he could steady himself. On the opposite side, Zhang Xiaohua was even worse. She retreated more than 10 steps before she managed to not fall. The two people steadied themselves and looked at each other, not easily taking a step forward. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua quickly ran in front of Yi Qingliao, jumped up, raised her left leg, and kicked towards Yi Qingliao's armpit. Although Yi Qingliao was surprised by the huge force just now, seeing Zhang Xiaohua's sorry state, he was slightly relieved. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's kick coming over, he raised his arm and used it to block. Zhang Xiaohua's left leg kicked Yi Qingliao's arm, but she didn't use too much strength. Instead, she put her leg on Yi Qingliao's arm, twisted her waist, and her right leg immediately kicked over like lightning. Yi Chengliao didn't dare to be negligent. He raised his left hand and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's right ankle. Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't let him have his way. Her right leg deftly changed direction in the air and kicked from another angle. Yi Chengliao also had a card up his sleeve. He pushed his left arm and blocked with his left fist, so the two people started fighting. Yi Chengliao was ranked 5th in the top 10 King Kong. His kung fu wasn't weak. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua deliberately showed weakness, so the two people's punches and kicks were very exciting. However, no matter how big of an advantage Yi Chengliao had, even if he sent Zhang Xiaohua flying, knowing that he could chase after Zhang Xiaohua and defeat her, Yi Chengliao still guarded the surrounding few feet and didn't move forward. After a few times, Zhang Xiaohua understood in her heart that she had lured Yi Chengliao into a trap. This guy must have received Wu Dalong's orders. No matter how much she pretended, he wouldn't chase after her and let her kick him out of the line. Since it was like this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little worried. If it was to say that defeating this Yi Chengliao wasn't a difficult thing, but if she could defeat him very accidentally and make him unable to see through her true martial arts, then it would be a very troublesome thing. However, if she wanted to lose to Yi Chengliao and give away the 50 taels of gold pill, then it would be better to directly defeat Yi Chengliao. The two people exchanged punches and kicks for the time it took to eat a meal. Even when the sun was already high up in the sky, Yi Chengliao still stood in the distance and didn't move much. Naturally, no one could see who won or lost. But even so, the surrounding disciples were dumbfounded by what they saw. Last time when Zhang Xiaohua defeated Cheng Shi, to be honest, it was a bit of an unfair victory. She only relied on tricks and didn't have any real ability. Therefore, everyone was like Chen Fengxiao's prediction. They lowered their attention on Zhang Xiaohua again and again, thinking that there was nothing special about Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts. There were even some disciples who didn't know their place and had thoughts that they shouldn't have in their minds. Of course, there were even more disciples who placed their bets on the Dan division. They originally thought that the Dan division's 5 taels of gold would easily end the bet. But after fighting for almost half a day, it was actually a situation of neither winning nor losing. This frail grass division youth actually didn't fall behind by half a point. Yi Jingang is simple and honest. Maybe he didn't kill him and gave Ren Xiaoyao some face? Maybe Yi Jingang wants to exhaust Ren Xiaoyao's strength. When he runs out of strength, then wouldn't he be casually thrown out of the line? The people outside the line kept guessing. But just when everyone was guessing when Yi Chengliao would exert his strength and defeat Zhang Xiaohua, the situation on the field changed again. They saw Zhang Xiaohua once again leaping high into the air, her legs interlocking with Yi Chengliao's face. Yi Chengliao seemed to have already seen through Zhang Xiaohua's moves and wasn't nervous at all. He clenched his fists and punched out continuously, turning all of Zhang Xiaohua's attacks into nothingness. And when Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground, it was as if she had stepped on something. Zhang Xiaohua's body was like an arrow leaving the bowstring, pouncing towards Yi Chengliao. And because Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a good grasp of her balance, her two hands were randomly grabbing at the air. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, Yi Chengliao was stunned. Just when he was about to dodge, Zhang Xiaohua's 2 arms were already in front of him, grabbing at the place where his 2 arms were. Yi Chengliao didn't dare to be slow, afraid that Zhang Xiaohua had a trick up her sleeves. He also raised his arms to block Zhang Xiaohua. In a flash, 4 arms crossed together. Zhang Xiaohua very casually pushed Yi Chengliao's arms to the left and right, as if she was just randomly bumping into something. Could it be that this junior brother Ren really fell down? At this time, Yi Chengliao naturally thought. Unfortunately, this was the only thought Yi Chengliao had before he woke up. He saw Zhang Xiaohua push Yi Chengliao's 2 arms apart, and her entire body was already in Yi Chengliao's embrace. Her head that was flying in front, before Yi Chengliao could react, hit his chest's Shanzhong point. Yi Chengliao couldn't catch his breath, and fainted on the spot. And the initiator of this, Zhang Xiaohua, seemed to be dazed from the impact. Like Yi Chengliao, she fainted and fell straight to the ground. In an instant, the entire place was dead silent. Even the sound of breathing stopped. Everyone stared at the scene with their mouths agape. Then they looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. It wouldn't be right if they didn't know what had happened. They probably didn't know why such a coincidental thing had happened. In the past 10 years of Tianmu Peak, such an incident had never happened before. Then with a wang sound, Thousands of flies rushed over at the same time. All the disciples were whispering to each other and discussing. The 5 consecrators, pill departments Wu Zhou, the 9 Vajras, Chen Fengxiao, Qiu Wei Cheng, and the 6 arhats all stood up with a zang sound. They all looked at the scene with complicated expressions. Knocking out the opponent was naturally the winner. But when 2 people fainted at the same time, who was the winner and who was the loser? This was really hard to say. When the rules were set, they never thought that such a situation would happen. Even after a few revisions, there were no new rules. However, they didn't dare to casually enter the arena. Disciples who weren't part of the battle were prohibited from entering the arena. If they entered the arena, they would be judged as the loser. And this battle involved 50 taels of gold, so no one dared to enter the arena. Therefore, just like this, after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Wu Zhou was the first to become impatient. He walked towards Consecrator Lei. In his opinion, since both of them had fainted together, it would be a draw. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohua was already injured. Although it was the 7 Vajras who entered the arena, Qi Yuntian should be able to take down Zhang Xiaohua. In this way, their pill department would only lose 20% of 100 taels of gold. But just as he took a step, he heard an earth-shattering cry from the grass department. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Xiaohua, who was lying there motionless, sitting up from the ground. She rubbed her head and looked at everything around her in confusion. Please vote for me, recommend me. Chapter 554. Zhang Xiaohua sat up from the ground, very puzzled as he looked around, then rubbed his head, as if it hurts. Then he stood up, looked into the distance and did something that no one on Tianmu Peak would have imagined. This guy walked to the side of Yi Chengliao who fainted on the ground, lifted one of his legs from the ground, and like pulling a dead pig, dragged him to the side of the field. In an instant, the whole field returned to dead silence. Then, when everyone understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant, a burst of laughter resounded. The people of the grass division all laughed, constantly applauding. It seems that this guy also doesn't know whether he lost or won. Therefore, for the sake of insurance, it's better to drag him to the side of the line and see what the 5 judges decide. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua dragging Yi Chengliao out while panting, Wu Zhou sighed and stopped in his tracks. Originally, the 2 of them had fainted at the same time. After all, there was no such rule in the current rules, and there was no such precedent before. He went to the 5 consecrators, and for the sake of 100 taels of gold, he did not care about his face. It was also appropriate to make a draw, but he didn't expect that Zhang Xiaohua would wake up first. Oh, of course, even if he woke up, he might be able to make it a draw. However, he, like all the other disciples, did not expect that Zhang Xiaohua would do such a thing. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's tired appearance, Wu Zhoushu's heart was bleeding. Fine, why do I have to go to the elders? It doesn't matter who fainted first, as long as they leave the side of the line, they lose. This guy doesn't know other things, but he remembers this rule very clearly. Sigh, how is this dragging a dead pig? It's simply dragging gold home. The disciples of the pill division opposite the grass division could not stand it, and also shouted loudly. What's the reason? Isn't it just to wake up the fainted Yi Chengliao? Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua sealed his acupoints. How can he wake up by himself? It seemed extremely impossible. Zhang Xiaohua pretended to be exhausted. She took a few steps to rest, and then took a few more steps to rest again. She thought to herself, this way, I can finally act like it. I, Xiaoxia, am also a wise and powerful man. How can I? Ahem, for 50 taels of gold, I can do some acting for others. It's possible. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the sidelines, Chen Fengxiao, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, actually still had some confidence that Zhang Xiaohua could defeat Yi Chengliao. But he also never thought that Zhang Xiaohua would end up like this. Looking at Yi Chengliao behind Zhang Xiaohua with his eyes tightly closed, Chen Fengxiao couldn't help but think, if Yi Chengliao, known as one of the 5 guardian deities, woke up now, how would he resist? He wondered how junior brother Ren would deal with it. We're already at the border. If Yi Chengliao wakes up and sees himself outside the border, how will he react? No matter how Chen Fengxiao thought, he immediately saw Yi Chengliao's expression. Zhang Xiaohua had already dragged Yi Chengliao to the side of the border. She put down Yi Chengliao's legs, walked to the other side of Yi Chengliao's body, and used her strength to flip him over bit by bit. After a few more rolls, Yi Chengliao's body just happened to cross the border. And at the same time that Zhang Xiaohua flipped him over, a wave of Zhan Qi was sent over, unsealing Yi Chengliao's sealed acupoints. Then, as if nothing had happened, she clapped her hands and turned back to the field. Old Consecrator Lei and the other 4 judges also smiled bitterly as they watched Zhang Xiaohua like a hard-working ant, slowly pushing Yi Chengliao out of the field. When Yi Chengliao's body was out of the border, they immediately shouted at the top of their lungs, Tianmu Peak's 9th battle, Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao wins. Just as this voice landed, Yi Chengliao, who was outside the border, also opened his eyes. Similarly, he looked around in confusion. When he heard old Consecrator Lei's announcement, his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly looked at the ground, and an expression of shock appeared on his face. His mouth was wide open, and he used his finger to point at Zhang Xiaohua who had just walked far away. Then, he saw a long trail of dragging on the field. Thus, he didn't say anything else, and just stood there dumbly. After a while, Yi Chengliao slapped his head hard, and said regretfully, "Why didn't I wake up a little earlier? If I woke up a little earlier, it would be enough to kick this guy out of the border." Say, that's right, why did he wake up early? Wu Zhoushu thought so, and so did everyone in the Dan division. At this time, old Consecrator Lei shouted again, Tianmu Peak's 10th battle is now ready to begin. Due to the fact that Grass Division's Ren Xiaoyao has gone up consecutively, according to the rules, the last disciple of the Dan division to go up is Qi Yuntian. Therefore, the 2 divisions' disciples, please place your bets now. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the field, and when she heard Consecrator Lei asking her to rest, she secretly shrugged and laughed secretly. Is there a need? I don't think it's necessary, but since the rules of the battle are so humane, then I should rest for a while. Zhang Xiaohua walked back to the Grass Division. From afar, Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng gave her a thumbs up. Chen Fengxiao laughed and said, "Little brother, I don't know how to praise you, it's really." Qiu Wei Cheng, who was beside him, laughed. "It's really wise, and your luck is through the roof." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged again and said, "It's not wise, but my luck is through the roof." She then turned to look at the field and said, "I don't know who is so inconsiderate and doesn't care about our Tianmu Peak's environment. He actually threw peels and confetti at such an important place. Hee, but if it wasn't for these peels, I wouldn't have been able to beat the 5th-ranked King Kong so easily." Beat the field? Chen Fengxiao couldn't help but laugh and said, "You dragged the field, okay?" Indeed, but this Yi Chengliao is really too heavy. Heavier than half a piece of pork. Dragging him down is really difficult. Oh? Little brother has dragged pork before? That's right, little brother's family is poor, and I have a relative who sells pork. When little brother was young, little brother worked for that relative. This business of dragging pork is very common. Ha, no wonder little brother's posture is so familiar. It's because you've already practiced before. Zhang Xiaohua only had one relative, Butcher Lu, who sold meat. However, he had never met Zhang Xiaohua, and he had worked at Butcher Lu's house for a day. Who the hell knew who this relative of his was? While chatting, Zhang Xiaohua inadvertently glanced at the pill division opposite him. It was abnormally lively there. When he took a closer look, he realized that they were all calling for disciples to place their bets. When he looked behind him, the Grass Division disciples also had strange expressions on their faces. They were peeking at him while secretly calling for bets. It was as if they were doing something that was condemned by their conscience. Could it be? Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand. She pulled on Chen Fengxiao's sleeve and whispered, "Headmaster Chen, can I place my own bets?" "You're placing your own bets?" Chen Fengxiao frowned and naturally looked back. Those disciples who were placing their bets immediately retracted their hands and looked around in all seriousness, as if the matter of placing their bets had nothing to do with them. Chen Fengxiao obviously knew what they were thinking. He turned back and smiled. "Little brother, are you itching to place your bets after seeing others place their bets? Or did you see something wrong with our Grass Division disciples?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "The Pill Division disciples are very enthusiastic, but our disciples are all sneaky. Of course I know they're betting on the Pill Division." Chen Fengxiao nodded and smiled. "That's right. Our bet is fair. The Pill Division and Grass Division are all disciples of the Pill Expanding Hall. It's their freedom to place their bets. You don't have to take it to heart." "Why would I blame them?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. "I'm just asking if I can bet on this fight." Chen Fengxiao thought for a while and said, in order to maintain fairness and prevent disciples from cheating, the rules of Tianmu Peak prohibit disciples from placing bets. But what? Zhang Xiaohua saw Chen Fengxiao's hesitation and could not help asking. However, since little brother wants to participate, I'll place a bet on little brother's behalf. However, little brother, there are many people who bet on you losing this round. Even if you bet on yourself losing, the amount of pills you'll get in the end will be extremely small. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands. When did I say I'd bet on myself losing? What? Chen Fengxiao was stunned. You want to bet on yourself winning? Then he persuaded, little brother, this is not the time to be swayed by emotions. Even if you want to regain your face, you don't have to go against all the disciples of Tianmu Peak. And, oh, I forgot. You've won enough today. Giving some to everyone can be considered a good deed. All right, little brother, I'll place a bet for you. If you lose, it's on me. If you win, it's on you. What do you think? Don't? Headchin, if that's the case, what kind of bet is this? It's your good deed. Win or lose, it's all on me. All right, I'll listen to you. Chen Fengxiao smiled. Then how many bottles of pills should I place? Or a few dozen taels of gold? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and stretched out one finger. 1 bottle? 10 taels of gold? Chen Fengxiao guessed. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Don't. Won't that be too much? The next blood-replenishing pill. Ah? Chen Fengxiao almost fell over. He couldn't believe it and asked, just 1 blood-replenishing pill? Yes. Anyway, they're all betting on the pill department to win. I'm only using 1 blood-replenishing pill. If I win, won't all their bets be mine? And if I lose, this blood-replenishing pill will be theirs to divide among themselves. This isn't too good. Chen Fengxiao was speechless. He thought to himself, you've won so much gold. Even if you lose, it's still a huge profit. I thought you wanted to show your grace to the disciples. But I didn't expect you to be so opportunistic. Chen Fengxiao only said, 1 pill can also be placed as a bet. But this doesn't seem to match little brother's status. Just based on the fact that little brother defeated Wu Yigong, you'll be a famous person in Tianmu Peak in the future. So it's like this. Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. She gritted her teeth and said, Then let's place a bet of 2 blood-replenishing pills. Chapter 555. In an instant, Chen Fengxiao, the #1 figure of Tianmu Peak, almost fainted. I have already told you clearly that these few pills are not worthy of your status. You still clenched your teeth. I thought you would take out at least 10 taels of gold. In the end, forget it, just pretend that I don't know you. But betting on those few pills did not seem like something a headmaster like him could do. Hence, he raised his head to look. Of course, Xueqi, who had just come over to talk to Zhang Xiaohua, was also looking around like the other disciples of the grass division. He looked like he did not know anything and did not want to disturb him. Chen Fengxiao called out with a smile. Junior Qiu, Junior Qiu? Xueqi seemed to have just woken up from a dream. With a helpless expression, he turned around and asked, Headmaster Chen, what's the matter? Junior brother Qiu, don't play dumb. Go in your name, according to little brother's wishes. Bet 2 blood-replenishing pills on little brother's victory. Headmaster Chen, this isn't appropriate. No matter what, I'm still your right-hand man. If you use such a wager, not only will you lose face for me, but you will also lose face for the headmaster. Chen Fengxiao waved his hand and said, I don't care. I will leave this matter to you. Do as you see fit. Then, he pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, Our grass division brothers have sacrificed their lives for us. We cannot let him have any worries. You must settle this matter properly. Don't you think so? Little brother. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said to Xueqi, Sorry to trouble you, Senior Qiu. Little brother's family background is weak. I don't dare to mess around, hee. Xueqi's face was full of helplessness. Just as he was about to call the disciples to place their bets, his eyes suddenly lit up and he walked towards the side of the crowd. Of course, there was an excited Bai Huan sitting there. She was holding something in her hand and looked like she was about to place her bet. Seeing Qiu Wei-cheng walk over, Bai Huan quickly stood up to greet him. Qiu Wei-cheng whispered into Bai Huan's ear. Bai Huan looked unhappy and pulled Qiu Wei-cheng back. She pointed at the elixirs in her hand and then at the pill department. She looked a little ashamed. At this moment, Qiu Wei-cheng's face was full of righteousness. He pointed at Bai Huan's nose and scolded her, as if he expected better from her. Bai Huan's face was full of shame. She had no choice but to stretch out her hand. Seeing Bai Huan stretch out her hand, Qiu Wei-cheng was obviously stunned. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua who was preparing in the distance. After thinking for a while, he took out a jade bottle from his arms, poured out 2 elixirs and handed them to Bai Huan. He then turned around and walked back to Chen Fengxiao's side. When Chen Feng saw Qiu Wei-cheng return, he pretended not to see him. Zhang Xiaohua, on the other hand, was curious and asked softly, "Senior Bai doesn't look too happy. Could it be that he's worried about his own reputation?" Qiu Wei-cheng thought to himself, "You know that your reputation is not good. Why did you ask us to help you place such a small bet?" However, he still smiled warmly and said, "Junior brother Ren, don't think too much. Junior Bai doesn't care about his reputation. It's just that." Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, he coughed twice and said, "It's just that he placed his bet on Qi Yuntian of the pill department. According to the rules, one person cannot bet on 2 parties at the same time. Therefore, he probably wants others to bet on him." Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. "Senior Qiu, I heard that there is something I don't understand. Since everyone placed their bets on Qi Yuntian of the pill department and no one placed their bets on me, how will they gain anything? Won't this bet be for nothing? Well, even though they will definitely win this bet, the most important thing is to participate. It's not bad to win once. Furthermore, in our gambling fight rules, to encourage betting, we will record the number of wins. If the number of wins increases, there will be a certain amount of preferential treatment. There are many specific details. In the future, Brother Ren will naturally know about it. So that's how it is. No wonder Senior Brother Qiu didn't bet on me," Zhang Xiaohua muttered thoughtfully. Hearing this, Qiu Wei-cheng's face immediately turned red. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to feel that what she said was wrong and quickly apologized. "Senior Qiu, don't think too much. If you only bet on me, who will definitely lose, I would find it strange. Just now, I just said it casually. I didn't mean to blame you at all. If Senior Qiu goes up next time, I won't bet on you." Gosh! Qiu Wei-cheng's face turned even redder. He thought to himself, "Anyway, I won't have the chance to go up. Aren't your words useless? Furthermore, I haven't even gone up and you're already cursing me to lose. Are you doing this on purpose?" However, he said, "Long live understanding, long live understanding." At this moment, old consecrator Lei shouted from afar, "The auspicious time has arrived. New, cough cough, grass division Ren Xiaoyao, pill division Qi Yuntian, please enter." Seeing the 2 of them walk slowly into the arena, old consecrator Lei then sat down and drank a mouthful of tea. He thought to himself, "Ah, these days are not as good as when I was young as the master of ceremonies. How I miss the past. Those beautiful times." Leaving aside old consecrator Lei's nostalgia, Zhang Xiaohua and Qi Yuntian walked into the arena together. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked at Qi Yuntian. Qi Yuntian didn't stop, but walked a dozen steps and stopped. Then, he lowered his head and looked around. He even bent down to pick up some leaves and trash on the ground and threw them far away. Then, he turned around to face Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at this middle-aged man who was as tall and thin as her, Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. She could only follow her right hand and walk a dozen steps. She cupped her hands and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao from the Grass Division. Greetings to Senior Qiu from the Pill Division." Qi Yuntian's face was full of vigilance. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Ren, you have great skills and a good plan. As your senior brother, I really admire you." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the place where they were just now. There didn't seem to be any scraps of fruit paper. She asked, "Why didn't senior brother Qi stand there just now?" Qi Yuntian looked around and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Ren is thinking too much. This is the center of the arena. If I stood there, wouldn't I be disrespecting the battle with junior brother Ren?" Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xiaohua understood and was secretly happy. Then, Zhang Xiaohua got into a fighting stance and said, If that's the case, then please give me some pointers, senior brother Qi. Then, she didn't hold back and raised her fist. Qi Yuntian didn't dare to be negligent and also came forward. So, the two of them stood together. But after the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. Although Qi Yuntian's martial arts were a bit better than Cheng Shi's, but compared to Yi Chengliao's, he was still lacking. She should have no problem defeating him, but this guy was guarding the center of the arena. No matter how much she tried to lure him, no matter how many openings Zhang Xiaohua revealed, he would only chase after her a few steps and then immediately return to his original position. When Zhang Xiaohua attacked, he would only retreat a few steps. Looking far away, he would immediately use his qinggong to dodge around Zhang Xiaohua and return to his original position. He seemed to have decided, I won't leave the center of the arena. Let's see how you will lure me out. A moment ago, when Qi Yuntian came up, he had already cleaned up the surrounding trash. It would be difficult to find even a scrap of paper. This eliminated the possibility of Zhang Xiaohua accidentally bumping into him. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua sighed in her heart. This is going to be a very difficult battle. This difficult wasn't because of the opponent's martial arts, but because of how to defeat him without leaving any traces. Looking at Qi Yuntian's cautious appearance, it was really difficult. Thus, the two of them were in a deadlock for a while. That's because Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a good method, so it could only be a draw. While Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, another incense stick's worth of time passed. Zhang Xiaohua threw a punch at Qi Yuntian, using only 20% of his strength. If it was a moment ago, Qi Yuntian would have used his internal qi to block, but this time, Qi Yuntian dodged to the side and used his Qi Yuntian hand to cut Zhang Xiaohua's pulse. Zhang Xiaohua's left palm hit Qi Yuntian, but Qi Yuntian immediately retracted his attack. His body flashed. He didn't want to meet Zhang Xiaohua's attack head-on. Instead, he moved behind Zhang Xiaohua and raised his leg to attack his back. Zhang Xiaohua didn't turn around, but raised her leg to kick Qi Yuntian's leg. When Qi Yuntian saw this, he didn't meet the kick head-on. Instead, he flipped his body and changed direction in midair. He reached out to grab the back of Zhang Xiaohua's neck. This wonderful movement technique caused everyone to cheer. Seeing that Qi Yuntian didn't meet her attack, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. She had a plan. This Qi Yuntian's martial arts were about the same as Cheng Shi's, but his martial arts were ranked 7th. This was inseparable from his outstanding movement technique. Of course, this movement technique wasn't worth mentioning in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. He was avoiding the main force and attacking the weak points. He probably knew that he couldn't defeat Zhang Xiaohua with his own moves, or that it would be very difficult to defeat her. Therefore, he chose to use his movement technique to exhaust Zhang Xiaohua's physical strength and internal energy. He wanted to achieve a stable and assured victory over Zhang Xiaohua. To Zhang Xiaohua, who had just fought 2 battles, this was a very appropriate and very wise strategy. Everyone outside the arena, including the 5 consecrators, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu, all had the same idea. However, the person he met was Zhang Xiaohua, and not anyone else. These 2 gambling matches were just a show for this fellow, and he did not use up any of his strength or true qi at all. How could he be afraid of such a battle of attrition? However, it was also because of Qi Yuntian's change in tactics that Zhang Xiaohua found a breakthrough. And, didn't you want to fight a battle of attrition? Then let's fight. This brother also has the same plan. Let's see who can outlast the other. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua slowly began to fight with Qi Yuntian. Of course, she couldn't fight with him so leisurely. So, Zhang Xiaohua was also panting. Her movements were sluggish and her footsteps were getting heavier. On the other hand, Qi Yuntian seemed to realize that his strategy was correct. His body became lighter and lighter like a butterfly in spring. He surrounded Zhang Xiaohua. This Xiaohua. Fly, 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 fly non-stop. Unfortunately, after flying for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was still panting. Qi Yuntian's body couldn't be as light as before and slowly slowed down. Nonsense, this movement technique also required physical strength and internal energy. Please vote monthly, recommend vote. Chapter 556. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hesitate. Before entering the arena, Chen Fengxiao had already said a lot of things. His words were vague and pointed out, "Little brother, I arranged for you to be in the last 2 matches because I don't want you to win. Haha, don't completely win. Give the pill department some face. Pill department's face? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sneer. This face was given by Chen Fengxiao from the grass department, not by him. But compared to 50 taels of gold, was the pill department's face more important? It didn't seem to be important. But what about Chen Fengxiao's face? Zhang Xiaohua was a little conflicted. Should he win or not? Well, it depended on whether Chen Fengxiao's face or 50 taels of gold. Who was more important? It was as if he had returned to the Misty Peak when he participated in the second round of the martial arts exhibition. But needless to say, the difference between the current Zhang Xiaohua and the previous Zhang Xiaohua was like clouds and mud. Even Qi Yuntian, in terms of Qinggong, might not be able to compete with that young disciple of the Misty School who had passed the first stage of the Misty School. That young disciple was a real disciple of the Misty School. This Qi Yuntian was just a disciple of the pill department of the pill expanding hall. He didn't even have the qualifications to be an outer disciple. However, Qi Yuntian, who had become a butterfly, didn't have the self-awareness. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua constantly gasping for breath, he thought that if he put in more effort, he would be able to defeat him. So he tried his best again and again. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was like a wildflower in the wind and rain. He swayed left and right, but did not fall. Until Qi Yuntian suddenly realized that his already weak internal energy had dried up. Not to mention the fact that he couldn't use Qinggong, he didn't even have the strength to stand and move his fists and legs. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua was still gasping for breath, just like before. Suddenly, a chill rose from the bottom of Qi Yuntian's heart. Could it be that this Zhang Xiaohua was a hidden master? Was he trying to lure him into a trap by putting on such a pathetic appearance? But then he thought again. What's the benefit of baiting me? If he's an expert, he can just knock me down directly. Either way, the outcome of the battle will be 50 gold taels worth of medicinal pills. Io, my medicinal pills. How many years of savings have I accumulated? The more he thought about it, the less strength he had left his body. After the time it took to eat a meal, Qi Yuntian sat down on the ground. He raised his hands and weakly shouted, I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat. After he said that, he lay on the ground like a dead pig, unable to move. And when Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she also immediately fell to the ground, motionless. She was actually exhausted. When Qi Yuntian admitted defeat, the entire Tianmu Peak was silent. It was even quieter than when Zhang Xiaohua knocked Yi Chengliao unconscious. Many people covered their mouths in disbelief, their eyes flashing with disbelief. That's right, they had the same thought as Qi Yuntian. This guy had already fought 2 rounds. Even if it was a battle of attrition, he would still be exhausted to death. But this Zhang Xiaohua was like a cockroach. From beginning to end, she was moaning, but in the end, she was still standing strong. Even if she fell to the ground, she would fall behind Qi Yuntian. Shady, it was unknown which disciple hysterically shouted out this slogan. Sure enough, he was not the only smart one. All the disciples loudly shouted, cheating, cheating. Investigate thoroughly. Investigate thoroughly. Seeing this, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu turned pale with fright. That's right, according to normal logic, the winner of this last round would definitely be Qi Yuntian. But what if Qi Yuntian had thrown the match? What if he had let people bet on Zhang Xiaohua's victory? Wouldn't he be able to win against everyone on Tianmu Peak? Then the benefits he would receive would be enough to make up for the 50 taels of gold he had lost against Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, these 50 taels of gold pills were not from his own pocket. He had a secret agreement with Wu Zhouxiu. Thinking of these agreements, and looking at the agitated crowd, Wu Zhouxiu's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, old consecrator Lei stood up with a sorrowful expression. He weakly announced, the 10th battle, Ren Xiaoyao of the grass tribe wins. Then, looking at the other 4 consecrators beside him, he said, this Tianmu Peak gambling competition ends now. Based on the current score, the grass tribe has won with 8 wins and 2 losses. Furthermore, they have received 60% of the 300 taels of gold from the Pill tribe. Pill tribe's Wu Dalong will promptly hand over this wager to head leader Chen of the grass tribe. As for the winners and losers of each battle, They must also promptly hand over their 50 taels of gold or pills of equivalent value to the winner. If they do not hand it over within 3 days, the winner will be handed over to us for judgment. If they do not hand over their winnings, they will be given a double punishment. After saying this, he shouted again, "Disciples, please be patient. Our judgment will personally check the record of the last bet with Pill Tribe's Wu Dalong and head leader Chen of the Grass Tribe. If any disciple deliberately lost to the opponent, we will severely punish them." All right, the disciples all cheered. They all sat down and waited quietly. It seemed that they would definitely not leave today without a thorough investigation. Qi Yuntian, who was paralyzed in the arena, had already understood what was going on. He was filled with anger. Do I have to go this far? In order to win the 50 taels of gold, I begged Wu Dalong yesterday morning and borrowed quite a bit. If I could win, how could I lose to the opponent? That was 50 taels of gold. I'm not a fool. Furthermore, even if I cheated, how much more could it be than 50 taels of gold? Say. Zhang Xiaohua, who had closed her eyes and pretended to be exhausted, was overjoyed. She would soon know the results of her victory. Thinking back, she was still worried about how to find someone to cash out their winnings, afraid that someone would go back on their word. And this was great. Everything was announced to the public. Let's see who would dare to go back on their word. The speed of sorting out the records was very fast. Of course, with thousands of pairs of eyes watching, who would dare to be slow? But the result? It was really out of everyone's expectations. Out of the thousands of disciples from the Pill Tribe and Grass Tribe, there was only one person who bet on Zhang Xiaohua's victory. That was of course Bai Huan from the Grass Tribe. Bai Huan? The consecrator who had once asked Bai Huan to lead the way to Zhang Xiaohua had a deep impression of him. He asked, "Head Chen, this Bai Huan wouldn't be carrying Qi Yuntian's bet, right?" It seemed that the consecrators were well aware of the little tricks of the disciples below. Wu Zhouxiu also looked at Chen Fengxiao with a face full of doubts. Chen Fengxiao shook his head and said, "It seems that we have wronged Qi Yuntian. This Bai Huan definitely didn't bet on Qi Yuntian's behalf. Because he bet on Ren Xiaoyao's behalf. Furthermore, I also know that this was a bet for 2 blood-replenishing pills, and it was Qiu Wei Cheng's pills." Sure enough, when old consecrator Lei looked at the back, there were indeed 2 blood-replenishing pills written at the back. This was something that Chen Fengxiao didn't see. Since he knew about it, it must be true. At the same time, everyone who heard this felt a sense of absurdity. Using 2 blood-replenishing pills to win against thousands of people in the field, even if it was 2 blood-replenishing pills per person, such a small bet was still 2,000 pills. It was much more than 50 taels of gold. Hiss, Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu both sucked in a breath of cold air as if they had a toothache. They were incomparably regretful. If I also bet a little, wouldn't I have a share of these 2,000 pills? If I bet 10 taels of gold, these 2 blood-replenishing pills can be ignored. Wouldn't the 2,000 pills all be mine? But this Ren Xiaoyao was obviously going to lose. How could I have known that in the end he would actually win? Since the result was out, it naturally had to be announced. However, no one believed this result. In the end, they could only let the various people send their own representatives up to witness it with their own eyes. Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu also patted their chests solemnly, assuring that there was no problem with this record. Only then did they manage to suppress the crowd's emotions. That's right, since the beginning of the gambling matches on Tianmu Peak, who knew how many matches there had been? There had also been gambling matches with great disparities in strength, but none of them had been as coincidental as today. Everyone had bet on Qi Yuntian, who was sure to win, and only Zhang Xiaohua had bet on herself. Oh no, only Bai Huan had bet on the Grass Division disciple. Well, after the disciples of the Pill Division and the Grass Division knew the result, those who didn't know Bai Huan secretly tried to find out who was called Bai Huan. Their tone was extremely unfriendly, and those who knew Bai Huan shot murderous glances at Bai Huan. In an instant, Bai Huan's brilliance immediately overshadowed the victorious Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the strange looks from the crowd, Bai Huan felt uncomfortable. I'm innocent. I bet on the Pill Division myself. This bet was placed on someone else's behalf. But now, even if he was given 10 more guts, would he dare to say that it was Headmaster Chen's instructions? Not to mention that this would immediately make Zhang Xiaohua the target of public criticism. Moreover, what if Headmaster Chen used Zhang Xiaohua's name to win? Bai Huan shuddered. It was as if he could see himself being beaten and killed on a moonless and windy night. At this time, Qi Yuntian had just finished resting and recovered a bit of strength. Seeing that his grievances had been cleared, there was no reason for him to stay on the ground. He got up and walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Junior brother Ren, congratulations on winning the last round. Zhang Xiaohua was lying on the ground, still looking like he was about to die. He stretched out his hands lazily and said, Senior brother Qi, thank you for letting me win. Actually, I didn't expect to win in the end. I just thought that if I let out a breath, the 50 taels of gold would be given to someone else. I didn't dare to vent my anger. I didn't expect senior brother Qi to be the first. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any strength and hearing him mention the 50 taels of gold, Qi Yuntian couldn't help but want to go up and kick him. You're already like this when you came up, and you're still like this now. Are you done yet? Qi Yuntian suppressed his anger, cupped his hands and walked away. Seeing that there was no need to pretend, Zhang Xiaohua stood up shakily. At this time, Chen Fengxiao came over and helped Zhang Xiaohua up. He smiled and said, Little brother is really talented. Do you want to know how much you won in the last round? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he asked, It's all because of Headmaster Chen's guidance. I have to thank Tuodin Hall, Tianmu Peak, and the Grass Sect. Well, I also have to thank Chuanxiang School for giving me this opportunity. Chapter 557. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Chen Fengxiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, Little brother, don't give me this empty speech. It's meaningless. Perhaps only the senior elders of our fragrance cult like this kind of speech. Oh, by the way, you should thank Bai Huan first. Look, now he has successfully transferred the anger of the disciples to him. You, the big winner of the gambling fight, are relaxed. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, Of course I know this. Please rest assured, Head Chen, I will give Senior Bai an explanation. I won't let him die without knowing the reason. Chen Fengxiao was stunned. What is this? Then Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked forward a few steps and said loudly, Senior brothers of the Pill Expanding Hall, I am Ren Xiaoyao from the Grass Sect. Hee, I think everyone already knows me by now. Seeing this, not only Chen Fengxiao was stunned, but everyone else was also stunned. They looked at him strangely and secretly said, Is he going to give a victory speech? Well, that's right. A victory speech is very important. A speech of entry, a speech of apprenticeship, and a speech of victory are also important. Zhang Xiaohua continued, I've just arrived at Tianmu Peak and have just joined the big family of Pill Tower Hall. I'm very happy and hope that I can get along well with all of you in the future. The victory of the 3 battles in the morning, as well as the 3 prizes, don't matter to me. Yes, everything is fleeting. I still care about your feelings and hope that you all will treat me as your own junior brother. Also, I asked senior brother Bai Huan to help me bet on those 2 pills. Of course I bet on myself to win. I'm sure all of you won't suspect me of cheating. Don't you think that I won't cheat? With a boom, everyone was in an uproar. They were all whispering to each other. What he said was right. It was only reasonable that Zhang Xiaohua bet on himself. After all, he had bet on himself before. It could be regarded as giving himself some energy and motivation. Moreover, 2 elixirs were more reasonable. After all, he didn't have the confidence to win. However, each person using 2 medicinal pills to exchange for 2,000 medicinal pills, that was thought-provoking. Some people's faces gradually became unkind. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua said, But, I'm new here, so I have to give everyone a greeting gift. Everyone's hearts raced. It couldn't be that they were going to be exempted, right? They really knew how to think. Zhang Xiaohua said, This is a greeting gift. No matter if it's the 3 senior martial brothers on the stage or the many senior martial brothers off the stage, within these 3 days, bring the same amount of medicinal pills as you and come to my small courtyard to continue the challenge. As long as you can win, I will wipe out the bill of your losses. Oh, that's right, if you don't have enough medicinal pills, then bring some rare medicinal herbs. I won't refuse any of them. Unfair. Suddenly, a person from the Dan department shouted, You know martial arts. Many of our Dan department's disciples are not good at martial arts. How can we be your opponent just by relying on martial arts? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, This senior martial brother is right. You can ask other senior martial brothers who know martial arts to fight. Of course, this senior martial brother who stands out will also have to take out medicinal pills. Or if you feel that your martial arts are not good enough, you can form a group of 5 to 10 people. I will accept all of them. At this moment, Chen Fengxiao could not figure out Zhang Xiaohua's intentions. If Zhang Xiaohua simply wanted to know Zhang Xiaohua's true intentions, there was no need to make such a big move. This seemed to be a 1 versus 10 situation. Even Chen Fengxiao would not dare to declare war on everyone like this. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about this. When he saw the eagerness in the eyes of the disciples, he knew that his words had worked. Then, his legs went soft again, as if he had no strength. Chen Fengxiao hurried forward to support him and said, "Disciples, since Ren Xiaoyao from the grass department is so generous and wants to return the winnings to you in a unique way, then please come to the small courtyard by the mountain tomorrow to challenge him. Let him have a good rest this afternoon." There were already disciples of the Dan department who had found a loophole in Zhang Xiaohua's words and wanted to go to the small courtyard in the afternoon to challenge him. But when they heard Chen Fengxiao's words, they gave up the idea of taking advantage of the situation. Chen Fengxiao supported Zhang Xiaohua and waved to Bai Huan, saying, "Come here and help junior brother Ren back to the small courtyard. Later, go to the judges and bring the list of people who have placed their bets." This is junior brother Ren's first time participating, so he probably doesn't know how to deal with the aftermath. You can do it for him. Bai Huan didn't dare to disobey. She quickly ran over and supported Zhang Xiaohua, who was on the verge of collapsing. Then, she slowly walked back to the small courtyard. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua left, the biggest bet in the history of Tianmu Peak ended beautifully. In the past, the grass department always won more than they lost. But today, they were the biggest winner. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure disappeared, Chen Fengxiao couldn't help but smile. Not to mention that other than Zhang Xiaohua's 3 wins, the other 5 bets were all funded by him. How could the wealth of the 6 great arhats be worth 50 taels of gold? Excluding the 2 losses, Chen Fengxiao's grass department had won 3 bets, 150 taels of gold. In addition to the 300 taels of gold that the Dan department had lost to the grass department, it was a total of 450 taels of gold. If it was converted into elixirs, it would be a terrifying figure. Chen Fengxiao was a little worried. Did Wu Dalong have enough wealth to pay for the bet? This worry was actually the reason why Chen Fengxiao wanted Zhang Xiaohua to lose a match at that time. Since he couldn't pay for it, he might as well not win. It could be considered as giving face to Wu Zhouxiu. The first thing after the bet was to settle the results. At this time, the 5 guardians were sitting behind the table, quietly waiting for the arrival of Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu. After the radiant Chen Fengxiao and the gloomy Wu Zhouxiu walked in front of them, old guardian Lei said with a smile, "Since the 2 leaders are here, let's start settling the results now." Then, he pointed to the dozens of huge sheets of paper in front of them and said, "Except for the list of bets for the last bet, the rest are the same as before. We will post them for public display and let the disciples hand over their bets to us. Then, we will distribute the elixirs according to the situation of each match." Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu both nodded and said, "This is common practice. Thank you for your hard work." Old Guardian Lei said with a smile, "The amount of bets for this bet is very large. We have also benefited greatly. There's no need to be courteous. Oh, as for the list of bets for the last bet, I think according to what Leader Chen said just now, let the grass division take it and let Ren Xiaoyao face it alone. What do you think?" Chen Fengxiao cupped his hands and said, "Ren Xiaoyao doesn't know the rules. He has made a fool of himself in front of all of you. However, it's good that he's doing this. It will reduce the burden on all of you. If all of you don't object, Wu Dalong also has no objections." "I also agree." Wu Zhouxiu sneered and said, "It's the disciples' bets left and right. Moreover, it's all against Ren Xiaoyao alone. Then let him have a headache. Why would I have any objections?" "Yes." Old Guardian Lei nodded. He picked up the top few sheets and handed them to Chen Fengxiao. The other sheets were handed to the disciple beside him for him to post. Then, Old Guardian Lei took out a piece of white paper from the side and picked up a pen to write on it. After he finished writing, he handed it to Chen Fengxiao and said with a smile, "Leader Chen, this is the final result of the bet between the grass division and the pill division. The pill division needs to pay the grass division a total of 300 taels of gold or elixirs of equivalent value. Look carefully. If you have no objections, please sign and make your mark. Chen Fengxiao took it and looked carefully. Without hesitation, he picked up the pen and signed on it. Beside him, Wu Zhouxu's cheeks twitched when he heard this. When he took the pen, Chen Fengxiao said apologetically, "Daleng, you know why I put Ren Xiaoyao's last two bets together. It's just that." Wu Zhouxu gritted his teeth and said, "Leader Chen, don't say any more. I understand. It's just that, Sai, my life is not good. Forget it, don't worry. I will pay you back even if I have to sell everything." These words were said with integrity, but also very bleak. Of course, if Wu Zhouxu had not schemed against the golden leaf in Zhang Xiaohua's bag, how would he have ended up like this? Not to mention that he had to compensate the grass division for the previous bet. Even his own family's property would be emptied. Man proposes, God disposes, and the unintentional can't outsmart the intentional. At this time, the most intentional person, with the help of Bai Huan, slowly walked back to the small courtyard by the cliff. When they reached the door, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said to Bai Huan, "Senior brother Bai, I have troubled you with the betting just now. And you can send me here. I will go in myself." "All right, tell the other senior brothers that I will have a good rest this afternoon. Don't disturb me. Also, I will have to trouble senior brother Bai to organize the records of the challenges and elixirs in the next 3 days. I think senior brother Bai should be familiar with this." Then he took out a bottle of blood-replenishing pills from his bag and handed it to Bai Huan, saying, "The blood-replenishing pills in the bottle are for senior brother Bai. The rest is my thanks." Bai Huan immediately declined. "Junior brother Ren is too polite. The 2 elixirs you bet on are senior brother Chio's. Moreover, you don't have to give the elixirs first. You have to pay the final amount. The elixirs are still in my arms. Then I will give this bottle of elixirs to senior brother Bai and senior brother Chio. You can give it to senior brother Chio. After I am done with these 2 days, I will thank senior brother Bai." "Is that so?" Bai Huan was a little overjoyed, saying, "In that case, senior brother will not be polite." After he finished speaking, he reached out and took the bottle. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Senior brother Bai, there is one more thing I need to trouble you with." Bai Huan, who had benefited from it, smiled and said, "Since we are brothers, just tell me what you need." Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, "Our brothers in the grass division must have been suppressed by the pill division and don't have any elixirs in hand. I have so many elixirs here, but they are useless. If the brothers in the grass division want elixirs, then you can use your herbs to exchange for them." Exchange elixirs with herbs? Bai Huan was stunned. Please vote monthly, recommend. Chapter 558. Bai Huan was very puzzled. These herbs were everywhere on Tianmu Peak. Who would be so wasteful as to exchange elixirs for herbs? These were 2 completely different things. Thus, he asked in disbelief, "Junior Marshal Brother Ren, are you telling the truth? You can exchange herbs for elixirs?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Of course it's true. Didn't I say it on the field just now?" Bai Huan scratched her head. Who would believe that? Herbs are not valuable, and we can't refine them into elixirs. Who would exchange elixirs for something so simple? "Oh, Junior brother Ren, do you have any other conditions?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "That's right. You don't need to exchange for ordinary herbs. Only the older, rare, or never-before-seen herbs are useful." "Really?" Bai Huan still didn't believe him and said, "I happen to have an unknown medicinal herb that I picked up in the Yulon Grand Canyon a few years ago when I was lucky enough to participate in the Yulon evening refinement. I wonder how many pills Junior brother Ren can give me?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Yulon evening refinement? Yulon Grand Canyon? What's that? However, Bai Huan was too excited to listen to him. She immediately turned around and walked away. As she walked, she said, "Junior brother Ren, you go in and have a rest. I'll get that herb and see if I can exchange it for a small bone-congealing pill." Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said loudly, "Senior brother Bai, don't worry. It's not too late to bring it tomorrow. I'll keep it for you. I need to adjust my qi circulation and rest later." Bai Huan stopped and said worriedly, "Junior brother Ren, you must keep it for me. I'll go back now and ask Elder Lei for the record of the bet. I'll help you sort it out first." Well, if you want to fulfill the wishes of our grass clan brothers, I'll definitely help you. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and hurriedly left. Since he was the first to receive the news, he had to prepare the medicinal herbs first. He couldn't let others beat him to it. If it weren't for Zhang Xiaohua's repeated reminders, he might have only told others the news after he finished exchanging for the medicinal pills. Seeing Bai Huan leave happily, Zhang Xiaohua was even happier. Not only could she exchange her useless pills for medicinal herbs, but she could also establish a good image in front of the Grass Clan brothers. Anyone would be happy. Walking into the courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua closed the door and jumped into the air. She somersaulted a few times in the air and landed on the ground. She almost looked up to the sky and laughed. Today, she was really too excited. Thinking about the 150 taels of gold worth of medicinal pills and the pills that almost all the disciples of Tianmu Peak had lost to her, well, if they didn't give up tomorrow and still wanted to fish for more, then they would lose the same amount of medicinal pills to her. Just thinking about this amount of money was scary. If she used these medicinal pills to exchange for medicinal herbs, then how much would she get? Moreover, even a disciple like Bai Huan had rare medicinal herbs, not to mention the other disciples. She had just entered the fragrance cult and was already able to find the dragon scale fruit in the forest. Then these disciples who were active in Tianmu Peak and the other 19 peaks would definitely have better things. That's right. What is this Yulon Dusk refinement in the Yulon Grand Canyon? There must be some excellent medicinal herbs in there. I should ask Headmaster Chen when I have time and take a look. In the eyes of others, the 3 gambling matches in a single morning might seem very difficult, just like Zhang Xiaohua's performance. However, in reality, Zhang Xiaohua was simply playing around. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to lure the disciples to take revenge in the next 3 days, or that he wanted to keep a low profile, he would have finished off all the so-called Vajras in the first few moments of the battle. Now that his muscles and bones had been moved, it was natural for him to comprehend the heavenly Tao and cultivate array formations. This was his real homework. The heavenly Tao was so vast, and Zhang Xiaohua was so small. Under the brilliance of heaven and earth, Zhang Xiaohua was almost not even an ant. Every time Zhang Xiaohua sensed the boundless heavenly Tao, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This seemingly endless comprehension, he didn't know when it would come to an end. However, every time he sighed, it also sharpened his Tao heart, making his Tao heart more solid. The ancients said, "There is a path in the mountain of books, and there is a path in the boundless sea of learning." This was the most accurate. The seemingly indeterminate heavenly Tao had gradually formed a small path in Zhang Xiaohua's tireless comprehension. Although it was just the beginning and the path ahead was not clear, there were 3,000 great Taos, and each path was different. Who could say that Zhang Xiaohua's small path would not develop into a great Tao in the future? Could it be one of the 3,000 great Taos? Time passed very quickly, and the floating clouds in the sky gradually thinned out. The fiery sun had already set in the west. Zhang Xiaohua, who was comprehending the heavenly Tao, seemed to have gained something, but also seemed to have gained nothing. In the haze, his heart suddenly moved. He frowned and opened his eyes, releasing his divine sense. Sure enough, he saw that outside the bamboo forest, a person was sneakily looking left and right. He walked over quietly, and when he was close to the bamboo forest, he turned his head and saw that there was no one near him. He immediately exerted force on his feet, and his figure flashed into the bamboo forest. Then, he used his lightness skill to rush to the small courtyard where Zhang Xiaohua lived. When Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully, wasn't that the leader of the 10 great guardian deities, Zhou Shuming? What is this unlucky guy doing here? Wasn't he killed by Headmaster Chen when he just entered the arena yesterday? Don't tell me he's here to find trouble with me? Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Even if he's here to find trouble with me, he can come openly tomorrow. I've already said that the challenge will begin tomorrow. Coming today, it's not proper for him to come, is it? Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense followed Zhou Shuming until the small courtyard was near. Zhou Shuming jumped down from the bamboo. His figure was very vigorous, and when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved, this guy's lightness skill is higher than Qi Yuntian's. It's almost the same as the patrolling disciple I met when I first entered the fragrant religion. I know. This guy is here to scout for information. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua did not delay. His figure jumped, and he quickly lay down on the bed that he had never touched before, pretending to be asleep. Zhang Xiaohua's guess was not wrong. She saw Zhou Shuming carefully jump up the wall, and then he went around to the back of the courtyard. In a flash, he entered the small courtyard and used his lightness skill to reach the top of the attic. He pressed his ear to the roof and listened for a long time. Then he tiptoed to the roof, and like a lotus flower hanging upside down, he stuck his head out of the roof. In the empty room, he saw Zhang Xiaohua lying on the bed with his clothes still on. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's sleeping appearance, Zhou Shuming could not help but smile. As long as one's martial arts was strong, if they exhausted their internal energy, they would sit cross-legged and adjust their breathing. But this kind of ordinary person's rest, needless to say, was because their physical strength was exhausted. Simple adjustment of breathing would not be able to recover, and they could only rely on the most primitive method to satisfy the body's needs. It seems that this Ren Xiaoyao is really tired. Hee, isn't that right? 2 matches in a row. Even I would not be able to win completely. Moreover, the last match was to exhaust my physical strength? This little guy is still inexperienced in gambling. Although sleeping can replenish his physical strength, but when he wakes up the next day, his hands and feet will be weak. How can he gamble? This trip was not in vain. Zhou Shuming thought to himself as he observed carefully. After a meal, the sky had already darkened. Only then did Zhou Shuming pack up and use his qinggong to slip away. In the darkness, his figure could not be seen clearly. Ha ha ha. After Zhou Shuming left, Zhang Xiaohua flipped over and sat up. She muttered to herself, "It seems that the people of Tianmu Peak are not fools. They actually sent someone to check on me. It seems that I have to set up more bait tomorrow." After thinking, Zhang Xiaohua was about to close her eyes and do her homework when she suddenly frowned. Although she did not release her divine sense, after exhausting her divine sense in the Rejuvenation Valley, she had gained a deeper understanding of the way of the heavens. Abnormalities within a radius of several tens of feet would often be reflected in her senses without her divine sense. At this moment, she sensed that someone was approaching the bamboo forest. This headmaster Chen is really good. At noon in the gambling arena, he had already made it clear that no one was to disturb me. Why is there still someone disturbing me at night? Just now it was the Dajin gang of the Dan department. Who could it be now? When Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to look, it was not anyone else. It was Headmaster Chen Fengxiao. Beside him was his right-hand man Wei Cheng. It was just that the two of them walked to the side of the bamboo forest and stopped in their tracks. They were whispering to each other and discussing something, just like the last time when they came to the Wuzhou ruins. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and thought to himself, what's wrong with them? They still haven't finished their discussion and come over. However, it was different this time. The two of them talked for a while and looked at the small courtyard at the other end of the bamboo forest. They did not enter again. Instead, they nodded to each other and turned back. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Why didn't they come in? That's strange. Since they did not come to disturb him, Zhang Xiaohua continued with his homework. He immersed his divine sense into his Ni1 palace and began to comprehend his rabbit talisman. He had forgotten that the sky was already dark and he did not even light a lamp. It gave people the impression that he was already asleep. How could Chen Fengxiao and Wei Cheng knock on the door in the dark? It was a quiet night. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist and released his divine sense. He actually did not discover anyone within 100 feet of him. He could not help but feel strange. Could it be that they were not fooled? Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua was a little obsessed with money. The sky had just brightened and people had not even eaten breakfast. Why would they rush over to find trouble with him? Although there was no one now, people would come soon. It was neither too long nor too short a time. Zhang Xiaohua was a little bored and took out the jade water sword from his money bag. Although the jade water sword was very sharp and could produce sword light by injecting qi into it, it was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua did not know any sword techniques. Those nameless sword techniques were all used by Zhu Meng. This jade water sword could only be of little use. Casually injecting qi into the jade water sword, he randomly waved it in the air a few times. The sound of the sword tearing through the air was very ear-piercing. If it could be paired with a suitable sword technique, it would be a sharp weapon to kill the enemy. Regretfully withdrawing his qi, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the jade water sword in front of him and then inserted the short sword into the old scabbard. But just as his gaze swept past the scabbard, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. His divine sense quickly swept over and immediately, his eyes flashed with surprise. Vote for me. Chapter 559. When Zhang Xiaohua received the jade water sword from weapon-casting sect Si Yakong, he had also used his divine sense to examine the jade water sword. However, he had not seen the scabbard in Si Yakong's hands. At this moment, he spread out his divine sense. With just a glance, he could sense the strangeness within. This scabbard was not strange because of the fluctuation of vital qi emitted by the scabbard, which could attract the attention of Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Instead, it was because when his divine sense swept past, he actually discovered that there was an extremely hidden layer at the bottom of the scabbard. This layer was extremely small and blocked the interior of the scabbard. Even if he used his naked eyes to observe, he would not be able to see it. Since the layer was so hidden, and the scabbard was also extremely simple and unadorned, the things inside must be extraordinary. Zhang Xiaohua picked up the jade water sword and channeled vital qi into it. Immediately, it produced an inch-long sword ray. Then, he raised the scabbard and very carefully cut a small slit in the scabbard. From that slit, a piece of silk was revealed. Zhang Xiaohua used the fingernail of his little finger to pull out the silk. It was actually a large sword manual that recorded all kinds of sword-wielding figures. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought to himself, "My luck is actually so good? Just now, I was still thinking that if there was a matching sword manual, now I can find the real sword manual in the scabbard. That's not very possible." As expected, when he looked at it carefully, the sword manual depicted a long sword and not a short sword like the jade water sword. It seemed like this sword manual was not specially used for the jade water sword. Of course, if Zhang Xiaohua fully displayed the sword ray, its length would be about the same as a normal long sword. Zhang Xiaohua would not think that this was a sword technique specially used for the sword ray. Although this sword technique might not be suitable for the jade water sword, didn't Zhang Xiaohua still have the Great Wisdom Sword? Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua himself did not have a complete set of sword manuals. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua still carefully read it from beginning to end. However, Zhang Xiaohua frowned as he read. His martial arts cultivation had already reached a higher level. Perhaps he had not really learned sword techniques before, but when he mastered one technique, he could master all techniques. When he finished reading all 81 sword techniques, he felt that there was something strange about it. However, he could not tell where the reason was at that moment. Zhang Xiaohua was about to take a closer look when he heard a call out from outside. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. "Business is here." Putting away the silk, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the house. Bai Huan's call came from outside the courtyard. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's response, Bai Huan quickly walked into the courtyard. He was holding a few pieces of paper with densely packed words in his hands. His eyes were a little red as he walked in. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, you really made a fortune. Previously, when I saw you winning 3 rounds in a row in the gambling arena, I was already jealous. However, when Headmaster Chan brought me the betting records last night and asked me to help you manage them, I finally know what it means to be jealous." Then, he shook the paper in his hand and said, "This is a lot more pills than Junior brother Ren won 3 rounds in the gambling arena. Junior brother Ren is really smart to bet so tightly. Why didn't I bet with you at that time?" Before Zhang Xiaohua placed his bet, he had a rough idea of what was going on. He didn't expect that he was the only one who placed his bet on the grass division winning. If there were a few more people, not many, just 10, then the bet wouldn't be so eye-catching. However, Zhang Xiaohua's fortune was booming and he was the only one who won. Zhang Xiaohua coughed twice and put on an enigmatic look. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Bai, you worry too much. I'll have to trouble senior brother Bai to work hard these few days. When everything is settled, I'll have a generous reward for you." Bai Huan smiled apologetically and said, "Junior brother Ren will be the moneybags of Tianmu Peak in the future. As your senior brother, I still have to rely on you. You don't have to be so polite." Then, he took out a small jade box and handed it over, saying, "Junior brother Ren, this is the medicinal herb that I've collected. Take a look and see if it's to your liking." Zhang Xiaohua took the jade box. The jade box was very long and narrow, like a thick stick. He casually opened the jade box. Inside, there was a light blue medicinal herb. The leaves were triangular and there were small yellow flowers at the top. The flowers had long withered, but they emitted a faint fragrance. Although the fragrance was very faint, when it entered the nose, it would make one's heart faint. When Zhang Xiaohua saw it, he frowned, but a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. This medicinal herb was indeed familiar. Although he hadn't seen it before, ever since he saw the prescription for the bone-solidifying pill, he had flipped through the compendium of materia medica and carefully looked at the several main ingredients in the prescription. Wasn't this the fragrant soul wood used in the bone-solidifying pill? In just a few days, he was actually able to find all 3 main ingredients to refine the bone-solidifying pill. This aroma cult was really a treasure trove. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua frown, Bai Huan couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He nervously said, "Junior Brother Ren, if it's not enough for one bone-solidifying pill, I have a few ordinary medicinal herbs that are around 20 years old. If they are suitable, Junior Brother, please take a look." Zhang Xiaohua heard and laughed. "I didn't expect Senior Brother Bai to have such a collection." Bai Huan chuckled and said, "We disciples of the grass division may be lacking in elixirs, but we don't lack medicinal herbs. Who doesn't have medicinal herbs that are 20 years old? Even the disciples of the pill division have won against us in recent years. Oh, by the way, Junior Brother Ren, this time, you have to be more ruthless to the disciples of the pill division. Help our brothers of the grass division vent their anger." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and patted Bai Huan's shoulder. "That's exactly what I want. Well, Senior Brother Bai, take out all the medicinal herbs you have. This is the first time I've opened a business, so I'll definitely give you a satisfactory price." Bai Huan smiled awkwardly and took out several jade boxes from his arms and handed them over. Zhang Xiaohua opened them one by one. Although they were not particularly good, they were still rare medicinal herbs that were over 20 years old in Jianghu. Zhang Xiaohua accepted them without hesitation. Then he took out a jade bottle from his arms and handed it to Bai Huan. "Senior Brother Bai, here are 3 bone-solidifying pills. Do you like them? If not, I don't have anything good here for the time being. When they send the pills here later, I'll exchange them for you." Hearing 3 bone-solidifying pills, Bai Huan couldn't suppress his joy. He snatched the jade bottle and put it into his arms like lightning. Fearing that Zhang Xiaohua would go back on his word, he kept saying, "That's great, that's great." Seeing Bai Huan's quick actions, Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. If this was the case in the fighting arena, who could be Bai Huan's opponent? Holding the record in his hand, Bai Huan slowly explained the situation of yesterday's bet to Zhang Xiaohua while waiting for the arrival of the challengers. But after waiting for almost the time to eat a meal, no one came into the small courtyard. Even when Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense, he didn't see any traces of other disciples around the bamboo forest. Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. Could it be that I've misunderstood? Under the education of Wu Dalong and Headmaster Chen, the disciples of Tianmu Peak have all reached an unattainable level? But when he thought of Zhou Shuming spying yesterday, Zhang Xiaohua faintly understood. They are all waiting for some test. Maybe only when they feel that I can't handle the challenge of so many people will they continue to come. But what if the first one to test me is the 3 King Kongs? Or the people they invite as replacements? That's an elixir worth 50 taels of gold. Should I let it go? Just as he was thinking, 3 people came from outside the bamboo forest. When Zhang Xiaohua looked, it was Wu Zhouxiu, Chen Fengxiao and Zhou Shuming. There were no other disciples behind them. What's going on? Zhang Xiaohua didn't find it strange. Chen Fengxiao took the lead and led the 2 into the small courtyard. He saw the paper spread on the table, Bai Huan sitting next to it with his chin resting on his hand, and Zhang Xiaohua standing next to him, full of energy and ready to fight. He couldn't help smiling. "Little brother, are you still waiting for the other disciples to send you elixirs?" "No, I'm waiting to return the elixirs to the other disciples." Wu Zhouxiu also walked forward and cupped his hands. "Junior Brother Ren, you are a great talent. I admire you." "You've been exposed?" This was Zhang Xiaohua's first reaction. He immediately asked, "Wu Dalong, what do you mean? I don't understand." Ahem. Wu Zhouxiu coughed twice and said helplessly, "Junior Brother Ren, not to mention your great victory yesterday, just the conditions you mentioned before you left yesterday caused the entire Tianmu Peak to be restless for the entire night." "That's right. Let's not talk about the pill division. Even our grass division had formed many small groups last night, wanting to challenge you today. And even the 6 great arhats had been stirred up and were eager to give it a try." Wu Zhouxiu at the side looked at Zhou Shuming and said, "The 3 Vajras who lost to you yesterday all went to find Junior Brother Zhou, wanting him to help them. Even the other disciples went to all 10 Vajras. Tell me, aren't you a great talent? You've only been at Tianmu Peak for a few days and you've already caused such a ruckus? Zhang Xiaohua grinned and bowed. I didn't think it through. I hope the two leaders can forgive me. But what should we do now that we've already said what we wanted yesterday? Chen Feng smiled and looked at Wu Zhouxiu, then turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, the disciples of the Dan and Grass divisions were all stopped by us. To them, it's just some elixirs, not a big deal. There's no need to make such a big fuss. However, the stakes of the 3 Vajras are not small, so we can't make the decision on our own. He then pointed at Zhou Shuming and said, look, the great Vajra of the Dan division has been elected. Yes, he represents the 3 Vajras who lost to you, as well as the disciples of the Grass division and Dan division who lost to you. He's here to challenge you. This isn't fair, right? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Even if I lose to the great Vajra, I can still win against normal disciples. Wu Zhouxiu looked as if he had expected this and said, it's like this. First, junior brother Zhou represents everyone else to challenge you. If he loses, everyone else's stakes will be increased by 20%. If you lose, you don't have to take everything. You just have to remove 20%. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohua was secretly happy. I think you've all thought it through. If I don't agree, they won't challenge me. I won't even get the extra 20%. Yes, enough is enough. I still have to stay on Tianmu Peak in the future. It's not good to make things too difficult for others. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, that's good. I like it very much. I wonder if Wu Dalong has anything else to say? Wu Zhouxiu smiled and said, since it's a challenge, if junior brother Zhou raises the conditions of the battle, you should agree to them, right? This. Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Don't tell me it's alcohol? He said. Only the conditions of the battle. Nothing else. Chapter 560. No one knew that Zhang Xiaohua was so afraid of drinking. Wu Zhouxiu said, of course, it's a martial arts competition. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, then please enlighten me. Wu Zhouxiu pointed at Zhou Shuming and said, junior brother Zhou is best at Qinggong. Moreover, junior brother Ran was too tired yesterday and is not suitable for a real fight. Therefore, I have discussed with head leader Chen. Why don't we use Qinggong as the competition content? Junior brother Ren, what do you think? Zhang Xiaohua had seen how good Zhou Shuming's Qinggong was yesterday, so he was very confident. He smiled and said, thank you for your consideration. This Qinggong competition is really tailor-made for me. Then let's do as you say. How should we compete? Chen Feng smiled as he pointed at the peak of Tianmu Peak in the distance. We'll start from this small courtyard. You and junior brother Zhou will start towards the peak of Tianmu Peak. There's a giant stone screen at the peak. Elder Lei and the representatives of the Pill and Grass divisions are already waiting there. Whoever reaches the stone screen first will be the winner. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, looks like the two leaders have arranged everything. I have nothing else to say. Please begin. Chen Fengxiao's face reddened. However, Zhang Xiaohua had offended all the disciples of Tianmu Peak this time and could only suffer a little. Although Zhou Shuming's martial arts was not as good as Chen Fengxiao's, he had been training in internal strength since young and was much stronger than Chen Fengxiao. In Chen Fengxiao's heart, Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to win against Zhou Shuming. However, taking out 20% of the bet to appease the crowd was also very worthwhile. Zhou Shuming heard and smiled. Junior brother Ren was tired yesterday and I took advantage of him today. Now, please go first. Zhang Xiaohua quickly waved her hand and said, don't, senior brother Zhou. You bear the heavy responsibility of the Pill and Grass divisions of our Tianmu Peak. If you are so modest, you will be letting them down. Let's start together. Zhou Shuming's heart trembled, and he cupped his hands and said, junior brother is right. Then I'll ask head leader Chen to give the order, and we'll begin together. Chen Feng glanced at Wuzhou ruins with a smile and said, then I'll count to 3 and we'll begin. The wind is strong on the mountain peak. Don't let Elder Lei wait for too long. Then he said 1, 2, 3. In an instant, Zhou Shuming exerted force on his feet, and his figure shot out of the small courtyard like an arrow leaving the bow. Behind him, A green shadow followed closely behind, and was not the slightest bit slower. Wasn't that Zhang Xiaohua? Ah! Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxu were shocked when they saw Zhang Xiaohua and Zhou Shuming rush out at the same time, and the speed at which they rushed out was not inferior. Then, they hurriedly used their lightness skill to leap over the wall. Looking at the two shadows running one after another to the top of the mountain, they looked at each other again and said, "It's really tailor-made. Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts is so high that it's not weaker than Zhou Shuming's. It seems that this competition is not what we thought before." Not to mention the two on the wall secretly sighing at their miscalculation, Zhou Shuming and Zhang Xiaohua both used their qinggong to rush to the top of Tianmu Peak. Although in everyone's eyes, and even in Zhou Shuming's heart, the ethereal steps used by Zhang Xiaohua was not something that the pill-expanding hall disciples, who were not even outer disciples of the incense cult, could compare to. Actually, at this point, Zhang Xiaohua had to be criticized. He had been playing the game of a pig to eat a tiger these 2 days, and was really bullying the pill-expanding hall disciples. Based on his true level, it was far beyond what Chen Feng and Wuzhou ruins could imagine. However, firstly, he wanted to enter the pill-expanding hall in a low-key manner to find information about his second brother, so he could not expose his strength. Secondly, he was targeted by Wuzhou ruins and had no choice but to participate in the gambling fight. Thirdly, he did not want to lose his golden leaf to others, and wanted to earn some pills and herbs from others. Therefore, he had no choice but to repeatedly tease these pill-expanding hall disciples. As for Zhou Shuming, he did not know how many times he had run from the waist of Tianmu Peak to the top of the mountain, so he had adjusted his internal energy to the best state. However, no matter how he circulated his internal energy, or how hard he pushed his feet, it seemed that he could not shake off Zhang Xiaohua's tracking. And Zhang Xiaohua seemed to know that this was the last round, so he did not care about his internal energy and followed Zhou Shuming with all his might. Seeing that they were halfway there, the two of them followed the rugged mountain path to an extremely steep area. Zhou Shuming's eyes turned, and his figure flashed, leaving the mountain path, and ran straight to the bottom of a cliff. He turned back to look at Zhang Xiaohua, who was also following him, and could not help but reveal a trace of fierceness in his eyes. He then used both his hands and feet to climb up the steep cliff. This, Zhang Xiaohua, who had followed him to the bottom of the cliff, paused slightly. Looking at the almost vertical cliff, he could not help but hesitate. He was not afraid that he could not climb up, but he was afraid that something would happen to Zhou Shuming. After this round of qinggong competition, he already had a rough idea of Zhou Shuming's level of qinggong and internal energy. This steep cliff was indeed somewhat difficult for Zhou Shuming. But seeing that Zhou Shuming had already climbed up, Zhang Xiaohua did not delay any longer. His body leaned against the cliff wall, and his hands and feet also stuck to it, as if he was climbing. Then he used his internal energy to raise his hand, and used the levitation technique. Immediately he rose up a distance, and not long after, he caught up with Zhou Shuming again. Zhang Xiaohua's guess was not wrong. This cliff was where Zhou Shuming used to practice his qinggong. He had always been able to climb up to a height of 500 feet, and if he went any higher, his internal energy would not be able to support him. In his mind, if he could not climb up to 500 feet, then Zhang Xiaohua would not even be able to climb up to 300 feet. When Zhang Xiaohua slid down the cliff, wouldn't it be time for him to win? Unfortunately, when he reached 30 meters, he looked down and saw Zhang Xiaohua slowly climbing up beneath his feet. When he reached 60 meters, Zhang Xiaohua was still doing the same. When he reached his limit of 50 meters, Zhang Xiaohua was still below him, slowly climbing up. It was almost as if he didn't have the strength to do so. Thinking of this, Zhou Shuming raised his head to look at the peak that was still far away. He was a little hesitant. 500 feet was already his limit. If he slowly slid down now, he should not be hurt. If he went any higher, his internal energy would not be enough. If an accident happened, his life would be in danger. But he had already chosen this path, and he was shouldering the trust of the disciples. If he failed, wouldn't it be? Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to make a breakthrough in his qinggong? Zhou Shuming's eyes suddenly lit up. Although he couldn't do it, Zhang Xiaohua under his feet couldn't do it either. Maybe he would admit defeat in half an hour. At this point, Zhou Shuming also couldn't hide his shame. He had no choice but to brace himself and climb up. Thus, he took a deep breath and continuously sent his internal energy into his meridians. He could only hope that Zhang Xiaohua would quickly give up and surrender. However, after climbing up another 200 feet, Zhou Shuming's internal energy was not enough. When he sneaked a glance down, Zhang Xiaohua's thin and tall figure still did not fall half an inch. Zhou Shuming could not help but be greatly surprised. At this moment, his mind was slightly agitated and became unstable. The flow of internal energy in his meridians stagnated. His body could not help but sink and fall. Zhou Shuming was shocked and involuntarily cried out, "Ouch!" His internal energy was immediately deflated and he could not stabilize his body. He saw that he was about to fall onto Zhang Xiaohua. Long before they came up the cliff, Zhang Xiaohua had been paying attention to Zhou Shuming's movements. She was afraid that he would do something sneaky, and she was also afraid that something would happen to him. And Zhang Xiaohua was right below Zhou Shuming with the same intention. Seeing Zhou Shuming fall, she was not surprised. Her body slightly moved to the side to make space for him to fall. Zhou Shuming's body made a schwap sound and was about to fall from Zhang Xiaohua's side. At this moment, Zhou Shuming's eyes were full of fear. This was a cliff that was nearly 100 feet high. In a moment, he would fall to the ground. His internal energy was not enough and he had nowhere to borrow strength in the air. At this moment, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her left hand and grabbed one of Zhou Shuming's arms like lightning. Zhou Shuming panicked. That arm was about to use force to stabilize his body, and the other hand was about to grab Zhang Xiaohua. In his ears, he heard Zhang Xiaohua's clear voice. "Don't move. If you don't want to die, don't use force and don't pull me. If I feel that you want to move, I will let go of you." Zhou Shuming was stunned and immediately stopped moving. He didn't even dare to move his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua had heard Li Jinfeng say before that if a drowning person wanted to go out, first, they had to be knocked out. Otherwise, if they were pulled by the hands and feet, they would drown. Just now, she felt that Zhou Shuming also wanted to pull her. Although she wasn't afraid, after all, she would have to expose her strength. That was something that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to do. Zhang Xiaohua's left hand pulled Zhou Shuming. As usual, she slowly climbed up. After a while, she finally reached the top of the cliff. When she jumped up, she put Zhou Shuming down. This was a protruding platform. It was right in the middle of the clouds. In front of them, there was still a very tall mountain peak. When Zhou Shuming's feet touched the ground, his heart finally relaxed. With a face full of shame, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and bowed. "Junior brother Ren, thank you for saving my life. This match is over. I have already lost." Okay. Zhang Xiaohua didn't decline. She also didn't modestly ask Zhou Shuming to compete with her again. Instead, she smiled and said, "It's best that senior brother Zhou can admit defeat. Senior brother shouldn't have agreed to such a dangerous cliff." Hearing this, Zhou Shuming was even more ashamed. He said, "Junior brother Ren, don't blame me. I saw that I couldn't shake you off, so I added it at the last minute. In the entire Tianmu Peak, I don't think anyone can climb up from this cliff." Then he pointed to the mountain path in the distance and said, "That's the real path up the mountain." Zhang Xiaohua looked and said, "Senior brother Zhou is really too mischievous." Then she flashed and rushed towards the mountain path, leaving behind a voice. "Senior brother Zhou, it's better if you follow me to the top of the mountain. Old consecrator Lei and the rest are still waiting up there." The word behind was emphasized. Zhou Shuming must have heard it clearly. Chapter 561. Zhou Shuming was a man of his word. As expected, he obediently followed behind Zhang Xiaohua on the mountain path. Well, actually, even if he wanted to overtake her, he couldn't. Thus, under the nervous anticipation of old consecrator Lei and the other disciples from the pill and grass divisions, Zhang Xiaohua was in front, and Zhou Shuming was behind her. One after the other, they rushed to the top of the mountain. Seeing Zhou Shuming fall behind, all the disciples shouted loudly, "Rise up, rise up." Unfortunately, Zhou Shuming had a strange expression on his face when he heard the cheers. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua's blood seemed to be boiling. She exerted strength in her legs and quickly rushed to the scene. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was the first to arrive, the cheers of "Rise up" immediately stopped. Even when Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her arms to signal, no one paid any attention to her. At this moment, Zhou Shuming also arrived. He bowed to the crowd and said, "Junior brothers, I am really sorry. I have let down everyone's expectations. In this competition of Qinggong, I have indeed lost to junior brother Ren. Please be my witness. Everyone's faces darkened. A disciple near old consecrator Lei even muttered softly, Great King Kong's Qinggong is #1 in Tianmu Peak. Could it be that he reached some kind of agreement with this Ren Xiaoyao on the way here? Did we not give Great King Kong enough benefits? Although these words were said softly, the quiet mountain peak could still hear them clearly. The eyes of several people also lit up, seemingly having the same feeling. Old consecrator Lei also nodded slightly and looked at Zhou Shuming. Zhou Shuming laughed bitterly and said in a clear voice, This Zhou swears that I did not make any deal with junior brother Ren. This competition is extremely fair. This Zhou's Qinggong is indeed not a match for junior brother Ren. Although Zhang Xiaohua saved Zhou Shuming just now, and Zhou Shuming also said that he would let Zhang Xiaohua go first, after all, it was the bet of thousands of disciples. Zhou Shuming did not dare to give up too much. Later, he used 80% of his strength to chase after Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw that he could not catch up, he used 90%. Finally, when he used 100% of his strength, Zhou Shuming still could not catch up with Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, what Zhou Shuming said at this time was indeed true. Hearing Zhou Shuming's oath, old consecrator Lei could not help but say something. He chuckled and said, Martial nephew Zhou's words are a little too serious. Didn't the disciples ask you to replace them because they trust your Qinggong and your character? Since you came later than martial nephew Ren, this Qinggong competition is martial nephew Ren's victory. Alright, let's go down the mountain. I'm sure they're all waiting anxiously. Yes, they had been waiting impatiently. The disciples of Tianmu Peak's Pill Launching Hall were all waiting quietly at the arena, eagerly waiting for old consecrator Lei and the dozen or so representatives to return. However, when they saw the representatives shaking their heads slightly from afar, they felt a chill in their hearts. Actually, people's hearts were strange. Although the bets placed by these Pill Launching Hall disciples were not small, they were definitely not big either. Compared to the 3 Vajras, it could be said that they had lost to Zhang Xiaohua. However, when they thought that so many people were going to lose to Zhang Xiaohua and that Zhang Xiaohua could get so many elixirs all of a sudden, they felt unbalanced and did not want to take out even a single elixir. That was why they had asked Great Vajra Zhou Shuming to challenge Zhang Xiaohua on their behalf in order to reduce the cost of the elixirs. In the end, they went for wool and came home shorn. They even had to add another 20%. The 3 Vajras were even more depressed. Their 20% was equivalent to 10 taels of gold. However, since the Great Vajra could not win, they were naturally not a match either. This 20% was better than doubling it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's victory, the Wei Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhoushu looked at Zhang Xiaohua was definitely not right. Is this still the newcomer who wanted to scheme against others' money a few days ago? Is this still the Grass Division disciple who wants to control them? Old consecrator Lei immediately announced the results of the competition. This time, the crowd did not make too much noise. After all, they had already accepted this result in their hearts. At this moment, a Pill Division disciple suddenly shouted, Junior Brother Ren, yesterday I heard that you allowed the Grass Division disciples to use medicinal herbs to exchange for elixirs, and even let them use medicinal herbs to exchange for your elixirs. By doing this, you're discriminating against our Pill Division. We demand the same treatment as the Grass Division. With a whoop sound, the crowd all shouted, We're all disciples of Pill Expansion Hall. Why are the Grass Division and Pill Division treated differently? We demand fairness. We demand uniformity. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. What's all this? They're giving me different treatment even when they're giving me things. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Chen Fengxiao say in a clear voice, Junior brothers, don't be anxious. I also heard Junior Brother Ren say this yesterday. However, he did not say that he would not give the Pill Division disciples this preferential treatment. It's just that Junior Brother Bai was there at that time, so he told him to inform the Grass Division disciples. The Pill Division disciples are also disciples of our Pill Expansion Hall. We share the same roots, so how could he not say anything? Don't you think so, Junior Brother Ren? Chen Fengxiao gave Zhang Xiaohua a look, hinting for him to cover up the lie. However, Zhang Xiaohua's intention was exactly like that, so there was no need for him to do so. His expression did not change as he said without skipping a beat, Headmaster Chen is right. I originally wanted to inform all of my brothers on Tianmu Peak. However, I've just arrived on Tianmu Peak and am completely blind, so I could only ask senior brother Bai to inform the grass division. Since everyone has mentioned this, then I'll ask everyone to go back and gather the herbs. Oh right, there's no need to give me the herbs that we've already planted on Tianmu Peak. Ha ha ha. Everyone roared with laughter. A few disciples of the pill division said loudly, Junior brother Ren, don't worry. Your grass division has lost many herbs to our pill division over the years. Let's not talk about 10 years old herbs. We even have many 20 or 30 years old herbs. I'm just afraid that you won't have enough pills. Senior brother's words are correct. Exchanging herbs for pills is a losing trade for me. The exchange rate will still be decided by me. Of course, it will not exceed the previous exchange rate. I'll ask senior brother Bai Huan and senior brother Chiu Wei Chung to help me settle this. Oh right, although I've won many pills this time, there are also many senior brothers who want to exchange for herbs. This is not an easy matter to settle. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Some of the smarter disciples couldn't help but look around cautiously when they heard this. They hurriedly slipped away. Just as a few of them left, the people behind them immediately realized what was going on and ran after them. Their escape became a secret that everyone knew. Who would want to waste their time here with you? This was the first time that Tianmu Peak had encountered such a good deal of exchanging medicinal herbs for pills. Who knew if there would be another shop like this in the future? Seeing this situation, Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He had underestimated the use of pills. Pills were like gold and silver in Xuanxiang cult. But what about herbs? Well, it was just medicinal herbs. But Tianmu Peak, or perhaps Xuanxiang cult, was not lacking in medicinal herbs. Zhang Xiaohua was exchanging medicinal herbs for medicinal herbs. It was the same as exchanging gold and silver for straw in the mortal world. Who wouldn't be willing? Chen Feng and Wu Zhouxiu looked at the disciples who had scattered and couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any pills that caught their eye, even they would want to exchange for herbs. Who wouldn't want to take advantage of the situation? Chen Feng looked at the sky and smiled. Little brother, why aren't you going back? There will be many disciples looking for you in a while. You have to make arrangements. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said, I didn't think that these senior brothers would be so enthusiastic. It seems that the door to the small courtyard can't be maintained. Ha ha ha. Wu Zhouxiu also laughed heartily. He was the biggest loser of this bet, and had been in a rather gloomy mood. Now, Zhang Xiaohua's witty words had made him happy. Thus he tugged on Chen Fengxiao's sleeve and said, Let's go, Headmaster Chen. Let's go hold the line for junior brother Ren. Otherwise, although his martial arts are powerful, with this group of junior brothers swarming him, even if junior brother Ren had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to handle it all. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. That's what I was thinking. Let's go and help him. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and cupped his hands. Many thanks to the 2 heads. Wu Zhouxiu said, It's no problem. Even though we are part of the pill and grass divisions in name, we are all disciples of Tua Dan Hall. Saying this, Chiu Wei Cheng led the way and the 4 of them returned to the small courtyard where Zhang Xiaohua was temporarily staying. Sure enough, after a short while, all the disciples swarmed in, surrounding the small door of the small courtyard so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Fortunately, there were 2 first masters keeping watch, so there was no trouble. All the disciples lined up in a long line and entered one by one. In the courtyard, Bai Huan was holding the record of the bet. Based on the names of the disciples in the line, she compared the pills in the record with the medicinal herbs in her hands. At the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua was still standing there, opening the jade boxes one by one to take a look. However, later on, he realized that the disciples were much more familiar with exchanging medicinal herbs for pills. The medicinal herbs and the pills they took were very appropriate. Therefore, other than the ones that were especially old or unknown, he only took a look at them. However, even so, the queue was still very long. Later, under Chen Fengxiao's suggestion, among the disciples who had cashed in their bets, more than a dozen older and steady disciples were found. They also took out a few records from Bai Huan's hands and helped to cash in their bets. The crowd gathered firewood and worked until the night, when the full moon hung high in the sky. Only then did they cash in all the bets that the disciples owed Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, in the small courtyard, there was already a small mountain of jade boxes. Even Chen Fengxiao and Wu Zhouxiu were surprised to see this. When the last disciple handed over the jade box, Bai Huan crossed off the disciple's name from the paper. Only then did he let out a long sigh. Looking at the herbs in the jade box, he placed them in a pile of jade boxes. He raised his head and said to Zhang Xiaohua, who was smiling to the side, "Junior brother Ren, this pile of herbs are all 10 years old. I can't differentiate the specific herbs. You can sort them out yourself in the future." Then he pointed to the other 2 piles and said, "These are 20 to 30 years old. And the small pile at the side is 40 years old and unknown herbs. You can take a look." Chapter 562. Don't worry, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "Senior Bai and the other senior brothers are here to help. How can I not be at ease? Moreover, I have confidence in the quality of our Tianmu Peak's disciples. Oh right, there's also Headmaster Chen and Wu Dalong. Who would be looking for trouble here?" All right, since that's the case, the disciples have finished handing over their bets. Junior brother, please accept these records. As he spoke, Bai Huan handed over the records in his hands and the others' hands to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua took it with a smile and put it in his arms, saying, "It's all in the past, why bother?" That's right, with the jade boxes piled up like a small mountain in front of him. Who would care about what was written in the account book? If it wasn't too eye-catching, Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to tear the records into pieces and throw them into the air, letting them dance like snowflakes to show his joy. Chen Fengxiao saw that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't as ecstatic as he imagined, and his heart jumped. Although Zhang Xiaohua had said earlier that he didn't care about the position of headmaster of Tianmu Peak, he couldn't let his guard down. He turned to Wu Zhouxiu, who was also deep in thought, and said, "Dalong, I think you should also urge the Vajras to hand over their bets. Quickly hand over the pills worth 150 taels of gold." At the mention of the word gold, Wu Zhouxiu's heart ached for no reason, and he said awkwardly, "This is not a small number. Although they also have extra pills, it may be beyond their ability to take out so much at once. They still have to rely on me to support them." Zhang Xiaohua heard Wu Zhouxiu's words and naturally knew what he meant. He said, "Don't worry, Wu Dang. If there aren't enough pills, can't we use herbs to replace them?" Wu Zhouxiu shook his head. Junior brother Ren just came to Tianmu Peak and doesn't know much about the market. Herbs aren't popular. Even if they're old, they can't compare to pills. The 10 Vajras in my hands are all masters of stockpiling pills. Where would they keep any herbs? It's impossible for each of them to take out a Yuhuandan pill. Then, he glanced at Chen Fengxiao and said, "Just now, I saw that junior brother Ren even wanted some inconspicuous herbs. It just so happens that I have a batch of herbs that are about 40 years old. The disciples and consecrators of our pill repository hall don't know what they are." Before Wu Dalong could finish his sentence, Chen Fengxiao interrupted, If Wu Dalong hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. Is it the batch of herbs that my grass division disciples collected during the Orchid Dusk refinement? Quiet Orchid Twilight refinement? Zhang Xiaohua frowned as she heard this name again. Wu Zhouxiu smiled and said, "Head Chen, it's that batch of medicinal herbs. However, a few years ago, you lost the medicinal pills to my pill department. Now, it belongs to our pill department. Although that batch of herbs is not young, we don't know their uses. Even the consecrators of our pill repository hall don't recognize them. That's why they left them at Tianmu Peak for us to deal with. Although my grass division lost to you, it's not worth 150 taels of gold." When did I say that this batch of unknown herbs is worth 150 taels of gold? To be honest, your grass division is really something. Once you don't have any medicinal pills, you use herbs as compensation. You're like this, and your disciples are also like this. Do you know how many medicinal herbs you've given us in exchange for pills over the past 10 years? This? Chen Fengxiao was extremely embarrassed. Moreover, don't you see these herbs in front of you? You can say that they're all in the hands of your grass division. Where do you think our pill department got these herbs from? Chen Fengxiao still touched his chin and didn't speak. Wu Zhouxiu continued to make things difficult. Moreover, the 10 great guardian deities want a lot of herbs from you, but they don't want to keep them. What do you think we should do? Without waiting for Chen Fengxiao to say anything, or perhaps he didn't expect him to say anything, Wu Zhouxiu continued, "These herbs can only be held in my hands. How much do you think I've accumulated over the years? Then he pointed to the piles of jade boxes and said, more than this, not less. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. However, he didn't reply. He knew that Wu Zhouxiu naturally had his reasons for saying so much. If he hastily replied, he would lose the initiative. Chen Fengxiao looked at Zhang Xiaohua and didn't say anything. He smiled and said, Wu Dalong, isn't this just right? I thought that the heavens sent junior brother Ren to help me, but who would have thought that it was to solve your big problem? Didn't junior brother Ren say that as long as it's herbs, it's fine? Unknown herbs can also be used as compensation for pills. Haha, I've made the decision. Let's do it this way. That batch of herbs that our grass division gave you will be calculated according to the amount of pills we gave you in the past. The ones in your hands will also be calculated according to this amount. What do you think? Wu Zhouxiu spoke until his mouth was dry. Didn't he just want such a promise? Seeing this, he was overjoyed and said, if junior brother Ren doesn't have any objections, then I'll let the disciples call the herbs and the 3 vajras over? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Since Headmaster Chen has said so, how can I not agree? Chen Fengxiao suddenly said, Wu Dalong, the bet between our 2 clans still needs to be settled with pills. I don't want those herbs. Wu Zhouxiu looked at Chen Fengxiao and said with narrowed eyes, if junior brother Ren didn't want these herbs, I really want to use these herbs as compensation for your pills. However, since junior brother Ren needs them, even if you want them, I don't have any extra. Then he turned his head and asked, Junior brother Ren, senior brother is a little curious. What do you want these herbs for? Ordinary herbs are fine, but these unknown herbs are completely useless. Don't tell me you want to refine pills? When these words were said, Chen Fengxiao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Sigh, Wu Dalong, you don't know. When I was talking to senior brother Bai about the herbs, I felt that it was too eye-catching to have so many pills in my hands. I'm a disciple of the grass division, so it shouldn't be a problem to have a few more herbs. Moreover, I've just arrived at Tianmu Peak. Using pills to exchange for herbs can be considered as contributing to the grass division brothers and gaining popularity. Then, he smiled bitterly. But I didn't think that the senior brothers of the pill division would also want to exchange. Do you think I should exchange or not? Actually, these herbs of yours, I don't want to exchange them. What do I want these herbs for? I don't know how to refine pills. Then, he said with a crying face, why don't you empathize with me a little and use pills to repay the 150 taels of gold? Wu Zhouxiu raised his head and said, the moon is already high up in the sky. It's really not early anymore. Junior brother Ren, you should rest early. I'll get someone to send the herbs over tomorrow morning. You don't have to look carefully at these piles of herbs. I can guarantee that the disciples of Tianmu Peak don't have any more herbs. Actually, no one is interested in your herbs. After saying that, he didn't bid farewell to Zhang Xiaohua and Chen Fengxiao and walked away. He was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would regret telling him about the herbs and pills. When Wu Zhouxiu walked out of the small courtyard, Chen Fengxiao also laughed loudly and cupped his hands. Little brother, rest early. Tomorrow, you'll have enough energy to exchange the herbs of the pill division. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've been so happy. Today, I actually saw Wu Dalong suffer again. Chen Fengxiao led by Huan and the rest out of the small courtyard. The courtyard that had been bustling for the entire afternoon finally regained its silence. Zhang Xiaohua walked them to the door of the small courtyard and watched them leave before closing the door. Looking at the mountain of jade boxes, he smiled bitterly and was happy at the same time. He smiled bitterly because he really intended to keep a low profile and calm. He didn't expect to make such a big move. Although these herbs were like weeds, but if they were all concentrated in one person's hands, then there would be problems. Didn't Wu Zhouxiu also sound him out just now? Presumably, Chen Fengxiao also knew that he wanted to refine pills. It was just that it involved his interests, so he didn't say it out loud. Did he know how to refine pills? Maybe he did. What made Zhang Xiaohua pleasantly surprised was that not only the mountain of herbs, even the jade boxes seemed to be worth more than 100 taels of gold. He didn't sweat in these 3 battles for nothing. But, how should he take away these herbs and jade boxes? The space in the money bag was filled with those jade coffin lids. Alas, there would actually be a day where he would be troubled by too many valuable things. This was something that the money grubber Zhang Xiaohua had never thought of. Forget it, I'll just pile them here first. In any case, they're worthless goods in their eyes. As for the herbs, I'll just have to wait until I have time to refine them into pills in the future. Anyway, there are still many jade bottles in the money bag. They're probably used to store pills. As for the jade boxes, they can't be wasted. When I refine pills, I'll casually refine them and sell them for a good price. When he finished thinking, he saw that it was indeed not early. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He struck out the jade talisman, set up a restriction, and began cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra. Spreading Incense Cult, White Mountain Peak, 100 Herb Hall. An old man with a purplish-red face and a bald head, leaving only a ring of white hair around him, lazily sat on the chair in the middle. Although this old man's hair was already white, his face was abnormally fair and tender. Only the deep crow's feet at the corner of his eyes revealed his age. He was the pill-spreading hall's hallmaster, Elder Zi Shen. Standing respectfully below the hall was Yang Yao. At this moment, Elder Zi Shen was frowning and scratching his smooth forehead with his hand. No one knew what he was worried about. Yang Yao looked carefully from below the hall and asked tentatively, "Hallmaster, you've been gone for several days. Why did you come back so soon?" Sigh. Elder Zi Shen sighed and said, "These are all miscellaneous matters of the sect. There's no need for our pill-spreading hall to worry about them. It's just that the matter of First Faith Peak seems to have caused the sect leader to scratch his head. He seems to be blaming us." Sigh, what does this have to do with us? It's just that the Misty Hall doesn't care about us because they're close to the sect leader. What can we do? First Faith Peak. This lowly one has always known that they don't get along with the other halls. There's often friction. We're only in charge of medicinal herbs and pills. It shouldn't have anything to do with them, right? Sigh, you don't know. They're also. Forget it. Why am I telling you this? I'll think of a way to reply to the sect leader first. Right, how did your trip to Rejuvenation Valley go this time? Chapter 563. When Yang Yao heard this, he smiled and said, "I was just about to report to Hall Master. Look, what do you think this is?" After he finished speaking, he took out the jade box from his bosom and respectfully handed it over. Old man Zi Shen received it and casually opened it. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes as he said, "What's the meaning of this, Commander Nye? The last few times I asked him for it, he always refused. Why did he take the initiative to give it to me this time? Something must have happened." When Yang Yao heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly bowed. "Hallmaster, please calm down. This lowly one is merely taking into account the many years of relationship between Rejuvenation Valley and the Fragrant Cult. Moreover, that Marshal Nye is also very familiar with our pill-expanding hall. He has always given us a lot of gifts, but he has never spoken. That's it? You agree just like that?" Old man Purple Herb stared at Yang Yao and asked, "This? I saw that he took out this daylily grass, and I also remembered that the hall master had asked for it many times. Thinking that there was no harm in it, I agreed." Elder Violet Herb glanced at the carefree grass and said, "Although this herb is rare, it doesn't have much use in reality. It's only used to refine pills. Do you think Rejuvenation Valley has this ability? When the time comes, won't he still be sent to our fragrant religion? He wants us to refine it for him? I'm just telling him so that he can send the herbs over when he finds out. What about you?" This lowly one. Yang Yao didn't dare to hide anything from Elder Sage and told him about how Vice Hallmaster Su had taken the short sword. Taking advantage of the situation, he said, "Hallmaster, you also know that Chen Fengxiao has always made things difficult for Rejuvenation Valley. Normal medicine apprentices will lose a layer of skin when they go to him. Although this Ren Xiaoyao knows a bit of martial arts, he's still no match for Chen Fengxiao. Moreover, he has 5 or 6 ahats under him. He'll definitely be at a disadvantage. Elder, you should quickly transfer Ren Xiaoyao back to White Mountain Peak." Old man Purple Herb didn't answer. He only said, "I knew you wouldn't do things for him for free. You're also a sentimental person. You only have one friend in the martial world, Commander Nye, and you'll never see him again. It's understandable that you're soft-hearted." Hearing this, Yang Yao was overjoyed and said, "Many thanks for Hallmaster's understanding." Understanding is one thing. You disregarded the rules of the sect and took unqualified medicine apprentices from the Rejuvenation Valley into the fragrant cult without permission. You still have to bear this crime. Yang Yao's face was ashen as he said, "Yes, please punish me, Hallmaster. Originally, I wanted to arrange a good position for you to make up for your hard work all these years. Since you've made a mistake, you should make up for it with good deeds. You don't have to take this position." Yang Yao was somewhat delighted. "Many thanks for Hallmaster's benevolence. As expected, you're fair in your rewards and punishments." Old Man Purple Herb snorted through his nose. "Even Vice Hallmaster Su knows about it. If I still don't reward and punish clearly, how will I explain it to the sect? You should be careful in your work and observe the consequences." However, Yang Yao was overjoyed and said, "I won't dare to be so muddle-headed again." Sigh, at that time, I saw how worried Commander Nye was for his daughter, so I had the heart to lick her and agreed easily. He's no different from a normal medicine apprentice. You only need to let people keep a close eye on him. This Xiao Yao is not easy to hide. From your description, I can tell that he's not a real medicine apprentice. Although Vice Hallmaster Su doesn't have good intentions, it's exactly what I want. Who would know that he's a medicine apprentice sent by the Rejuvenation Valley if I threw him far away at Tianmu Peak? Even if someone knew, this information would only be passed back to Baiyu Peak. No one else would know. After 2 years, I'll let him come back. Won't everything become natural then? But, isn't there still Chen Fengxiao at Tianmu Peak? Old Man Purple Herb waved his hand. Didn't you say that Commander Nye still wants him to break through the outer sect and leave the fragrant cult? It's a good opportunity for him to temper himself under Chen Fengxiao and help him grow. Besides, Vice Hallmaster Su just sent him to Tianmu Peak. Do you think it's appropriate for me to send him back to Baiyu Peak? Hallmaster is wise. This lowly one is slow-witted and didn't think of this. Since Vice Hallmaster Su knows about it and didn't make it clear, I don't think he will mention it again in the future. After a year and a half, the disciples will have grown taller and no one will know about it. This matter will be over. Yes, it's better to be safe than sorry. You have to send someone to keep an eye on them. Don't make any mistakes. Report to me immediately if there are any abnormalities. Yes, this lowly one will be careful. You should rest early. I rest. I still have other things to do. Go out and say that if there's nothing important, don't come in and disturb me. Yes, this lowly one will take his leave. Yang Yao bowed and slowly retreated. A disciple was standing at the door in a hurry. When he saw Yang Yao come out, he was about to enter when Yang Yao stopped him. Hallmaster said that if there's nothing important, don't go in and disturb him. Is your matter very important? The disciple hesitated. It's nothing important. It's just some movements of the disciples outside. Then you can choose whether to go in or not. After speaking, Yang Yao also turned and left. Only now did he truly feel at ease. The matter of Rejuvenation Valley was truly over. It was just that the divine weapon in his hands was gone. But it was also good. If it wasn't for the fact that the Hallmaster didn't think that he had gained any benefits, he would have been punished long ago. As long as he had that good position, there was still hope in the future. As long as he hugged the Hallmaster's thigh, there shouldn't be any problems. Yang Yao left happily, still thinking about the 100-flower wine in the house. The disciple standing in front of the 100-herb hall hesitated for a while, but still turned and went back to rest. It was just a trivial matter. It was just some miscellaneous matters regarding the gambling fight on Tianmu Peak. It really wasn't important at all. At the same time, in an exquisite little house, Vice Hallmaster Su was sipping tea. A disciple stood respectfully to the side, wiping the sweat on his head from time to time and saying something. Suddenly, Vice Hallmaster Su was startled. He interrupted that person and asked, "What? You're saying that Ren Xiaoyao has a golden leaf in his bag? How much?" "I'm not sure either." Senior brother Chung grabbed a handful. He said it was 50 taels. "I think there should be at least 500 taels in there." "Good. This Ren Xiaoyao is really something." Continue. Thus, that disciple recounted everything that had happened after Zhang Xiaohua had arrived at Tianmu Peak. Vice Hallmaster Su nodded as he listened. This Ren Xiaoyao is really straightforward. He even dares to talk back to his senior brother. However, his luck is not bad. He just happened to meet Chen Fengxiao, who was scheming against Wu Zhou ruins. Otherwise, he would have been taken care of by the others. Hallmaster Su, this Ren Xiaoyao even beat Zhou Shuming. He's the best disciple in our Dan department. How can I not know what kind of martial arts Zhou Shuming has? Didn't you just say that the two of them were only competing in Qinggong? With Zhou Shuming's Qinggong, he could only show it off at Tianmu Peak. For Ren Xiaoyao to beat him by a distance, it would be very normal. However, what does he mean by exchanging elixirs for medicinal herbs? Dalong doesn't understand no matter how he thinks about it. If it's not alchemy, then it's the reason he said it. It was a slip of the tongue and there's no way to take it back. Alchemy? Vice Hallmaster Su sneered. He's just a medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley. Don't you know what Rejuvenation Valley is like? It's just a place that provides us medicine boys. Every time, they send some medicinal herbs for our Dan department's consecrators to help refine. What kind of elixirs can a mere medicine boy from Rejuvenation Valley refine? He just arrived at Tianmu Peak and didn't know the use of elixirs. He wanted to use elixirs to win people's hearts. Hee. Now that the elixirs have been exchanged for a bunch of useless medicinal herbs, let's see how he can win people's hearts. Hallmaster is wise. Dalong seems to have said the same thing. However, he's not sure. Yes, of course he's not sure. He just found out about Ren Xiaoyao's background. Oh right, let Wu Zhoushu keep a close eye on Ren Xiaoyao. This 500 taels of gold leaf is a very good thing. I haven't seen such an attractive yellow and white item in a long time. That's what Dalong planned to do. He wanted to win the gold leaf to show his filial piety to you, but who knew? It's all right. I appreciate Wu Zhoushu's intentions. However, he's really stupid. How could he fall into Chen Fengxiao's trap? Wasn't it always him who schemed against Chen Fengxiao? Dalong must have been careless. He's always suppressed Chen Fengxiao on Tianmu Peak. All right, he's already lost. We'll get it back in the future. Let him keep a close eye on him. If there's a chance, he'll get that burden. Yes, I'll definitely report to Wu Dalong. In addition, as long as you leak a little information to Ren Xiaoyao, he'll definitely send the gold leaf to Hallmaster. Bullshit, Vice Hallmaster Su scolded. What do you know? If that's the case, why would I tell you? You only need to tell Wu Zhoushu what I said. Yes, I know. I wouldn't dare. The disciple was so scared that he quickly apologized. Oh right, when you came to White U Peak, was our White U Peak's messenger in front or behind you? He was in front of me. I was afraid of attracting his attention, so I deliberately slowed down. He must have reported to Hallmaster by now. Vice Hallmaster Su nodded. The disciple also seemed to be thinking about something. After a while the disciple said, Dalong also said that the Orchid Evening Refinement is about to begin. What's Hallmaster's plan? Vice Hallmaster Su's eyes lit up when he heard this. He immediately waved his hand and said, There's still a few months left. What's the hurry? Besides, the disciples of the pill department can't enter. Could it be that he has some ideas? Please cast a monthly vote and a recommendation vote. If you want to know what happens next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 564. The disciple bowed and said, About this, Dalong didn't tell me. But in my opinion, this Orchid Evening Refinement is held once every 5 years and has long become a custom. Dalong may not have any ideas of his own. Deputy Hallmaster Su snorted. Since he doesn't have any ideas of his own, then just wait for the Hallmaster's arrangement. Although the list is drawn up by me, doesn't the Hallmaster still have to look through it? Our pill-expanding hall people are only there to pick herbs. What can we achieve? The disciple smiled apologetically. This list has always been drawn up by the Hallmaster, but since 15 years ago, Hallmaster Su was entrusted to handle this matter. Moreover, the Hallmaster is now old and many of the hall's affairs have to be entrusted to Hallmaster Su. Dalong thinks that this year, you should still be in charge of this matter? Deputy Hallmaster Su tilted his head. Did Wu Zhoushu tell you this? No, but what Dalong usually says and what I usually see is more or less like this. Humph, you are well behaved. But this kind of thing can't be said. Just do your job well and I will naturally take note of it. Thank you for your guidance, Hallmaster. The disciple was overjoyed and bowed to express his gratitude. Well, rest early. Go back early tomorrow morning and let Wu Zhou keep an eye on this Ren Xiaoyao. Yes, I will follow Hallmaster's orders. Far away, Zhang Xiaohua, who was cultivating the Carefree Heart Sutra with his eyes closed in a small courtyard on Heaven Eye Peak, did not know that his every move had already been noticed by the two Hallmasters. It was even to the extent that someone was already thinking about his treasure. Wu Zhou was also a man of his word. Early the next morning, he sent Yi Chengliao, Qi Yuntian and Cheng Shi to bring over a batch of jade boxes. Zhang Xiaohua did not know if the herbs inside were worth his 150 taels of gold, but he already knew that Wu Zhou would not be shortchanged at this point. Thus, he quickly signed on a piece of white paper. After sending them off, he happily looked at the herbs in the courtyard. The more he looked, the more he wanted to see them. At this time, he saw Bai Huan enter the courtyard with a gloomy look on his face. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and asked curiously, "Senior Bai, what are you doing? Are you going to move in too?" "Sigh, that's right." Bai Huan sighed. "Junior brother Ren, I was woken up by senior brother Qiu early in the morning. He said that it was Headmaster Chen's idea. Your place is too remote, and it's not good to leave so many herbs unattended. Also, this courtyard needs to be cleaned. Yes, you're now the rising star of our grass division, and the victory of the bet will all depend on you. You're still young, and you can't be left alone, so..." "So, you sent senior brother Bai here?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. "Exactly." Bai Huan took the bedding into the house and looked up at the bamboo forest outside the yard. She looked very uneasy and whispered, "Is it quiet in this yard at night?" "Quiet, of course it's quiet. There's only the sound of the wind blowing through the bamboo forest. It seems like someone is crying," Zhang Xiaohua said gloomily. "I see. Junior brother Ren, aren't you afraid?" Bai Huan asked with a trembling voice. "Of course I'm afraid. I'm afraid that someone will suddenly knock on the door." At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Aya. Although it was broad daylight, Bai Huan almost jumped up. She hid behind Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Could it be that there's really a ghost?" Before she finished speaking, a voice came from the door of the courtyard. "Is junior brother Ren of the grass division here?" Zhang Xiaohua said loudly, "This is the place. Please come in." The courtyard door was pushed open, and a strong man with a beard walked in. Bai Huan, who was hiding behind Zhang Xiaohua, poked her head out. Seeing that it was a living person, she forced herself to say, "Are you senior fellow apprentice Liao of the Dan department?" "Aya, junior brother Bai is also here?" "That's me." Then he cupped his hands and said, "I came here in a hurry. Please forgive me." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "We're all brothers. Why are you so polite? What's the matter, senior brother Liao?" "I heard that junior brother Ren can use herbs to exchange for pills. Is that true?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "There is indeed such a thing. It's just that these past few days, the senior brothers have lost to this junior brother. They all used herbs to exchange for pills. This junior brother doesn't have many pills, so even if I want to exchange with senior brother Liao, I can't." Senior brother Liao said with a smile, "I went down the mountain to do some business. When I came back, I heard that junior brother Ren was killing people everywhere. Congratulations." "It's nothing. It's just luck. Senior brother Liao, please don't laugh. Junior brother Ren, you don't have to be so polite. I heard that even the eldest brother of the pill division lost to you a few bottles of pills. I don't want more. Can I exchange a few bone-solidifying pills?" Well, Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. He didn't have many bone-solidifying pills in his hand, and he just exchanged 3 for Bai Huan. Although he didn't like bone-solidifying pills, he still wanted to keep a few for research. When senior brother Liao saw that Zhang Xiaohua was in a difficult position, he took out 2 jade boxes from his bosom and handed them over. "I know I've made things difficult for junior brother Ren, but can you take a look at the age of these 2 medicinal herbs? If it's possible, please give me a few." Seeing that senior brother Liao was so confident, Zhang Xiaohua knew that there were good things in these jade boxes. Sure enough, when he opened the jade boxes, there were 2 40-year-old unknown herbs. Before Zhang Xiaohua could speak, Bai Huan smiled and said, Senior brother Liao is so calculating. Although these two herbs are old, they don't have any use. How can junior brother Ren agree? Senior brother Liao frowned and said, I heard that junior brother Ren only cares about the age of the herbs. He doesn't care about the herbs. But, if it's other herbs, I don't have them here. Speaking of this, his eyes lit up and he eagerly said, if I know where to pick herbs that are old enough, I can tell junior brother Ren the location. Will junior brother Ren be willing to part with them? Don't. Junior brother Ren, there are many places in the 18 peaks of the fragrant religion that can produce mature herbs. But those places are not places that ordinary disciples like us can go. Even if you know where they are, you may not be able to pick them. Hee, junior brother Bai doesn't know. If junior brother Ren is fated to go to the place I mentioned, he will definitely be able to go there. Moreover, there are many herbs there. They are very old and most of them are unknown. This is something I accidentally learned many years ago. I can basically guarantee that other than me, there shouldn't be many people who know about it. Zhang Xiaohua was interested when she heard this. What did he want? Wasn't it just some unknown herbs? They were old enough. Even if he used the Yuhuandan pill to exchange, Zhang Xiaohua would still be happy. So she asked, since senior brother Liao is in such a hurry, then junior brother will not care whether he is fated or not. These two herbs and your information can be exchanged for 3-inch bone congealing pills. What do you think? Senior brother Liao was overjoyed and said, this Liao thought that 2 pills would be enough. Junior brother Ren actually agreed to 3 pills. This is really generous. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She was already regretting it. She secretly said, he is being generous again. Could it be that I am a sucker in the eyes of the Tianmu Peak disciples? Fine, when I have time, I must ask senior brother Bai about the market price of these pills. I don't want to be taken advantage of and ruin my reputation. However, she still said, senior brother Liao has worked hard for the whole. Junior brother feels that you have returned today and can't help but want to get closer to you. Senior brother Liao, please tell junior brother the news. Haha, it's just official business. It can't be considered hard work. How can it be compared to junior brother's hard work? Senior brother Liao said, but did not mention the place. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua walked back into the house and took out a jade bottle. She handed it to senior brother Liao and said, senior brother, take a look. Is there anything inside? Senior brother Liao opened the bottle and took a look. His face was overjoyed. He walked forward and whispered into Zhang Xiaohua's ear for a long time. Zhang Xiaohua's face was full of excitement. When he finished speaking, she smiled bitterly and said, this is the place that senior brother Liao was talking about? Do you think I can go and pick it? Senior brother Liao smiled and said, this place is not an important place in the hall. As long as junior brother is fated to go there, you will definitely be able to pick it. I am not lying to you about this. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Senior brother Liao is right. As you said, junior brother has the chance to pick it. All right, the pills have been exchanged. Senior brother Liao, is there anything else? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was sending him off, senior brother Liao did not stay any longer. He said a few words of thanks and walked away. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was secretly at a disadvantage, Bai Huan muttered, I knew that there are no good people in the pill department. I have not seen much of this senior brother Liao, so I did not know that his character was so bad. Junior brother Ren, where is the place that he mentioned? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Bai Huan with interest. She waved her hand and said, senior brother Liao is right. It depends on my fate. He pointed this out early on, but unfortunately I did not understand. Then she looked at the 2 herbs in her hand and said, with these 2 herbs, it is not too bad to give him 3 pills. Herbs. Bai Huan snorted and said, they are worthless things. While they were talking, the door of the small courtyard was pushed open again. It was Chen Fengxiao and Qiu Wei Cheng who came in. Zhang Xiaohua and Bai Huan went forward and bowed. Chen Fengxiao looked at Bai Huan and said to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile, I saw that you have a lot of herbs here and the courtyard is big. No one is cleaning, so I asked Bai Huan to come and help you. Although there are many disciples in Tianmu Peak, Bai Huan is the first one you know. I hope you are satisfied with my arrangement. Humph. Zhang Xiaohua sneered in her heart. You are just worried about me. Do you think I would not know that you have more eyes and ears watching me? It would be strange if you didn't pay any attention to me. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands. Thank you for your concern, Headmaster Chen. I was just thinking about how to move this pile of herbs into the house. With Senior Brother Bai here, I can do other things. I will have to trouble Senior Brother Bai to move these herbs into the house. Move into the house? By myself? Bai Huan was stunned. Then, she looked at the few jade boxes that were as big as a small mountain. She smiled bitterly. How unlucky was she? Wasn't it just a few days ago when she was on duty and was the first one to see Ren Xiaoyao? Why? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.